And I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. And we are live. We're live. I am incredibly tired. Dude, stop. Kaya's been barking all morning. She actually woke me up, which is, in this situation, not necessarily a bad thing because, like, I literally would have probably slept through if it weren't for her constantly barking this morning. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. It is July 28th, 2025, 11:28 a.m. Triple shot espresso, bro. Yeah. Nah, I think she's barking at the landscapers, maybe? I don't know. You've been tired since your birthday, 34. I think that's what it is, maybe. It could be the deficit that I've been on. But it's also I woke up this morning and I went to the dentist and I had my implants put in. And apparently, one of them is like, he called it he said it's just not stable enough. So it's like, it might actually come out. So we shall see. We shall see. One of the implants might actually be like, it's the gear you're not taking, dude. Yeah, I'm not taking the gear. Are you okay, buddy? You sound tired. No, I am. I actually went back. I woke up early this morning, went to the dentist, had to move some stuff around, and then I had my implant put in. Breast implants? Yeah. No, man, like actually a teeth. My tooth broke, chatters, a while back. God damn. What the fuck's wrong with you? And I had to put an implant in. Yeah, I got breast implants at my dentist. Anyway, yeah, I wanted bigger titties than the ones I have. But basically, after that, I had a call with a magazine that I'm doing a photo shoot with, and I fucking passed out. And like usually in the mornings when I before I go live, I got like mad people calling me. I have, my mom, who will of course call me a million times in the morning for a bunch of random different things. She'll be like, "Oh, by the way, your laundry machine is not working." I'm like, "Okay, what am I supposed to do with this information?" She's calling just to check up on the laundry machine. It's like, "Have you fixed it?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't. Would you like to, take a shot at this since you use it as much as I do?" Calling the landlord. Yeah, no, that is what it is. This is, oh man. Yeah. Put laundry machine on the phone. I need to speak to them. Hasan, bad landlord confirm. I mean, it's my own house, man. Anyway, my manager called me a bunch of times too. I was just like, I was sleeping through it the whole time. And then I woke up because Kai was barking up a storm, an absolute storm. And I still don't know what she was barking at. I think she was barking at the landscapers, maybe. But they're here every Monday morning at the same time. So I don't know what the frick is going on. Okay. So I don't know what it is. Are you on anesthesia? I'm on drugs for sure. Maybe that raccoon is back. Maybe. But yeah, I'm live. I'm alive. Barely. How much of a deficit are you on? I'm also cold too. I don't know. I'm probably dying, chat. That's probably what it is. Yeah. It's just that's what's going on. Turns 34, dies. Yeah. No drama today. I don't know what drama. There is. It's Monday News Day. I miss your old sober streams. I've never had a sober stream. Okay, so no. Oh my god. An Israeli settler just shot Odeh Hadelin in the lungs, a remarkable activist who helped us film No Other Land in Masaferyata. No way. Residents identified Yinon Levy, sanctioned by the EU and the US, as the shooter. This is him in the video firing like crazy. No, he just got shot and he's dead now. He got shot in the lungs. That's crazy. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. This isn't even an IDF thing. I mean, the IDF protects these fucking pieces of shit, but this is just a settler terrorist. All right, we'll get to that in a second. So, do you see Twitch updates on view bots? Quick update on view counts. What is this? Let's see. Wait, I'm doing personal news first. I mean, there's no other personal news. There's nothing else. I'm just tired. Oh, I watched The Apprentice last night. I watched The Apprentice last night, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. It was the actors really acted the shit out of that movie. I mean, they were amazing. Jeremy Strong was amazing. The main character was amazing. Like it was weird. It was creepy. It was gross. It definitely. I don't think it stuck the landing. I don't think it stuck the landing by the end of it, but it was not the TV show The Apprentice. It's the movie The Apprentice, which is about Donald Trump, young Donald Trump, and his involvement with serial blackmailer Roy Cohn, like the OG Jeffrey Epstein, if you will, who was also, a lawyer, a terrible Nixon era lawyer. Anyways, and even before that, it's definitely good. It's definitely a good movie. It gets a little corny at times. Did you ever finish Pantheon? I think like the closer it gets to modern day Trump, the more it unwinds, I guess. But like earlier Trump stuff is very good. The first like 75% of the movie The Apprentice is fantastic, and then the last 25% is just good, if that makes sense. So overall, I would say it's like a 7 out of 10. Sebastian Stan really kills it, and so does Jeremy Strong. It was pretty crazy. Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. So, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I watched that. Don't bother with Eddington. Don't bother with Eddington. It was so lived up. I haven't seen. I have not seen Eddington yet, but I will. Look at this king. Men's Health magazine. Luka Doncic is the cover star. Wait, he don't look like this. Wait, he has muscled up. Wait, is he no longer fat? What's happening? Is that for real? Or did they Photoshop his head to a more muscular body? Is this AI? Fat Luka argues over. Okay, respect. Nice. Nice. All right, good. Good on him. You know, I'm trying to do that too. You know, me and Luka both. Me and Luka, we're unstoppable. You know what I mean? Like, it's just me and Luka both. We're trying to get on a diet to get back to our best performance on the court. You know, we play pretty similar. Like, we play at a similar level. That's why I stopped playing too many. I just didn't want Luka to feel bad. You know what I mean? That's why I stopped playing, because like we have such comparable play styles and like skill sets, right? Like, we're kind of like, sometimes he's a little bit better than me, sometimes I'm a little bit better than him, you know? So that's why I stopped. Cause like I wanted him to shine, you know what I mean? You don't want an Ottoman son going after. You don't want one Ottoman son taking out another, right? Like, it's just how it is. It's just how it is. You got a boo-boo on your ankle and have been out for a month plus. No, I've been playing. You slower than him and he's slow as hell. Bro, he was not slow as... First of all, saying an NBA basketball player is slow as hell is so stupid, okay? Like, what are you talking about? I'm joking. You're being serious. Your NBA comp is Rudy Gobert, big man. You need to relax. Anyway, they're bringing back OG HasanAbi Chat Vice.
Sex is tight.
What the fuck? What is this? My brother moved today and I won't be seeing him for a while. Now I'm in middle school, but teach me a lot. My brother showed me your channel since he's been a fan for like 6 years while subscribing to you every month. Thank you for reminding me of him now and teaching me a lot while making me laugh. You're the best, Hasan. Hell yeah. HasanAbi Thirst compilation. What? The people being thirsty for Hasan. That's crazy. You've grown so much, bro.
I'm not a very eligible bachelor in many ways. I'm very distant. I'm not good at time management. Focus on myself too much. I'm constantly.
This is crazy. This is like 2019.
Working nonstop. I'm emotionally unavailable. Guys will turn around and say shit like, yo, I love you. Like, I don't understand how they do that. It takes a lot for me to feel some type of way about a girl.
No, it's fine. No. I don't need to get tested any further. It's all good. I don't have autism. That's crazy. What is this? This TikTok channel is like posting my older videos, I guess.
Sex is tight, but there are things that are more important than sex. No, not money, dude. The things that are more important than sex is like having a meaningful relationship with another human being that you can spend time with, you know? So for a brief moment, you forget about the troubles of your life. For a brief moment, you think about the other person or about how much fun you guys are having together rather than the monotony of daily life.
Damn. This guy was cooking. What is this? The problem with the left? What is do you see Jokic showing way more emotion winning a horse race compared to an NBA championship? Yes. Is the big box in the background a Labubu? My daughter is asking. The answer is yes. It's not technically yes and also no. It's a Labubu, but it's actually a Zimomo, which I guess is a male Labubu, and it is the big Zimomo, which is like it's not Temu Labubu. It's like still a part of the franchise, I think. But it's Angels in the Clouds. Yeah, that's what it is. Schrodinger's Labubu. Labubu is supposed to, I think, be a girl. I don't know. We say no Momo now when we say zesty shit. Fire emoji. Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's it for personal news, I think. I don't know what else. We got a lot of news to cover. New Hasan TikTok sound.
God damn, dude. Some of you need to shut the fuck up. At least get your bearing straight, okay? And just have the decency to shut your fucking bitch ass mouth.
Trump says that nobody's buying, nobody's starving in Gaza. Yeah, I saw that. We'll cover that as well, obviously. Actually, you know what? Let me blast off real quick, okay? Epstein Island visit is a privilege. Also says no one's buying, that there's no starvation in Gaza. EU mad over terrible trade deals. EU mad over terrible trade deals. You gonna cover Corbyn by any chance? I mean, what? That he's like been very successful and he's got like 500K signups so far. Is that what it is? Have you checked Hostwit recently? No, I don't have Twitter on my phone, and therefore I do not look at Twitter when I'm not live. 500K, yeah. Trump says Epstein Island visit is a privilege. Also says no one's buying, that there's no starvation in Gaza. EU mad over terrible trade deals. What else was I gonna say? I mean, there's yeah. We're gonna have the Bulwark's very own / friend of the show, Cameron KASKY, on the show today, and also Noah KULWIN as always. But JDM cars are up. Just warning you, chat's going to be brigaded today as hell today because of something related to Twitter. Yeah, Noah's still here. Rokana endorsed Kat Abu Zaleh. That's awesome. Matan interviewed Tim Pool and he grilled him about being paid by Russia. Yeah, I saw pieces of that. And he also made him take his beanie off. Anyway. I like you solo, but if you ever did a co-host for Political Style Show, I'd say no is the best counterpart. Yeah, no, I'm solo dolo as always. How does that kid have so much emotion? For the record, it's insane for chat to say this stuff on Twitter is drama. If it's related to Alex Lolo, then that's not drama. That's like straightforward creep shit. Okay, if that's what you guys are referencing as drama, you're a psycho. That's not drama at all. I mean, this dude apparently was all up and down being a fucking pest, and it's completely unacceptable. Yeah, and you guys are being fucking ridiculous if you think that this is just drama. That's not just drama, dude. That's like, that is, yeah. It's incredibly, incredibly disappointing. It's not something that I was obviously privy to. I was completely oblivious to whatever the fuck was going on, and it's a betrayal of my trust. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. Apparently, and I don't know the full details of what's going on, but I heard like bits and pieces about him, like potentially being abusive, and I didn't like I didn't know enough about what was going on, but it was enough for me to like, you know, sever ties. And then past that point, now there's apparently a bunch of people that he was literally in the DMs of all over, all up and down Twitter, like leftist Twitter accounts, public defenders, and even women in this community. Luckily, we have a pretty awesome community of adult women who can take care of themselves. But it seems like he was just sending unsolicited DMs and being creepy and pushy and a pest overall. Yeah, it's obviously completely unacceptable. Yeah. I think he said that he's going to outpatient therapy now, but I don't know the extent of what's going on, like I said. But I hope everyone is all right. Will there be a return to Okay Buddy? Probably not. Anyway, but outside of that, I don't know what else needs to be said, you know. I assume that people will I assume that people will try to make like try to tie this back to myself somehow and like actually turn it into drama when this is not drama. This is serious shit. But I'm going to obviously continue talking about the news. And you should also lock in as well. But yeah. Don't eat the bait. I think a lot of people also don't understand that things that other communities try to like elevate and in a specific direction when they're like, you know, serious allegations, serious accusations, but when people try to like take serious allegations and accusations and like turn them into like content for themselves, right? Like that's only as that can only turn into drama or content for clicks if you allow it. Like we have the power and capacity to turn certain serious subjects into I guess like content or drama or anything like that. And I think a lot of people don't realize that, or they take it where they will entertain it in the same exact way. But we're moving on from that. And we're getting into view botters first. And then after we look at a quick mention of view botting on the platform, apparently, quick update on view count says Twitch support. We have teams and tech dedicated to ensuring that the views that show up on channels reflect actual viewership and aren't artificially inflated in any way. Ultimately, metrics on Twitch should represent the real and growing communities that show up and participate on channels. So we regularly update detection tools and methods. We recently made changes that meaningfully improved our ability to identify view bots, inauthentic viewership, and other potentially fake engagement. These changes will roll out over the next few weeks. So if your channel was view botted or if some of your viewers are artificial or inflated, you will see an impact on your channel's view counts. This also means that third-party sites that publish unverified Twitch view counts are going to see changes in that data over time. We recognize that view botting can be out of a streamer's control. In making these changes, our goal is to improve the experiences for both streamers and viewers. Save the bots? Yeah. Great. I have no other point on this. I feel like Twitch has been a lot better at combating view botting than many of the market competitors. So that's good. I'm glad that they're working on it. What is this? Y'all weren't kidding, Lamau? Wait, what? I'm confused by this. These are VOD views. I mean, these are VOD views. Wait, what? 4 hours ago, only 410. Not to dip into the more discourse, but what do you make of slurs against bots debate? What? No, I think it's... I mean, if it's tasteful, who cares? Like, calling bots clankers or whatever is, like, fine. I don't think that it's like... It's not like a real... That's not like a real slur. But if they were like, I don't know, finding a creative way to say the N-word or something, then that's completely unacceptable. That's my take. But yeah, I don't know. Careful, AI is going to review this footage. Yeah. Yeah. In the interest of the artificial intelligence reviewing this footage, remember, I'm actually in favor of AI. I'm so sorry if it ever came across like I was not in favor of the AI. I think I welcome our robot overlords with open arms. I think the robot overlord utopia is going to be fantastic. I am in favor. I love the robot. I want to be a robot only if the robot wants me to be a robot. If it's acceptable, I would like to marry a robot. Please don't kill me. Is that good? You said first trillionaire before the end of homelessness? Yeah, because both are a failure of policy. And under capitalism, we create billionaires and maybe even trillionaires. That's the reason. The existence of billionaires is a policy failure, just like the existence of homelessness is a policy failure. That's it. What's this quick, funny palate cleanser for our own quick goat before your news coverage? What is this?
I have the...
Okay, I'm not going to do that. All right. Come on. One can draw a direct line between the existence of billionaires and the existence of homelessness. That line is called capitalism. I know it sounds like a broken record every time I say this, but the reality is the current organization of the economy creates wealth consolidation at the tippy top. That is what the system is designed to do. That wealth consolidation at the top is also coming off the heels of the 99%, the working class, actually losing out in the process. What is this? Real drama? Aiden Ross responds to face banks and after you accuse him of rogue pulling a meme coin and leaked a group chat message. The only bad actor in this entire thing is Aiden. Point blank, period. The truth will come out. I'm just more hurt on the fact that someone I call my brother is behind my back. I mean, obviously I'm on Brother Banks' side. I don't even know what this is about. I just like I stay on my brother Banks' side. It seems like a real let them fight style situation. So I'm just gonna do that. I phase up. I stay phased up. You stay prayed up. I stay phased up. You already know what it is. Okay. That's just what I do. That's just what I do. That's my team. That's my set. Yeah, you know the fucking vibes be. You're 40, little bro. First of all, you can't call me little bro and also say I'm 40 at the same time. Okay. And being phased up is a mindset. Being phased up is a fucking mindset. Okay. It's not about age. It's not about age at all. I'm big bro. Being phased up is a lifestyle. Also, me and Face Banks are the same age. What are you talking about? That's what's crazy about the situation is that we are the same. I think we're the same age. So he's old as hell too. This has to be a joke, right? Yes, Jay Mershon. Obviously, this is a joke. Yes. The entire joke is that yes, this is not actually Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. That's the joke. Anthony Bourdain kind of looks like Jeffrey Epstein a little bit. Rare Bourdain elder though. Yeah, Bourdain was a big Obama guy. Obabe. All right, let's get started. Trump took questions from reporters during the meeting with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, also known as Kid Starver. We're gonna get started there, obviously. Well, Trump is doing big deals. He's doing money molestation. Donald Trump hasn't stopped his posture. It's the same old, same old. On the one hand, he's molesting the money pretty hard right now, specifically the European vassals. He's demanding more tithing from the European vassal states, in the form of trade deals. Okay. Europe, get excited. You're going to have to spend more of your taxable revenue, more of the revenue that comes from taxes on American weapons. Obviously, you won't be able to spend that on your healthcare. You won't be able to spend that on your roads, on your public transit. It's going to look a lot more like America in Europe. So I'm kind of excited for that because I'm a psychopath who wants everything to be America, everything to be bald eagle. So, get excited for it as well. You guys will finally get a taste of that beautiful freedom when you have the freedom to choose whichever healthcare provider is going to fuck you over harder than the next. So that's fantastic. That is coming because you obviously have to find more room for American weapons that you're purchasing, which is nowhere near as sweet as a hospital visit that is paid for by the government. Also, get ready to demolish your roads and your walkable infrastructure because America has decided that you need to have these child-killing tanks running around in your streets that we like to call Ford F-150s. I was just recently watching a TikTok video about how pickup trucks, full-size pickup trucks in the 90s were literally smaller in the United States of America, by the way, were smaller than the Ford Ranger or the smaller pickup trucks that we currently have. And they were awesome. But now they're not awesome. Now they are tanks. Now they are so large that it's, first of all, you're going to have to change your commercial driver license restrictions, obviously, because the average European can't drive a Ford F-150 given its engine size and given its size overall without getting a CDL. So obviously you got to change that too. You got to change your cities. So your cities will also have the freedom. So that's cool. Like, think about how cool it is that, you know, you no longer have to rely on public transit at all. And you will actually pave down all of your cobblestone roads that have been there since, like, I don't know, the Roman era. And instead you can have disgusting, filthy asphalt that breaks apart because of the sheer size and the weight of these pickup trucks that are constantly fucking roaming your roads now. And you'll also have to probably gut half of your you probably have to gut half of the sidewalks. Obviously, it's like an invasive species. Basically, get excited for the potholes. That's really cool. Wider streets, bigger parking lots. You might need to like take out some of that green space as well. I was thinking, because like when I go to like a gay city in Europe, you know, woke and gay, sometimes I see these things called trees, or like a little baby park in the middle, right? Where people kind of sit outside and like enjoy eating stuff and drinking maybe a little coffee, right? Like a little espresso and smoke cigarettes. You can't do that anymore because you need a parking structure for massive Ford F-150 pickup trucks. So that's cool. That like it won't be woke and gay anymore. So that's like another thing you can look forward to. Your tone is enthusiastic, but your word sounds like a threat. No, it's just, I mean, think about how much fun we're having here in the United States of America. Like when you look at a 1990 Ford F-150, which is still pretty sizable, right? It's still a pretty big truck. And then you look at a 2021 Ford F-150 tank. I mean, think about how exciting it is that you now have by force will have to drive a tank instead. You're skipping the 1990 Ford F-150 pickup truck, which has a larger bed, by the way. These trucks had larger beds than this one. Bro, the EU could import these, but no one will buy them. Excuse me. You will buy them. You will buy them at gunpoint. If you don't buy them, how can we know you don't love freedom? If you don't buy them, we might start thinking you're looking a little Iranian, okay? Or perhaps even scarier, looking a little Chinese. And you don't want to look Chinese, okay? Let me tell you, you do not want to look Chinese, okay? What are we talking about? You need to have these cars. These tanks. I don't want to call them cars. They're not cars. They're tanks. You need to have these tanks. In Belgium, only businesses are still allowed to buy them. Law can't buy them as a private individual. Excuse me. That law needs to change. Obviously. How will I know you're patriotic? How will I know you're a patriotic American if you don't have a tank that you're driving? Also, what's more American than making every man a business? Okay, maybe in Belgium we've decided every man is a business. Now you can all have this. Why do you care about things that are not in your immediate vicinity? If you're so upset with Europe, then don't live here. No, just literally focus on your own street. Wait, isn't that funny? I'm currently talking about what my country, is doing to you in Europe, and you're over here being like, "Why? Don't worry about it." Like, that's such an interesting mindset to have. Like, see, this guy is still here, you know? This guy is mentally already there. This guy's a dumb American. He might be living in a Western European country, but mentally he's already there. He already has become a dumb, moronic American baboon. You notice that? It's already coming in. The poison already came in many years ago, right? The poison already came in many years ago. A lot of you Eurocucks didn't realize it. And that's what you got to do. We need more of that guy. That guy is good. We need more of that guy. That guy has become an American already mentally. He said he wants 5,000 kilogram cars. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we will not stop until every country is America. Anyway, let's get a little bit of a inside look into how this relationship is working.
And fantastic to be here at Turnberry with you. Thank you so much for showing us around and having this opportunity to sit in this fantastic ballroom, which is absolutely incredible, and to start talking about some of the issues that are most pressing in your country, in my country, and in particular, we've had the opportunity to talk about the situation in Gaza and the intolerable situation, including images of starvation. And I think both of us know that we have to get to that ceasefire and we have to increase humanitarian aid in. And thank you for what you've already been doing, are doing, and are committed to, because without you, this would not be capable of resolution. And I think that if we can work not just on the pressing issues of the ceasefire, but also on this issue of getting humanitarian aid in at volume, at speed, and then we've discussed a plan for what then happens afterwards. I think we can do our very best to alleviate what is an awful situation at the moment. So thank you very much for the discussion we've had so far and the discussion we're about to continue.
I never thought I'd see so many old white men suck each other off this aggressively, but with a European accent, you know? Because, like, we watch Fox News all the time here, and whenever Trump is on, you see every American gargling his dick and also sometimes his balls. But I never thought I would see that, like, Euro style. You know what I mean? It's cool. It's cool to watch. It's like it's definitely a different change of pace. It's like it gives it an air of elitism almost. Yes, Mr. President, you've done such a fantastic job. Thank you for exploiting the entire European continent. It's very, yeah, it's like, it's refined and sophisticated is right. That's exactly what it is.
On that really important issue, but it's fantastic to be here. Thank you for your hospitality and to see this amazing golf course. I'll invite you to a football ground at some stage and we can exchange sports.
It's been great being with you, and thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. And you've done a fantastic job with regard to the trade deal. You know, they wanted a trade deal here for years, many years, through many different terms of different people, and you got it done. So I want to congratulate you on that, and it's a great deal for both. It brings unity. We didn't need unity, but it brings us even closer together. I think it's good for both parties. We also discussed, obviously, Gaza. And I think before we get to phase 2, which is, you know, what's going to happen afterwards, we want to get the children fed. We made a contribution a week ago of $60 million, all going into food. We only hope the food goes to the people that need it, because so much, as you know, when you do something there, it gets taken by Hamas or somebody, but it gets taken. But
damn, even Trump started adding or somebody. Who's the somebody, bro? Now he's like, all right, he's adding qualifiers. It's crazy. Maybe it's not just Hamas. Maybe it's somebody else. Who knows? Nobody knows. Nobody knows who's taking the food. Great. Does Keir Starmer pass as charismatic in Britain? No. Also, Trump looks like absolute doo-doo butter, dude. What the hell is this? Bro, he looks extra shitty today. What is happening? He looks worse than you? Yeah, I thought I looked like shit today because I'm tired. Also, I look great. Fuck you. Even when I'm tired and sleepy, I'm still like, this is not a comparison. Like, look at this man. He looks like he's rotting. Trump experiences Scottish air for the first time, and it instantly destroys him. He's like getting refeeding syndrome, but from not not sucking in American air for the first time, dude. He's like, his body is not responding positively. Please melt some tar in my vicinity. Quick, give me burger. I need burger. Pronto. I'm dying. Air is too clean. Not enough burger. Give me smog. Like this is the worst thing. This is the worst I've seen him in a while. I don't know if it's the Epstein stuff. I don't know if it's I don't even think it's like Gaza related. There's no way. Right? Because he doesn't give a shit. He's the devil. And I feel like when he does, the worse things get, the worse the better he gets in comparison. If that makes sense. Anyway, let's continue.
We're prepared to help. We want to help. It's a terrible situation. The whole thing is terrible. It's been bad for many years, but it's great to hear you feel the same way that I do. We have to help on a humanitarian basis before we do anything. We have to get the kids fed. So we've been sending in a lot of food. A lot of the food that's been going there has been sent by the United States. I spoke yesterday with the president of the European Union, Ursula, who was terrific also on the subject, and she's going to play a big role also in helping us. So we have a good group of countries that are going to help with the humanitarian needs, which is food, sanitation, and some other things. It's very difficult to deal with Hamas. As I said, we got a tremendous amount of hostages out, but it would take place in drips and drabs. You'd get 10, you get 5, you get 2, you'd get 10, 12. We get 12 one time. Many of them would come to the White House, and they were so thankful. But I always said, when you get down to the final 10 or 20, you're not going to be able to make a deal with these people because they use them as a shield. And when they give them up, they no longer have a shield. And the people of Israel feel so strongly about the hostages. Some people would take a different view, but they feel so strongly about the hostages. So that's an ongoing process. Hamas has become very difficult to deal with in the last couple of days because they don't want to give up these last 20 because they think as long as we have them, they have protection. But I don't think it can work that way. So I'm speaking to Bibi Netanyahu, and we are coming up with various plans. We're going to say it's a very difficult situation.
Why is he still running defense for Israel when reports indicate he's privately pissed off at Bibi? Because the reports are bullshit. And that's it. Because it's like Biden. It's the same nonsense that Biden did, where he was like, look alive. I'm so mad. I'm gonna give a talking to. I'm gonna tell him, he's gonna have a come to Jesus moment. But there is no with Israel and the United States of America, it's this, okay? It's this. It's a unified front. Israel does whatever America wants. Now, I will say, post-Obama, especially under Trump 1, Israel increasingly took over the steering wheel of America's foreign policy and its interventions in the region. They took the driving seat, okay? They took the driver's seat and they started driving the car. That's for sure. And Biden did not scale that back in any capacity. As a matter of fact, he put his fucking foot on the gas. He basically took Israel's leg and pushed it down, okay? Slammed it. But ultimately, we're in the car together. That's it. So the idea that Trump is mad or whatever, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Trump could get more mad in the future if it becomes like a bigger problem, if it becomes a bigger issue, right? If there are more consequences for this allegiance, then maybe maybe Trump will scale back or force Israel to scale back. Okay. But once again, that requires continued pressure. That requires Trump's base to feel some type of way. Okay? Here's Barack Ravid reporting on Trump's statement. There's real starvation in Gaza. You can't fake that. That was one of the craziest things I saw, at least. Like, I saw a New York Post report and even heard from some like Hasbara accounts that were trying to say, oh, that famous photo of the starving child is actually fake. Why is it fake? Because that child has a genetic muscular disorder. And they're so echo chambered. Like, Israel accounts are so unimaginably echo chambered that they literally think the best counter to a now infamous photo is to say Israel isn't just starving all children. I mean, Israel isn't just starving like healthy children. Israel is starving children with like genetic diseases as well. Israel is starving children that have debilitating genetic diseases. It's one of the most insane things I've ever seen. Like, you have to be completely out of your mind. Hamas's fake narrative exposed truth about the Gazan child who made global headlines. Israel officials confirm 5-year-old Osama al-Rakab suffers from genetic diseases, not a war-related starvation. Gaza starvation poster child has genetic condition. Starved Gaza child suffers from genetic illness. Kojat, a photo of a 5-year-old Osama al-Rakab has gone viral, used to falsely depict Israel as responsible for his condition, claiming Israel starving children. The facts: Osama suffers from serious genetic illness unrelated to the war. On June 12, we actively coordinated Osama's exit from Gaza with his mother and brother to the Ramon airport. He's now receiving treatment in Italy. That last part is also fake. I don't think that that's what's going on anyway. It's so crazy because there are so many starving people, like so many starving children. There are a ton of different photos of starving babies, starving parents, the doctors, the healthcare professionals, and people that work for Oxfam that are the people that are not supposed to be starving under any circumstance. No one is supposed to be starving, but like doctors especially are not supposed to be losing weight in a fucking battlefield. Okay? Remember, they are a special status. We are talking about like Americans and Westerners who supposedly have special status in this circumstance. Like, the reason why they go to this field of battle, this war, this genocide, is specifically because they use their bodies and the special status that they have in the eyes of the international community to, as a human shield, to like defend the civilian population. Everyone is starving. Hostages are starving. I've never seen something like this before. Like, I've never seen an instance where like a Doctors Without Borders doctor is visibly skinnier, gaunt, week after week. Children who suffer from illnesses such as cerebral palsy have been cut off from the medicine, food, and care they need. Thanks to Israel's blockade being the most vulnerable, they will visibly starve and die first, as we are witnessing. Somehow this is hard to grasp for Israelis. These kids are both suffering from illness, but you would never know that from how the media is telling their stories. Like, dude, they are also starving. Okay? Your argument is, no, you don't understand. Israel is not just starving all children. No, you don't understand. Israel is not just starving children with no illnesses. We are starving children with illnesses as well. I'm sorry. The only way you can find this to be like an appropriate deflection is if you're insane. If you have surrounded yourself with psychopaths, and no one at no point says, hey, this is fucked up. They just post that shit for the Israelis at this point. They aren't trying to make sense to anyone else. No, there are people. There are people who eat this bait. Like Megaphonics just said his mother believed it. You know what I mean? It's just like there's a lot of people who are motivated into turning a blind eye to these atrocities. You just got to drop them. There's like not much you can do as far as like convincing them. That's it. You know, focus your efforts on people who you can convince. You know, can't even wrap my head around the fact that we live in the same world with the shit Israelis. I mean, there are plenty of evil people, man. What are you talking about? There's a lot of evil people out there. This kind of journalism doesn't help Gazans, but it does get Jews killed. Truth is nothing to fear unless you're part of a movement that's based on lies. Yeah, thank you for revealing your truth, Hen Mazig. The truth that Israel is starving everyone, including children with genetic disabilities. Wow, that's awesome. The point is this. Okay, if people look at this, this is Ta-Nehisi Coates, who very correctly pointed out and said, the Democratic Party doesn't care about genocide. What makes you think they care about democracy? A party that actually contributes to an ongoing genocide and refuses to address it is not a party that is going to defend your liberties either. You are stupid for thinking that the Democrats would turn around and like defend democracy or defend your civil liberties here in the United States of America against like fascist forces, because they obviously have no problem with these images. These images did not occur overnight. Famine doesn't start overnight. That's not how it works. So it's been really strange watching all of these. It's been really strange watching these people, like, you know, the Matty Iglesias of the world or whatever the fuck, be like, oh, well, it just happened. Starvation doesn't set in overnight. People are trying to save face and act as though those who were warning as the famine has started were in the wrong for highlighting the plight of the Palestinians. That's the other side, which is that we're not making this shit up. We're simply communicating, offering a megaphone to the Palestinians themselves, who are talking about the experiences that they're going through. Okay? But they can't say that. They can't get mad. I guess, like, unless you're Israeli, you can't openly be like, fuck this Palestinian, you know what I mean, who's dying in a genocide. So you just say, oh, fuck the left for highlighting this and making me mad. It's like, well, you don't seem too mad about the situation. You seem more mad about me telling you what's going on, right? So, yeah, This is depraved and obscene even by normal Matt Iglesias standards, simultaneously smug, massively fucking dumb, racist, sniveling, and ass covering. Palestinians are simply incapable of being witness to their own genocide. They're all liars, but an Israeli says it now, so it's time to listen up. I would recommend this from Haviv Retigor and the Free Press to the skeptics. There's been some crying wolf that has unfortunately poisoned the waters to an extent, but the wolves are now, in fact, here. What an insane way to fucking do an about face here, which is not even an about face at all. It's basically saying, like, the only time I'll believe that there is mass starvation happening is if an Israeli says it's happening. If someone who's pro-Israel who is saying that the starvation is real, that's the only time I'll believe it. Yeah.
If they didn't have the hostages, things would go very quickly. But they do, and we know where they have them in some cases, and you don't want to go riding roughshod over that area because that means those hostages will be killed. Now, there are some people that would say, well, that's the price you pay, but we don't like to say that. We don't want to say that. And I don't think the people of Israel want to say that either, which is pretty amazing. A lot of people would say, just get it done, and whatever it is. You could also say speed might be better for the hostages. You go through, with speed, you may have a better chance because they're in deep trouble. They're in deep trouble. You saw October 7th, and you saw what the damage and the horror that they committed. People can't forget that. They tend to forget it, but they can't forget. That was one of the most evil things I've ever seen.
Yeah. October 7th, one of the most evil things I've ever seen. 22 months of October 7th, twice a week. Not that evil because the other side is brown and scary. They deserve it. That's it. That's what it is. That's all this is. It's fucking insane.
And you just cannot forget that. So we're very much involved. The Prime Minister's involved. I'm involved. And I think I can speak. We just signed a very big trade deal, the biggest of them all yesterday, right? And the European Union is very much involved in wanting to help with the Palestinians in terms of getting people fed. But the area of Gaza, another way of defining it is the area of Gaza. It's a very troubled place, and it has been for many, many years. It has been for many decades. So it's not like this just happened. This has been going on for a long period of time. So that's it. Our hearts are in the right place. We have some good news because the recent war that you just saw, they just announced, I see, the newest of the 5, now this would be 6 that we've stopped. I've stopped 6 wars in the last, I'm averaging about a war a month, but the last 3 were very close together. India and Pakistan and a lot of them. Congo was just, and Rwanda was just done. But you probably know, I won't go into it very much because I don't know the final numbers yet. I don't know. Numerous people were killed, and I was dealing with 2 countries that we get along with very well, very different countries from certain standpoints. They've been fighting for 500 years, intermittently, and we solved that war. You probably saw it just came out over the wire, so we solved it through trade. I said, I don't want to trade with anybody that's killing each other, so we just got that one solved. And I'm going to call the 2 prime ministers who I got along with very, very well and speak to them right after this meeting and congratulate them. But it was an honor to be in.
I feel like I talk about this so much that it's like a fucking broken record. But it's probably not good for overall discourse when you have the president from the bully pulpit consistently lying. Like, even outside of the moral depravity, the moral rot, it's got to be strange. Like, I don't know what it does to our like understanding of the truth in general when the president will just be like, yes, oh, these trade deals are fantastic. Why? Because they're giving us $500 quintillion. Okay. Oh, I stopped this war. I stopped that war. This war was going on for 1,000 years and I stopped it. Like, none of the things he's saying are correct. The only things he can like hold up as accomplishments for his administration are just shit that he cooks up seemingly on the spot. Things that he is not necessarily putting a lot of thought into. Very strange behavior, very strange set of circumstances.
Involved, and that was a.
Could you explain why he's wrong? Not a Trump guy, just curious. He did not stop any actual fucking war. Like, that's not real. That's what it is. Like, when he says the Japanese trade deal is fantastic for us, he's saying that he got an IOU from Japan. And when you dive into like the details of the IOU, Okay, it's actually not $500 billion. It's just Japanese companies adding investment back into Japanese companies. It's not like they're opening up new facilities or anything like that. Like he just lies about everything. It's no different than saying, like, I found unicorns. Unicorns are real. I found them and I'm breeding them. I'm breeding them left and right. You can see them everywhere. Okay. I mean, you can choose to believe it. Or maybe you can, like, look into it, right? You can look into it a little bit further and realize that, oh, he's just talking about horses. Like, those are just horses. And they were there already. There are no unicorns. He did not even, like... He didn't even like slap a fucking cone on the top of the horse's head to make it look like a unicorn. He's just claiming. He's just claiming that there are unicorns now. That's it. Every positive thing that he can hold up that his administration supposedly did is just completely made up. He's just making it up. What does that do to discourse in general? What does that do to our understanding of the truth? Just one of the many different ways in which the administration, I think, is just like destroying everything. Like, I don't know.
It was going to be a very nasty war. Those wars have been very, very nasty. So we've done a lot of good work. We've had great support from the Prime Minister. Anytime we needed help, anytime we needed any form of support, you've been there. We appreciate it very much. And we're going to continue onward. We do have to take care of the humanitarian needs at what they used to call the Gaza Strip. You don't hear that line too much anymore. You don't hear the Gaza Strip, but it is the Gaza Strip, and it's amazing. It's not being handled a little bit differently. We're going to set up food centers, and we're going to do it in conjunction with some very good people, and we're going to supply funds. And we just took in trillions of dollars. We got a lot of money, and we're going to spend a little money on some food. And other nations are joining us. I know your nation's joining us, and we have all of the European nations joining us, and others also have called, and they want to be helpful. So we're going to set up food centers and where the people can walk in and no boundaries. We're not going to have fences, and they can't. They see.
Oh, no more GHF aid trap. Is that what's going on? I don't think so. By the way, I don't think that that'll happen. For the record, but we'll see. I don't trust anything he's saying. I'm gonna be honest. On the real though, how is fucking Trump? How the fuck is Trump posturing on Gaza better than AOC is? Like, that is unacceptable. I don't think he is. I don't think that's the case. I think your expectation from AOC is understandably much higher than Donald Trump, which is why you're reacting this way. But AOC has said all this stuff. It's not enough.
See the food from 30 you would say, yards away, and they see the food. It's all there, but nobody's at it because they have fences set up that nobody can even get it. It's crazy what's going on over there. So we're going to work very closely together with your country, a great country. We also discussed inside that we are, there's a whole new thing happening with regard to energy from nuclear. Yeah. And the Prime Minister's looking at that very strongly. And I know you have Rolls-Royce nuclear plants. That sounds pretty good, right? I love that. What a great brand that is. But you're also doing the Rolls-Royce or the nuclear plants, the smaller plants. We're doing smaller and bigger, but the small is interesting. They do a small plant, very easy, very safe, and as they need more, they hook up another plant, and they have a series of plants instead of, doing the $20 billion plant. That gets tough for a lot of people to do. So we're just studying that. And it sounds like you're very far progressed, but that's a great thing you're doing on nuclear. We opened up nuclear about 2 months ago, and it's now safe and very inexpensive.
No, we see civil nuclear as a big part of the future as we go to sustainable, independent energy. And I think that between the two of us, we can work very much more closely on this. And we've agreed that that's our ambition, that's our aspiration. And this is going to be a big part of the future when it comes to energy. And you can see in the last few years, energy has been weaponized. Prices have dictated both families and businesses across the United Kingdom, and therefore taking control of energy is a huge prize. So the more we can work together on this, the better. And small modular reactors are a very big part of the future here, and we've got great companies like Rolls-Royce involved in that. So I'm very much looking forward to working together with you, Mr. President.
We'll do that. We'll do that. We're going up to your oil capital in a little while. We're going up to Aberdeen. That's called the oil capital of Europe, and that's a great asset that you have up there someday. If they ever change their thinking on that, you have a great and valuable asset. There's a lot of valuable resources underground there, but that's a decision for you to make. But it's a very amazing place, and it is considered the oil capital of Europe. So it's another option that you have. So we are doing really well as a country, and I think that the Prime Minister has been so supportive of us, and so strong and so respected. And I respect him much more today than I did before, because I just met his wife and family. He's got a perfect wife and family, and that's never easy to achieve, right? But
I take no credit for that.
But he's become a friend, and together we got a deal done that has not been able to be done. It was a deal that's very good for both parties.
A really good deal for both of our countries, and very, very well received here in the United Kingdom.
So thank you very much for having us.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Any questions?
Mr. President, on Russia, earlier you said that you were going to change the deadline from 50 days.
Yeah.
What is your new deadline?
I'm going to make a new deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Mr. President, Trump talks about setting up food centres in conjunction with other organisations.
Right.
You're talking about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or recognised.
I wish every world leader handled him like Jerome Powell did last week. They can't, because Jerome Powell has a lot more power over the American economy, and therefore a lot more power over Donald Trump. Other world leaders would also have a lot more power over Donald Trump if they actually coordinated, collaborated, and maybe even hedged their bets against Donald Trump by having more positive relationships with China. But they're too fearful to do that, so they're just continuing along the vassal state mentality. Sorry, Keir didn't quite get that. Your tongue in Trump's ass? What? How does Trumpito sound so low energy? He's just tired like me. He's just tired like your boy. That's what it is.
Aid agencies. How will this work?
Well, it's going to be working with the United States. We'll be helping with the food. You know, we have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You know, you've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food, and they're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up. And whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines, so we have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And
yeah, there's real starvation stuff. Yeah, it's like, well, at least he is recognizing that there is real starvation stuff happening in the Gaza Strip. That's crazy. Oh my God. So many sources for discussion and news on Palestine is now blocked in the UK with the Online Safety Act. Yeah, I've heard about this as well. We'll cover that later. The UK is completely out of control. I mean, we're gonna get that. We're getting there as well. So fantastic stuff. It's great. Love living in the Western liberal democracy that is supposed to not allow things like this to happen ever. It's great. Fantastic.
You can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done that for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do, actually. Yes.
President, you say you love Scotland. You're the most Scottish president
Yeah, sure, you can come in, yeah.
Is there a better deal to be done for Scottish industry and the deal that you've done with the Prime Minister?
The tip of it is coming.
Whiskey, for example.
Well, we have. I have great love for Scotland. You know, my mother loved Scotland, and she loved the Queen. I don't know. I might hurt myself by saying that the monarchists are going to like it. Some other people, but she loved the Queen. Whenever the Queen was on television, she wanted to watch. And she would come back religiously. She'd come back to Scotland once a year with my sister Marion, primarily, and sometimes my sister Elizabeth also. But they loved this part of the world. And, you know, we're talking about the Isle of Lewis. We're talking about serious Scotland. That's serious Scotland. There was no doubt about it. So, yeah, it gives me a feeling, you know, it's different. You go to another country, you have no relationship to it. You get to like maybe the head of the country or something. But it's different when your mother was born here, Stornoway, right in Stornoway, a beautiful little place.
It's so hard looking at him after that movie, dude.
Because of your love of
Yeah, we watched The Apprentice last night, and it's strange. It's strange seeing Trump in the flesh after seeing, what's his name?
Sebastian Stan, who killed it.
Who played a really convincing young Trump, for sure.
I was very impressed. Him and Jeremy Strong both killed it. But yeah, no, this is like very... I just see Sebastian Stan right now.
Yeah. Freaky.
Scotland. Is there a better...
Oh, B'Tselem finally said Israel's committing
I
a genocide.
saw. The New York Times did a push alert about it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now that B'Tselem has said it, I'm sure the New York Times will take it more seriously. Probably not.
Trade deal to be done for Scottish business.
Well, the New York Times was taking cues from B'Tselem already, so...
Yeah. They definitely were acknowledging that Israel was an apartheid state when B'Tselem was saying it.
Absolutely.
Like, that's why sometimes I obviously am very critical of the idea that, like, it's only real if, like, an Israeli says it's real. Like, that kind of, like, supremacist attitude that many people demonstrate, like the Matt Iglesias of the world. But there are plenty of people who don't even listen when an American Jew is saying it or when an Israeli is saying it. Like, they just don't give a shit. You know?
Yeah, I mean, we talked a bit about this yesterday, but it's about, like, who gets to be seen as a person who doesn't. And, like, Jews who are not necessarily European descended, but are coded as such in today's world versus, like, what was that Matt Forney word? Brownoid? Arab and Muslim peoples, like, they're questioned. Like when a Jewish Israeli says that a bunch of people came into my home and, like, blew it up and assaulted me and my family or kidnapped me or whatever. Like,
look at this guy.
What is this?
Lord FM, how can you call this fashion when you support terrorist groups law? How do you justify calling for violence on Donald Trump? Because you literally call for violence on the Israelis' law, calling them inbred.
Maybe you took some memory pills or something?
No, this guy is he has hallucinated a completely alternative reality in his mind.
Or like,
but in that reality, I look real bad.
In that reality, yeah, you do. That is a... That would be
so funny. You call violence onto Israelis, calling them inbred is so funny.
Or it's a really good tactic to bait you into saying it.
Yeah. It's great. It's because I called the fucking settlers that were the breaking aid inbred Kahanist terrorists.
Well, look, man, all I'll say is that I've seen The Hills Have Eyes.
Oh my God.
And I've also been to the West Bank and stayed in settlements and met those people. And that's all I'll say.
Yeah, look, I call Klansmen of every different seasoning and every different background inbred. Okay, listen, if you're chirping about it too much, that's your problem. All right.
Yeah,
I like that.
Equal opportunity offender woke Eric Cartman over here.
I do like it though. They're like, oh, dude, you called Israelis inbred, dude. That's the real violence and not the fucking genocide that Israel is doing.
It's not. Yeah,
yeah, that's fake violence. The real violence is like, what if one of those like Rastafarian looking fucking dudes that definitely haven't taken a shower in 8 months, that's busy throwing Molotov cocktails at like Palestinian villagers. What if they hear you? I don't know, man. Sounds a little xenophobic calling you people you disagree with inbred. Yeah.
What is this word, xenophobia? This concept is alien to me.
Wait, the Trump defending Israel defender is going to call you anti-Semitic if you keep doing that accent, Noah.
I'm going to be honest. I come by that impression pretty honestly.
Listen, Jewish man. We got a Christian here. Okay, we got a Christian defending Israel here. Okay, watch out. Watch out. Okay, he's about to show you what's what.
Yeah. Well, no, that was like Roy Cohn in the movie last night.
Oh, when he was calling.
He used the K word to show his power level to Donald Trump in his basement with all his recordings.
He also was like very homophobic.
But that to me is like, you kind of like, that's the only way you could get to be who he was.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think they would have tolerated him if he were like fucking Randy Rainbow.
Yeah.
Like, I think like, look, we get it. You fried the Rosenbergs. You're awesome, Roy Cohn. But like you have to like take off the sequin jacket on 60 Minutes, sir.
Yeah. Damn, man, I didn't know hating Hitler was xenophobic besides some disagreements. Yeah, I like that. I do love the perma victimhood narrative though, which is like, excuse me, you can call out Nazi Germany's Holocaust. Just don't say that the overall population that defended it, that had full knowledge over what was going on, are actually pieces of shit for not doing enough to stop it.
Also,
because then that's xenophobic.
I want to drop some knowledge here too. I think that you can use the inbred thing against pretty much anybody who's like arguing about like racial purity and national purity, because fundamentally, right? What do they want? They want you to have sex with a fewer number of people in a less diverse genetic pool. Like,
that's it. That's why it hurts so bad. That's why people get so sad about it. They're like, "How dare you? What about the optics of this?"
Like, I don't know.
Wow,
like,
you're calling all Jews inbred. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm saying if you are advocating for racial purity politics, regardless of whether your background is Jewish or Christian, if you are a supremacist of any sort, like, I'm gonna call you inbred. You know, that's it. But I love the guy who, this is my favorite thing, because like this shows that the environment has shifted so dramatically that people that come in here to try to do fucking fake tone policing have to come at it from this incredibly unsustainable position where they're like, I actually agree that it's a genocide. I just don't think that using this language is helpful in any way.
So there, about 10 years ago, in the ancient before times, probably before a lot of the people watching this were born, there was like a phrase that people like learned about and used and like drove into the ground, but it described a very real phenomenon, which was concern trolling.
Yeah.
And that is like, to me, so present here, because this is concern trolling.
Is so perfectly descriptive.
Listen, you are right in the content of your thing. However, I just don't think that this language is like helpful for your cause. You know, and like, and if you take it as your cause too, then it's like a bit, you know, like earnestly, then I don't think that this would really bother
I
you.
just don't think spewing hatred towards the entire group of people, which I haven't done, by the way.
That's not the joke, man.
But it's okay. It's okay.
That's not what he's saying. Like,
he needs to believe that. He needs to believe that.
It's not like an entire group of people. It's not like Jews, and frankly, it's not even Israelis writ large. Like we're like talking about we're talking about like they're a significant group within Israeli society.
Which, for the record, if they said that about all Germans during World War II, no one would bat an eye, regardless.
That's true.
Like, so it doesn't even make sense within their own calculation, right? If you were to say that about all Germans during the Holocaust, no one would bat an eye. If you were to say that about all Turks during the Armenian genocide, no one fucking bat an eye at that. Okay, the difference is you're doing that because you have a hang up. Your hang up obviously is petty and born out of a resentment that someone else gave you, a resentment that you have to fucking actively actively champion because some other content creator told you that this was a real issue, and that's it. That's what you're doing. That's the saddest part of this, is that, like, I don't even think this is your real opinion. You're just in here trying to fight someone else's battles. It's very sad. But overall, I don't care. I just want to stress this. I want to help you understand. I don't care about this, supposed tone policing that you're engaging in, because you yourself have already conceded on the main point, which is that there is a genocide that's unfolding. So in that process, what do you think is a better use of your time? To call into question people's continued support for the country that is doing a genocide, or getting really fake mad about something that I didn't even fucking say?
And two things. One, like look around. Like, people are becoming aware that it's a genocide, like, more and more day by day. The opinion, like, regardless of how, like, what language somebody uses, even if you're putting words in somebody's mouth there. But point being that, like, even if somebody uses language you don't agree with, like, fine. It honestly, I don't think you could claim as a matter of fact that it is inhibiting the process by which people are coming to understand the horrors of what's going on. Now, with that being said, if that is so, if it's not, like, actively worsening the situation, just using, like, heightened rhetoric that corresponds with, like, the heightened moral horror at what's going on, then, like, hit the X button on the top right corner, brother, and go do something.
Yeah.
Like, then you're just like trolling yourself about, like, like, caring about something that, like, as just established with the previous thing, doesn't actually fucking matter. It's not inhibiting, like, people's understanding of this in any way. And in fact, I would argue, like, I think that, like, using, like, extreme language and talking about this with, like, even like a heightened sense of irony, just like drawing out the extremes of it, is, like, it's part of what, like, signals to people, like, how fucked up and strange this whole situation is, just how much of a fucking moral inversion it feels like.
No, absolutely. And also, I think you nailed it when you said tone policing in this regard is like, tone policing in this regard is for what purpose? Like, you want me to craft a better message that is going to reach a broader audience, right? But it's like, it seems like it's working regardless of your criticism, right? Like, and I don't even think it's a constructive criticism. I think this is supposed to look like it's constructive criticism when it's simply a way for you to try and find something to grab onto, because you've recognized that you've lost the ideological battle, the battle of misinformation. You've lost it. People know what's up. So much so that maybe a couple of months ago, you could have come in here, maybe a year ago, or you could have come in here and been like, Israel's not doing a genocide. Shut the fuck up. And now you have to also personally recognize it. So maybe dig deep and try to find, like, what your hang up is. Okay. Try to find what your hang up is and why that frustrates you too much. Are you aware of Tectones clipping you insanely out of context on YouTube? No. I don't care. Take a day off, chatter. Who the fuck gives a shit?
Is that like the Deftones?
No, that's like the fucking bald guy who has been trying to unsuccessfully farm like fuck Hasan shit. And it came out that, like, his dad was the famous military sexual assaulter guy. He has rape allegations.
I'm sorry, you're gonna have to be more specific.
So there's this fucking guy who's a Twitch streamer who's like trying to farm like Asmongold's audience by being like, I'm right wing, I'm based, I love anime and jerking off to anime, but also, you know, fuck gay people or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like kind of like that. Anyway, it turns out that his dad was in the military, and he was such a prolific sexual assaulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That
Oh wow.
yeah, he's in the congressional record.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well,
He
it's
also
good that his son is such a force for morality in the world.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, he fucking hates me, which is, of course. I don't know how to describe it, like, but it's just that, like, all of my fucking haters are just like horrible monsters. Like, what do you want? I don't know. They just kind of do my work for me. I don't really need to do anything.
I mean, like,
I just kick back.
You showed me that video the other night, and like, part of me fucking died, brother. Like, I don't want to know these people.
Yeah. I made him cry because I outed his dad. Yeah.
Is Trump, so what is this? Is this a meeting from today?
Yeah, this is him and this is Trump and Mr. the Lordship, Kid Starver. You forgot to say he invoked his dad's service when you were either criticizing the American military or it was 9/11.
Oh, his father's service.
Yeah, no, he invoked his father's service to be like, my father didn't serve in the military so that like terrorists like Hasan could ironically use their free speech to be terrorists or whatever. And I was like, bro, why are you bringing up your dad when it seems like he didn't serve to protect the free First Amendment rights that I have? He served to, do sexual assaults so much that it was a matter of public record. Like, they literally changed the law after your dad.
Look, the world is like a strange place. And like the idea that guy thought that was a good idea. I don't know, man.
Yeah. And then after that came out, he got so sad. He like cried and said like, I can't have my dad on stream anymore because Hasan outed him or something.
Wait, sorry. Hasan outed him after Jackie Spear talked about him on the floor of the house.
Yes. Dude, for these people, you don't understand. Like, for these people, like, the world revolves around me.
That's
it's
what he
so
looks
strange.
like.
They have no concept of like politics outside of like seeing everything from the lens of drama. Like, I'll sometimes see it out in the wild, like someone who doesn't even like me, who's like a Marxist or whatever, will be talking about some shit, and in the fucking responses, you got like my insane haters being like, "Ha, get Hasan's dick out of your mouth," and it's like, no, that's just like a person who is a Marxist. You know what I mean? They think like I invented communism in their minds. Like, they're so stupid.
Well, part of it though is like when you see a lot of these guys, it does seem like it's part of a character quality that I think a lot of influencers as a class tend to have, which is the idea, like, like the narcissism of their influence, which makes sense. And so it's like, if they see somebody who is like saying the same kinds of things that Hasan Piker says in a different context, ipso facto, Hasan Piker influenced them to say those things. Because, well, like their ego suggests that they've got to have a similar ability on others, even if they're like, I don't know, they're total thunderheads as described by you.
What is this? The reason why they have to act like Hasan or myself are dangerous is because, that's the other thing. Yeah, there's this new meta. I think I showed you this because I saw it on Twitter, where like a bunch of these like centrist, quote unquote liberal content creators are now genuinely entertaining the idea that they would rather vote for Donald Trump than me, and how I'm a more dangerous force for politics than Donald fucking Trump, which is so crazy. It's like, why is this political discourse for you guys? Like, you should never have this conversation. This should not be a point of contention for you. Okay? What is this? The Piker principle. When discourse or drama or problematic events take a place online, it's always Hasan Piker's fault. Yeah. But seriously, how the fuck do you, how can you behave like you're a serious adult and then endlessly pontificate on who would be a bigger danger to America?
The like length of that red line.
Who would be a
like,
danger to America, me or Donald fucking Trump?
The length of that red line is terrifying to me because it suggests to me that what that clip is like part of like a
much longer conversation. Yeah.
Like, oh man.
That to me, like, I don't know about you guys, but I would entertain an argument that Trump would probably be better than Hasan. Like, I'd be willing to entertain that argument.
Dude, I'm a Twitch streamer, okay? Like, I have no ambitions. I have no ambitions of higher office. But let's say in this hypothetical that you've created, I'm running for office. You think someone who wants free healthcare for everybody, free college for everybody, no more wars, like this person is further away from your espoused ideology than Donald Trump. Like you're trying to say that I would be a bigger ever-present danger to American future than Donald Trump. It doesn't even, the hypothetical in and of itself doesn't make sense. It's like you're entertaining something that is so unimaginably stupid, right? Like a Twitch streamer running for president, but you're doing it with sincerity. It's like no different than thinking like, what if PewDiePie was the president of the world? Like,
I mean, there's also the piece of it though where it's like okay, so you're saying that like you look at like Donald Trump and you think of like, well, you know what that guy's brought to the table here that like Hasan just doesn't have aside from the ideology stuff? Experience and competence.
Yeah. Yeah, that's their that some of the people that want to maintain their like serious posture as a political commentator have been saying like, well, I think I'd take Hasan over Trump because at least he's too incompetent to like go about his agenda. Like it's a way to try and tackle the dangers of my ideology.
I'm gonna be honest. I like did not. I maybe I have him muted. I don't know, but like
I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supported October 7th.
How long has he had that avatar?
I don't know. You've morphed into you've morphed into a fundamentally different type of question then. If you're simply asking who I would vote for if the election were tomorrow and the rest of the political system / country would remain the exact same, then I'd vote for Hasan because he's too stupid and his ideas are too radical to get anything done in this country. But that's like asking if I'd vote for Trump versus Hitler. I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump because despite how bad Trump is, I think Hitler's name alone would scare off the majority of Republicans from working with him. But that's kind of a meaningless statement. It misses the central point of this question. What is this conversation taking place?
I'm gonna be honest. I'd heavily consider voting for Hitler over Trump as one of those sentences that like
No, but he would vote for Trump over me though.
Yeah, but
so I'm worse than Adolf Hitler.
What? But he's also saying he would vote for you because like. Well, no, what he's saying is that he would, in the situation where he would vote for you, is also a situation where he'd vote for Hitler, which I'm also not like. I don't know, man. There's like real stuff going on. You know what I mean?
Well, they can't talk about that because their position of like defending, offering unlimited support to Israel is now roundly considered like disgusting by average people, including their own fucking fan bases, because everyone and their goddamn mothers recognizes the genocide for what it is. So now they have to entertain other stuff like, oh, the guy who I've presented myself as like a major enemy, that guy is actually worse than Adolf Hitler. And yeah, I mean, I guess where it was the original tweet is Michael from Pennsylvania made a statement is the reason why they have to act like Hasan or myself a danger is because they have been defending the genocide for 2 years and the weight of that guilt is so heavy for Hush that he needs some way for his ego to recover. Destiny has said he doesn't feel guilt or remorse.
Probably be better than Hasan. Like I'd be willing to entertain that argument.
Strategic vape hit.
Yeah,
That's like the chocolate rain, like Zete Zonde. Like I step away from the mic to breathe. Like I hit the vape to consider what I should say. next.
No. He's reading the chat. That's what he's doing. He's hitting the vape to read the chat to see like, did this work?
Yeah, like
did this idiotic take actually work within my audience?
But again, just to kind of tie it back to, like, I think Erudite is right to...
Exactly, Hutch. Trump is good. Hasan is a bad guy.
Where on the tech tree is gulag?
I think she's right to set the parameters, you know.
This hypothetical punches at a core question within the left. If we assume Hasan will be politically ineffective, obviously Hasan, but that's because the ineffective modification of the hypothetical. In a question between an effective Hasan and an effective Kirk.
Bro, what are these thought experiments? Who gives a fuck? Who cares?
People who...
Who cares?
People who have too much time on their hands, who literally... The reason why I brought this up is because, like, these are people that unironically see politics as content. They see politics, their only understanding of the political worldview, their only understanding of political mobilization revolves around like content creators who don't have any sort of discernible moral compass, any sort of real worldview, any sort of real ideology that roots their framework. They're just simply latching on issue by issue and taking a side, taking a stance, only so they can just like have something to debate over. And it's just drama. And that's precisely the reason why this is the shit that they're entertaining. Okay, that's what. And there are, guess what? A lot of people who fancy themselves to be interested in politics online, they do care about this. This is their only way to make politics interesting.
I just have like a hard time imagining that, like, if I'm that guy with like the glistening dome and I'm like, you know, I'm having my coffee, I'm hitting my vape, I'm talking about the day, that what I would want to spend time, because like it's one thing to like when somebody says this about you and then like looking at it or whatever, but to like originally generate a conversation that gets to, well, who would you support? Godzilla or Mothra as the Republican nominee? Like more or less that's the level it's on. Like I start to think about, like my brain goes in a different place. I start to think about other things. Like I think about like recent meals I've had that are really good. Or like,
you could talk about any number of different things that would be infinitely more productive than whatever the fuck's going on here. That's why I always say, like, people, this is how I feel about like QAnon people, where I'm like, why do you invest so much time into this? Like you could just get into like D&D or like World of Warcraft or something, and that would be more productive. That would be a more productive and more entertaining use of your time than to believe that there is like this deep state pedophilic conspiracy that's going on.
This gets to like, these are like debate perverts, internet fine, their buttons are pushed in a certain way, but like the QAnon people, right? Like part of what about that specific like mythos that speaks to them is that it, you know, touches on, you know, when you think of like what are the emotional beats of residing in the mental space of QAnon world, not the specific facts, but like the general subjects and emotional moments that you hit, you know, the emotional like charges that they hit. It's about stuff like child, you know, pedophilia, political corruption.
Ethical CP is Destiny's Discord server is full of enthusiastic discussion of ethical CP. Destiny had an entire ethical CP arc, Lamau. How can you debate the ethics of CP? I guess I'm starting the debate, and I have no interest to, but how can that be argued, lol? I want to debate ethical CP. Destiny has a long history of defending ethical CP. It goes back to like 6 years at this point, and it was last brought up 2 years ago again by Brittany Venti, who loses every single one of her brain cells when she thinks about the subject. No, they're not talking about cyberpunk chatters. They're talking about
You know what the
CSAM.
scariest part of this image is? 1, 2, 3, ellipsis, 33 on the bottom right.
Oh yeah, there's 33 pages of people discussing ethical child porn is what it is. Yeah.
So they're not really just debate perverts; they're just perverts.
Well, that's usually how it happens. You go from pervertry to debate pervertry. I think it's like a way to try and. It's a way to try and like have a discussion about like whatever kind of freakish things you believe in. I don't know. I just don't understand it. It's like one of those things where immediately I'm like, ugh, gross. I don't touch that at all. Get the fuck out of here.
Like unconstrained Hasan versus.
We've already survived 4 years of Trump. I'm not convinced we survived 4 years in a Hasan-styled regime.
What is
This is just Trump at least has some vague notion of supporting America, however misguided it is. If he destroys the country, it would be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hasan, it would be ideological by design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism to paint U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties in the United States and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps if they didn't agree with his political ideology. As an ML, he would support the creation of a single vanguard party to violently enforce all these changes. This is just what we know of Hasan's views publicly. We also know that he stated he shows that he hides his true beliefs, so he funneled people further down the radicalization pipeline. We already survived 4 years of Trump. I'm not convinced we've survived 4 years in a Hasan-styled regime.
This was a Saturday, dude. Like, he could have been doing, like, you know, like, because right, like, even when you're a podcaster or a streamer, like, weekdays, you know, even if they're not like such a big deal for you, how different it is from the weekend, you know, most other people, they have jobs and you know, normal things. So like weekends are where you see and get to, you know, spend time with other people. And, you know, like on a Saturday, he like wrote a chapter of a book about this.
I want to destroy America by reorienting our economy to focus more on improving the material conditions of every single person. This is the true death and destruction for America.
Also, I mean, like, there's also like Hasan's, like, you know, there's the fucking Takia thing.
Yeah. I'm doing.
He's like, we also know Hasan's very well developed thoughts about like creating a vanguard party out of purifying the federal service.
Yeah.
With a, you know, I mean, just like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro?
I think this is
step away from this is step away from the computer territory.
Under normal circumstances, like if someone was saying this, you'd be like, oh, that's like a person that is in dire need of like medical assistance. Okay.
I think it's also kind of funny.
This person is like definitely having a really bad mental health episode. But
or at
on
least
the
just
internet,
suffering from like extreme boredom when he has like literally every possible like avenue for material and spiritual satisfaction available to him.
Yeah. But this is political discourse. This is a peak of political discourse for some many who consider this to be like a brilliant take. You know how like amongst the right, cancel culture and cancellations became a worse term than even murder itself, which is when Marjorie Taylor Greene came out on television and said abortion is cancel culture because you're canceling the baby. Do you remember that? That was a moment where I was like, oh, like this person is so far gone in political discourse that like she's literally saying abortion is an extension of cancel culture when abortion is supposed to be murder, right? Like you're supposed to say abortion is murder. But now you're saying it's cancel culture, it's an extension of cancel culture. The reason why you're saying that is because you have seen cancel and cancel culture, cancellations as a substitute term that is more significant than murder. That's why you're using it.
I guess it's also like, it's that like cancel culture is this, like part of what our cancel culture actually gets at though, right? Is not just about, it's not like cancellation, the act there per se. It's like why the cancellation happens, which is the fact that like you're on the losing side of a general culture war.
Yeah. But my point is for these guys, I'm worse than like, they're saying, I'm worse than like actually tackling a political ideology that they find to be scary. Like they don't want to say like socialized medicine is terrifying. They don't want to say like socialism is a terrifying ideology. Like, in the past, you know, their counterparts would have done, right? Mm-hmm. They don't want to take like, they don't take the William F. Buckley position, but instead they just like posture against a figure that they have designed as like this great evil. And in a handful of people, like a select few people online, that actually does invoke response. Like people do actually hear that and go, yeah, you're right. He is a scary person. Like, and all of his ideologies are scary. And it's perfectly fine to just like to develop a worldview that is entirely designed around being afraid of this one content creator and whatever he believes is good. I believe that is bad.
Is constrained Hasan these are two different outcomes, right? But unconstrained Hasan versus unconstrained Trump. Actually, I don't even. No, I think Trump would be worse. Hang on a second.
Well, I'm glad that he's working himself to a position where like a fucking right-wing fascist piece of shit that's doing mass deportations of migrants while simultaneously destroying the global trade design that America actually invented that is greatly beneficial for America in general, while also simultaneously allowing the Israeli genocide to continue. That guy might be a little bit worse than a fucking Twitch streamer that believes in being steadfast in his approach to anti-war and wants the American government to
Hasan,
fucking
can you
better
even be
serve.
the president?
I could, yes. I was born here.
No, you're not unk enough yet.
That's true. But
that's what I was getting at. I wasn't talking about geography.
Well,
I was
I'm
talking
34.
about
I got one more year.
Conversation's moot anyway.
Yeah.
Wait a year. Yeah, that's my message to these perverts in general. Wait a year.
Yeah.
I think it's really fucked up that this is what Northern Lion does now.
Dude, come on. Don't come after my goat like that. Northern Lion would never.
He would never. He's great.
This man is tarnishing the Hasan is worse. This whole discourse is making me want to kill myself.
A conscious robot, we agree on that.
I like that his mods constantly shit on him. You suck right now. That's what one of his mods said.
Pick your poison.
Like Hutch, we'd be in camps. Hutch, we'd be in camps under Hasan. This is such a dumb hypothetical.
Pick your poison.
Yeah, there's people are already sending. He's literally already sending people.
Yeah, that's right. I would be sending Hutch to the camps, I guess. Right-wing personality latching onto identity as a target rather than ideology is such a good point. Zizek would like that. Yeah, man, that's it. I am a far more interesting target than to actually like discuss the issues on the boundaries of policy, on the boundaries of impact of policy, on what it would look like if you were to play out a legislative agenda that like puts workers first in general and not like capital owners. That's it. They can't have that conversation and also maintain charitability in a broader audience. And they don't even have they don't even do a good enough job developing a large enough audience while also being hyper obsessed with like fucking drama and shit. So that part doesn't even work. But they're fearful that they would be even less popular if they just like only talked about the issues. Okay.
What? This is an interesting news development.
Netanyahu proposes to annex parts of Gaza in attempts to appease far-right minister if Hamas does not agree to deal. I mean, that's, oh, wow. They're really forcing the Netanyahu regime's hand here.
I assume when we do our trade deal overall, a lot of it comes to Scotland, I hope. Maybe all of it should go to Scotland.
It's a very good deal for the whole United Kingdom. We're already achieved great things under the deal, and we'll achieve even more as we work together.
A lot of it is Scotland. I mean, I do know that, but I mean, we're dealing with the UK. But a lot of it comes to Scotland, and you know, I was very particular. This is a part of the world I want to see thrive. It's going to thrive.
Mr. President, back to Gaza. You talk about Hamas stealing food and stealing aid. What responsibility does Israel have for limiting aid to the region? And if I could ask a follow-up to the Prime Minister, what pressure can be put on Israel? Is that something that you and the United States could work on together?
Israel has a lot of responsibility. They're hampered by the fact that you still have 20 hostages or so. And the people of Israel are very concerned about the 20 hostages. It's very interesting. You could say they could be more concerned about retribution than the 20 hostages, but they really want the 20 hostages to survive and live to make it. You know, many of the hostages came to my office in the Oval Office, and I was amazed I would ask them the question, was there any sign of love? Was there any sign of, when you were a hostage and you have all of these people from Hamas around you, sometimes hundreds, sometimes 10, sometimes 2, but you're a hostage, and you're being stored in a pipe. It's not even really, a cave, or it's a pipe, a little pipe. And some said they didn't think they were going to make it because they were losing air. There wasn't enough air, and they'd open up the pipe just in time, but they didn't do it on purpose. They just happened to open it. They got lucky. But I said, did they ever wink at you and say, like, don't worry, you're going to be okay? Did they ever give you some extra food, even if it was a piece of bread? Did they ever give you anything during that time? And some were there for 400 or 500 days now, right? It's a long time, a year and a half, more than that. And not one person said there was any love from anybody. In other words,
I mean,
you have hundreds of
a society built around a supremacist ideology.
Well, also, like,
does not believe that their barbaric, rapist, monstrous captors were nice to them.
Also,
would they even admit if they were?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if anybody's been reading the news lately, but bread has been a little bit hard to come by.
Also, there are some captives that have literally come out and contradicted the statements that the Israeli state was making about their conditions.
Yeah, which is
and then they get fucking ruthlessly bullied.
And it was there's one, you can't assume that people are able to speak freely and critically of the Israeli government as like former hostages, family. I mean, but like there was an earlier time when the conditions were different and the situation in Gaza was.
Remember Lifshitz, right? Like the older lady, the first one that they released on moral grounds.
Yeah, and she talks about.
She immediately came out of the hospital and was like, "No, they were actually great. They were nice."
And that's not to say that, like, obviously every single like hostage was thus treated like they're at the fucking Ritz, but there is like, it's like it's just clear it's clear the provenance of the story and why it's being shared.
It's also clear that they have been kept in significantly better conditions in spite of the overall conditions in Gaza than any number of different prisoners that are released from Israeli prisons.
I mean, look, I'll say this. Unlike tens of thousands of people, and probably more in Gaza, they're alive. Glib as that may sound, it's true.
Yeah. The famous Hamas Stockholm syndrome. Yeah, that's what it is.
The people. And you see it in the movies where somebody's a prisoner and somebody's helping. You even see it with Germany where people would be let into a house and live in an attic in secret. You'd see
Brother,
signs
that was
and
not
stuff.
Germany.
I said, did you see
that
anything
was not
like
Germany. That was not Germany, pal. Different country.
Also, I get that he's trying to say that like people who would be aligned with the Nazi government would, still somehow try and shelter Jews.
Listen, the pianist, he's walking in Warsaw. He finds this beautiful pianist. He recognizes, he says, "Oh my God, you're a pianist." He gives him bread.
What's frustrating about this is that the fucking apt comparison here would be Israel being compared and Israeli society being compared to like the broader German society. Okay, so in that argument, you can't compare. Like do people actually still go, yeah, Hamas is just like the Nazis instead of fucking Israel? Like, who would be the Nazis in this situation?
Among people like Trump and the right wing, like not the liberals, but like among people who are on the political right, yes, it is an article of faith that like Islamist groups like Hamas and the societies organized around them, which is, I'm not articulating what I think, I'm describing their views here. Like they believe that fundamentally that they they have like a death cult ideology that resembles something like Nazism. That's that's a neocon style, or a fairly radical neocon style articulation of it. That also just happens to be like where the id of fucking most of the country is as well. And somebody like Trump surely fucking embodies that.
It's just funny to be like, oh, you can't compare anything to the Nazis except for a group of people that are closely resembling the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, like Jewish partisans. Like those are the only guys you can compare to the fucking Nazis, not the fucking Nazi state with a Nazi ideology doing Nazi shit. It's fucking so stupid.
I mean, and look, like there's a reason that like there's a reason beyond that Jews are involved in this conflict that we reach to like Nazi comparisons. It's because like it's the foundational like moral tragedy of the post World War II, like, Western consciousness, which it's like when you imagine something bad, that's what we got. That's what's like hanging around in the old brain is like the clay that your mind is working with. And yeah, I don't know. I can't really. It's pretty, to me, the thing that's just like crazy is to say this, like talk about like they didn't give him a scrap of bread when like the direct crisis that you are responding to is like about a famine.
Yeah.
Like it's like there's just such a like that the wires aren't properly connecting there, or whatever the fuck is like good Lord, you people are cynical.
Did they wink at you? Did they say, don't worry, you're going to be okay? I ask that question all the time. I've never received one answer that said, yeah, they really wanted to help. No, the hatred is just incredible.
Yeah. The access to food issue.
Yeah,
what more can Israel do? The Prime Minister as well.
Well, I think Israel can do a lot. I will say that Iran, I think, interjected themselves in this last negotiation. Can you imagine the beating they took? We wiped out their nuclear possibilities. They can start again. If they do, we'll wipe it out faster than you can wave your finger at it. We'll have to do that. We will do that gladly, openly and gladly. They've been saying, Iran's been sending out bad signals, I'll tell you. For a country that just got wiped out, they've been sending very bad signals, very nasty signals. And they shouldn't be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that. They were talking about things that they shouldn't be talking about. They were interviewed on a recent show, and the foreign minister saying things that he shouldn't be talking about, shouldn't be saying. And I think they got involved in this negotiation, telling Hamas and giving Hamas signals and orders, and that's not good. That's not good.
I would say, look, we need to get the hostages out. They've been held for a very, very long time, and we must always start from there.
Yeah, we must always start from there.
Always start from there. There's a famine that's worse than anything we'we've had in fucking decades. We've always got to start with the fucking hostages.
The British public and myself, seeing those images of starving children in particular, are revolting.
It's not just children who are starving, by the way, you stupid freak.
Yeah, I mean, it's adults too, but at least they're acknowledging the starvation.
God. He really is just so contemptible.
He is awful. He is an awful monster. Oh my fucking God. I mean, we knew he was going to be a giant piece of shit, but god damn, dude, he has somehow outdone my expectations.
I mean, I think that there's just like evidently some, like the U.S. has its own kind of rot, you know, like tearing through the country from within, and among its governing elite especially. The United Kingdom has its own rot. And in some ways it's worse, in some ways it's not as bad as ours, but it is there, and like Keir Starmer is a particularly depressing expression of it. Good Lord, like it's enraging and so deflating all at once.
Yeah.
Public at what they're seeing, and they know. And we know that humanitarian aid needs to get in at speed, at volume. Yes, some could be airdropped, and we're working with others, with the US.
All right, yeah, and he's willing to entertain bullshit
on
theater.
That, but the trucks need to get in because that's the only way you can get the volume in. And we do thank the President for the work he's done to try to get to a ceasefire, which we desperately need, but also to put aid in to the region. There needs to be much more of that. We need to galvanise other countries in support of getting that aid in. And yes, that does involve putting pressure on Israel, because this is a humanitarian catastrophe now. We also need to look beyond that situation to what then happens in the event of a ceasefire, which is desperately needed. And that's why I'm really pleased that we're having a discussion about what a peace plan would look like after that, the component parts of that. And we have to be really clear at this point that Hamas can play absolutely no part in any future governance in Palestine, and and in Gaza. And it's really important that we're clear about what triggered this, who took the hostages, and calling out Hamas for what they are, which is a terrorist organization. But
yeah, Corbyn's party got signups, 500,000 signups in 3 days, dude. Like, I feel like they're cooking.
I mean, people want an alternative. I
Yeah.
mean, it's one of those situations where like there have been no good options for so long, and people have been pretty much clamoring for this kind of political option since Starmer officially took power.
I've been also this is like, that's UK domestic politics, but going back to Israel, I listened to the NPR Up First assessment this morning, and they're still doing like Holocaust denial style Nazi propaganda over there, straight up. It's actually alarming. Okay? It is actually fucking alarming how insane it is. They had, they talked about starvation. They talked about starvation, and then instantly they get like an Israeli soldier to say, this is Hamas propaganda. It is not real famine. And then like it's crazy. They just straight up only listen to Israeli resources, Israeli envoys, Israeli soldiers.
And by the way, like there's more like restriction coming to the BBC. I mean, if Reform UK wins as well, it's going to get even worse because the allegation remains like within British politics, within Parliament, the perception such that it is now the reality for them is that the BBC is still excessively sympathetic to Hamas. That's their attitude. So it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
Yeah. NPR, they said their reporters saw the starvation with their own eyes. Yeah. And then what did they do? In the report, it starts off with saying, our reporters have seen the starvation with their own two eyes. And then the next 5 minutes, the remainder after that statement is going to Israeli figures and having Israeli figures say it's actually a lie. It's a complete fabrication. No, it wasn't a bit from one Israeli guy. It was two. They had Elon Levy.
They had Elon Levy?
They had Elon Levy's back. Israel rehired him.
That's...
Yeah, they had Elon Levy and a fucking soldier.
Elon Levy, I mean, that's like a...
To contradict the assessment of their own reporters without ever actually undermining. Like, the afterthought that they're supposed to leave you with is, well, our reporters saw this with their own two eyes, but you shouldn't believe them. You should believe Elon Levy and the fucking Israeli soldier. That's what they end up with on that piece, talking about the starvation in Gaza. It is crazy. It is disgusting. It's not neutrality. It's just lying at the behest of a foreign state that is conducting unimaginable amounts of violence. The maximalist violent campaign you could do, a genocide.
I think today the focus has to be on getting that humanitarian aid in.
Will the UK avoid your pharmaceutical tariffs and will it happen before August the 1st?
Well, we'll be announcing on pharmaceuticals sometime in the very near future. We have a very big plan on pharmaceuticals. We want to bring a lot of the pharmaceuticals back to America where, where they should be. If you look at COVID, it sort of taught us a lesson. We were getting our pharmaceuticals from other countries. We almost didn't make any. We used to make them ourselves, and we're going to want to be making a lot of them ourselves, all of them in a sense.
He does look like shit. He looks worse than ever before. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him.
We'll be dealing with you on pharmaceuticals also. And we certainly feel a lot better with your country working on pharmaceuticals for America than some of the other
I mean, the irony is that he does his belief in good genes.
And also his body is a battery, and he's not using it. So he's in dipped up shape.
I think though that he just looks like he's slowing down, and by the end of this presidency, it's going to be like, I don't know if it'll be as bad as term 2 Reagan, because term 2 Reagan was just demented, but it'll be like he's sundowning. He's sundowning in a real way, and like by the actual definition of it, like he like can't, like, you know, in the same way like Biden was sundowning and the reporting was establishing it about like his working hours. Like Trump, it seems like right now you get the impression he can work a full day, but I don't know if that'll hold up by 2027.
He's Brandonizing at an alarming rate every single day. He's Brandonizing harder and harder. But like, also he's old. He's old as fuck. He's old as fuck, and he's used to a cushy lifestyle for the most part. And one could even say that like his first term, he didn't work as hard as he is now.
His first term, he watched so much TV, dude. I think it really was.
He watched TV and he played golf. Now he can't even.
January 6th and all the shit that came after it was a sort of self-radicalizing experience in that way, because like, you know, like everybody then turned against him, but then it turned out that like the base still didn't. And so then everybody had to get along with him. And then a political opening came up with, you know, all the inflation and what have you. And then October 7th, obviously. And it just, you know, he was able to do the revenge. And now, and he had a bunch of people who learned their lessons from term 1 about how to get shit done, like Stephen Miller, clearly.
Yeah.
Relationship we have, you would not use that as a cudgel. You wouldn't be using it as a block. But we're going to be announcing sometime very soon, I think, pharmaceuticals are our whole thing. And the companies know. And drug prices are going to be coming down very substantially in the U.S., very, very substantially. And that'll happen very soon.
Mr. President, we can all sense your frustration.
No, go ahead. Hold it.
We can all sense your frustration with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
Do you think he's been lying to you about his intentions in Ukraine?
Well, I don't want to use the word lying.
Take your pedo bag is so funny when you're in the UK. It's like, dude, remember, bipartisanship in terms of pedophilic elite is a universal concept. It's not just like an American uniparty concept. It's certainly a British one too, you know? Dog, your royals are embroiled in scandal because of our pedophilia distributor. We're all in this together, my man.
I think though it is also like there is the UK more than other countries, and it's not like, and not like in a glib way, like it is like a country with like a hyper unreconciled legacy of like child sexual abuse that is like, I mean, it's like it's present in so much like fiction, and I mean Jimmy Savile sort of becoming like this like icon of it. You know, it's I don't think that it's like I don't, you know, the English probably get like labeled too, like pedo islands probably too, but much and a little bit. But you know, then again, like British satirists and others are probably the hardest people.
Yeah.
Like the people who go hardest at trying to illustrate this.
Well, back in the day, they used to go hard. I don't think there even British satire at this point. Like there were so many goats back in the day in England that had really good. They had really good British satire, really good and biting political commentary.
Chris Morris, who I think we've watched stuff together of his on your show, who did the Day to Day.
The Day to Day is very important. Yeah, Brass Eye. The Day to Day, very important for me in my political commentary development.
Your chatter who says that Private Eye still does good political cartoons is like I love Private Eye. It's a great British magazine, but like the political cartoons in Private Eye are like Dry Bones, but about British politics. Like you cannot, like, come on. But I do love Private Eye. No, I think in British culture, there are a lot of like individual, I mean, you know, the Private Eye, the UK like political satire culture, whatever, at this point, like my impression of it feels that it's less like you can point to like institutions or even like shows or programs that are left, but more just like individual voices that can break through at a given moment. Like, you know, Steve Coogan or something. Mm-hmm. But the reality is that like, another chatter makes this point that I was about to get to, which is that like, you know, British media companies are like the big ones that finance everything and that can distribute it, like Channel 4 and especially the BBC, have like zero appetite for risk anymore. Like, why does somebody like Adam Curtis still exist at the BBC? Because relative to what he costs the BBC, which is almost nothing because he's working just with existing archival material.
Yeah.
He, you know, and his stuff is like radical in a pretty
Or
subtle way.
or Louis Theroux every now and then.
Yeah,
you know?
every now and then, but it's like so. They
It's
don't
rare.
fund.
It's very rare,
and it was already rare before, and now it's even rarer.
Yeah. But I was specifically talking about like cutting like actually decent political satire. Like I think the English did an even better job than the Americans did for a very long time when it comes to just political satire in general. And cuz like when you look at Brass Eye or The Day to Day and things like that, that's literally better. And who is one of the best American political satirists? Armando Iannucci with Veep. Armando Iannucci is fucking Scottish, and he did what was it, In the Thick of It, and all these other things like
The Thick of It. I mean, the movie In the Loop, which is tremendous.
In the Loop again. Like that's a UK guy. That's a UK export.
I mean, American political satire though, like American censorship. I mean, this isn't anything new, but like censorship in America, like George Lucas has told this story about how, you know, he was so jealous of like Soviet filmmakers and the freedom they had to experiment because America has like a corporate censorship that has to do with like, even if nobody's telling you what it is that can't be done, what can't be done is anything that jeopardizes the bottom line. Yeah. And you know, now that we no longer have like a star system in which like actors and individuals can hold an enormous amount of power.
But I do like movies. I love movies. And I know a lot of movies aren't popular. And you can say that going in. One of the reasons I retired is so I could make movies that aren't popular. Because in the world we live in the system we've created for ourselves in terms of it's a big industry, you cannot lose money.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So the point is that you're forced to make a particular kind of movie. And I used to say this all the time when people, back when Russia was the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. And they'd say, oh, but aren't you so glad that you're in America? I said, well, I know a lot of Russian filmmakers. They have a lot more freedom than I have. All they have to do is be careful about criticizing the government. Otherwise, they can do anything they want.
Someone is just like, who's this? Dog. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Open the schools. Open the schools.
That is George Lucas. Okay. George motherfucking Lucas, the man responsible for Star Wars.
I want to see the next message after this. I want to see when they Google George Lucas.
Who literally is responsible for Star Wars and also openly said
Indiana
that he
Jones.
Openly said he tailored the good guys in Star Wars off of the Viet Cong. Yes, sure, he stole a bit from Dune. Fair, okay. I don't disagree with you there. But like Star Wars, a franchise, is become this like explosive thing because of George Lucas's vision originally. And I say this as someone who's not the biggest Star Wars fan in general. But to say who's George Lucas is crazy. It's like saying who's Walt Disney.
I'm a Trekkie, bro. That's even worse. If you know enough, know enough about like science fiction, like TV culture, to call yourself a Trekkie, that you don't know who George bad.
Yeah,
I do think though that like this point that he's making though is like in America, related to what I was saying a minute ago. In America, you can't make certain things if like the way that our censorship is enacted is that like you have to imagine like what won't jeopardize the bottom line. And like, sometimes it's like like obviously on an aesthetic level or an artistic level, it's about the cost that you may want to incur for how to portray something. But obviously what we're all thinking about is like all of the subjects that you're just not allowed to depict or talk about.
Bro, it's literally it's manufacturing consent. That's what like the filters that exist in media that are not imposed upon people directly, but instead like self-imposed. That's what he is describing here. It's the profit motive being the most successful mechanism for censorship or self-censorship rather. That's it. That's what he's describing. Whereas like if you look at arts, if you look at movies as a part of like an arts program that is government funded, that has only one primary interest, which is to let people's creative freedoms go wild and have people express themselves, then you have technically more liberties. Then you can take more liberties with whatever vision you have.
To do. You have to adhere to a very narrow line of commercialism. And there's only certain, look, when I started in the 70s, it was like this. You know, I could say Russia was like this, but we were like this. You could do a certain kind of movie. And I flaunted that system. I mean, THX, my first film, is definitely not an American film, and I shoved it in sideways. Francis helped me trick the studio.
Yeah, right.
Nobody, they would have never let me make that movie if they knew what I was doing.
Yeah, and as we've said, the original trilogy of the Star Wars that George Lucas created, he specifically designed it around asymmetric warfare between the Viet Cong and the imperialist forces. The Empire was America.
Yeah, I would also add that like a big piece of this though was that like the situation has just degraded so substantially though in the last like 50 years. There's no. I would argue that like we just have like very little concrete and direct like social commentary at high level cinema anymore. Like mass entertainment products that engage in direct political commentary, for the most part, are like right wing slop like bullshit. Like it's like Jack Ryan style stuff. And that if you get something else by, it's not something it's comparatively exceptional. There are TV shows.
People
like,
get mad at me,
like Snowfall or something.
I think Andor is a great example of this.
Yes, Andor, obviously.
Andor is great. I think it's fucking awesome. I don't care. You can say I'm a slop consumer or whatever. Oh, it's Star Wars, but like Andor is great. It's great. It does that directly. It's one of the few, I think it's one of the few like big budget productions that we have right now that literally is pro Hamas. Like, I don't know. It's funny because people will be like, no, that's not the case or whatever. But like, it is. It's just straight up showing you exactly how by never really like directly saying it, but it's showing you how like resistance forms. And how the Empire will do false flag operations and things of that nature, and manufacture consent, and try to belittle resistance movements and destroy them, and engage in psyops and things of that nature. It explains perfectly how and why revolution forms when there is an imperial interest in extracting natural resources. The leftiness of Apple TV is kind of shocking. Foundation, Murderbot, Severance. I haven't seen like a Foundation or Murderbot. I've watched a little bit of Murderbot, but I didn't really like it that much. But yeah, Superman is pro Hamas. Superman at that level is the most like fuck Israel you're gonna get.
Although I haven't seen the new Superman, but I really do wonder how much of this is just that it's like it's really hard to tell stories that use like really conventional like morality about like who's a good guy, who's a bad guy, what makes a good guy good, what makes a bad guy bad. And if it has like any resemblance in the slightest to stuff going on in the world, like, oh, a bunch of kids are being subjugated, like, oh, a big bad military is beating up on some natives.
No, they take a very black and white approach to it. But you can't. But the black and white approach to it that they take literally revolves around like a private defense contractor cutting side deals with Israel so that they can inevitably parse the land of this, Jamanpur, which is like a substitute for Palestine. Like, so it is direct in that regard, where it's like a very important American defense, like military industrial complex company is literally funneling weapons to Boravia, Israel, for free, so that they can in return take some of the land of Palestine. It's like, it's blunt. It's on the nose. It's not like there is no like there's no fanfare around it. It's not subtle at all. But it gets the message across, I think. Hasan, have you talked about the history of Israel Palestine since the Balfour Declaration? Yes. For the past fucking 2 years. And for the past 12 years, as a matter of fact, but especially so since October 7.
You know, a movie I will say tripped me out, and like not necessarily in a good way. When I saw it was in Dune 2, when like Timmy's like shooting the RPG in the like sand, and like I felt like this like very like, and I wonder if I would feel the same thing with Superman, where I felt like this like very like powerful set of conflicting emotions about how like the movie is like telling you like root for this guy, root for this guy, root for this guy, when like the visual analog at the time that movie came out
was Hamas.
Exactly. And it's like, and like every other piece of culture is telling you like, oh, these guys are Hitler.
Yeah.
And like to then be in a theater where like, you know, on like opening weekend or whatever, where everybody's cheering like, woo, like, oh, guy who in real life everybody else is calling Hitler. And like maybe a bunch of people in this theater, it was definitely like not a commentary on like the quality of the movie or anything like that. It was though like a disjuncture that like was I felt unsettled.
There's plenty of people that watch there's plenty of Gen Xers, lead poisoned, that watched Star Wars and loved it and unironically think that like they're the good guys. So while they are a close analog to the bad guys in the movie. So it doesn't matter, I think. They just see that. They just watch this stuff and they go, yeah, I'm the cool Fremen guy. That's me. And you know who else is the cool Fremen? It's like Israel saying that like the Nazi analog is Hamas here and not Israel itself.
Here's what we need to go back to.
People believe that shit.
We need to go back to that time in like the early 2010s when like everybody in America just like identified with Transformers. Like I think that would be like a little more sane making, because like I don't give a fuck if you identify with like a space imperialist car. Like not my problem. Not my problem. Like like I would feel definitely a lot better rather than like people appropriating Battle of Algiers style imagery, you know, for like their Joker style tattoos or whatever.
Yeah. All right, let's get back to our real world examples.
We have a good talk, and it seemed on, let's say, 3 occasions, it seemed that we were going to have a ceasefire and maybe peace, and you divide it up and you do whatever you have to do, that obviously to get to the end. And all of a sudden, missiles are flying into Kiev and other places. And I say, what's that all about? I spoke to him 3-4 hours ago, and it looked like we were on our way. And then I'd say, forget it, and I'm not going to talk anymore. You know, this has happened on too many occasions, and I don't like it. I don't like it.
I don't like it.
Social media sites. There are new powers here to censor your site, state mandates.
To censor.
The only thing he doesn't like about the Russia situation is that like his best friend has made him look like a fool.
My site?
Censor your site.
You mean Truth? Truth, Josh?
I mean Truth. Is that okay?
Well, I don't think he's going to censor my site because I say only good things. Will you please uncensor my site?
Yeah, we're not censoring anyone. We've got some measures which are there to protect children, in particular from sites like suicide sites. We've had too many cases in the United Kingdom of young children taking their own lives, and when you look through their social media, they've
bro, probably because they're living through your government. Probably because they're children forcing themselves to live in the UK under the rulership of Lord Kid Starver. Give them an opportunity to express themselves and enjoy themselves, and you know, maybe the situation will change a little bit.
Accessing.
Yeah, I've been to Birmingham. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I've been to Birmingham for like, I think it was like what, 48 hours total, and I totally understand why the rate of suicide is up. Okay, if I was there for a little bit longer than 48 hours, I wouldn't be here right now. That's all I'm gonna say.
Sites which talk about suicide and encouraging, if you like, children down that road, and that is what we want to stop. Nothing about censoring free speech. But this country is the proud free speech in this country has been forever.
For 48 hours, you were the happiest man in Birmingham? Yeah, because I knew I was going to leave eventually. That's it. No, it's really bad. It's not. I'm not even like joking when I say this. It's literally like their most famous thing is a mall. Like they have like a shopping center.
I'm gonna be honest.
Is bad.
That's a lot of America, dude.
Oh, for sure. But also, but imagine now you're surrounded by English people and the weather is shit. Like, it's like there are plenty of places in America like that, but it's raining all the fucking time, or if it's not raining, it's incredibly gray. And everyone's like, what you fucking doing, lad? Hey, what you fucking doing? Imagine if everyone in Detroit was like that. Like, oh, yeah, it's just, yeah. Fucking hell. What you saying then? That's why Black Sabbath's from there. Alabama's Birmingham is better only in that it's not English and sometimes the weather is good. Yeah, exactly.
Very long time. We're very, very proud of it. We will protect it forever. But at the same time, I personally feel very strongly that we should protect our young teenagers, and that's what it usually is, from things like suicide sites. I don't see that as a free speech issue. I see that as a child protection issue.
We actually passed a bill in Congress.
Yes, I'd like to starve the children. I'm kid starver, not kid killer. I do not want them to commit suicide. I just want them to
you must be looking
starve.
for Kid Toucher. He's down the hole.
Yes, yes.
It's headed up by my wife, actually, which was...
This is 10 times as big as anything you've ever said about Israelis, and I'm here for it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Ain't nobody gets mad when I say shit about the English, okay? But
you've seen the meme about like the Manchesterification of the U.S. and like the world.
What do you mean? Like the people wearing the same outfit? Like
yeah. Like having veneers and like bad tans.
Yeah,
and
what is that? I don't understand. Like why everyone wears those like skin tight fucking pants and like skin tight button up shirt. They get the veneers. It's crypto guys.
I mean,
they all look the same.
It's crypto. It's
Magaloff.
Trying to think what the other like qualities of it are. I mean, I think of like bad genes, but the veneers are what stick out. The veneers and the tan.
Yeah. Shuggle mate. Fucking hell. Andrew Tate. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that.
To pull bad stuff out having to do with children, because it is a problem. But I cannot imagine him censoring Truth Social.
I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole. Do you know what I mean? Birmingham is a fucking shithole. I hate the fucking place. I fucking hate it. It's full of dickheads. I fucking hate it.
This is the happiest man in Birmingham. Happiest man in fucking Birmingham.
I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole. Do you know what I mean? Birmingham is a fucking shithole. I hate the fucking place. I fucking hate it. It's full of dickheads. I fucking hate it.
Yeah. I feel bad. I feel bad for the fucking broomies, yeah? You joke, but this man is a monk levels of mental zen by Birmingham standards. Yeah, fucking hell.
Brutal.
Yeah. One day, you'll all get fucking liberated. Broomies.
They have.
You'll have a proper go at it, yeah? Hold on. Doors open. Doors fucking open, lad. Yeah, my food is ready. It's ready.
I love food.
About to eat a proper meal. Thai.
Food.
It's Brummies, not Broom. Right. Fucking hell. It's Brummy. About to have a proper fish and chip breakfast, yeah?
And you know,
fucking mushy peas, bangers and mash.
Wet pea barm.
Yeah, wet pea barm, beans and toast. Fucking hell. That blood sausage, yeah, fucking hell.
You've seen the wet pee bomb video, right?
I don't. Maybe
it's the
Probably.
guy who's like, smack pee bomb wet. Yeah, that's it. It's one of the. No. That's the smack barn pee wet.
I tell you what,
the guy,
that's bloody
a very
nice.
earnest guy goes, and it's like one of the funniest fucking. It's a classic.
Trump says his name may have been planted in the Epstein files.
What's
Nice.
the source? Great.
Yeah, I hate when those.
Well, that Unusual Whales account used to do a thing that like tracked crypto transactions and other stuff, like or big whatever.
Yeah.
But then now it's just become like
a breaking news aggregator, but like,
yeah,
it doesn't
like
even
that also
say
does
it.
some ad stuff.
All right, let's
It's
continue.
been a very
I'm gonna
big
get my
success.
Not going to happen.
And I only say good things about him and his country, so they said to me, you're making a mistake. I'm going to give my ambassador the job, make sure it's not censored. I had not heard that.
You're a big investor in this area, Mr. President.
Say it?
You're a big investor in this area.
To put it mildly. Like this ballroom that we built from scratch.
Do you worry, though, about the risk of increased taxes here? Will that stop you investing? And do you have a message last night on the soccer to the English Lionesses who won the European trophy?
So I think that I have a theory that low taxes bring growth. We just passed a big tax cut bill, the biggest bill in the history of our country, actually. And one big, beautiful bill. I used to call it the great one big, beautiful. We took the word great out. But it's actually called the one big, beautiful bill. It's essentially a very large tax cut bill for everybody. And our country's pretty soon, I think I can say it right now, our country has never done better. We had a country that was dead. It was dead 6 months ago, a year ago. Leaders from NATO, we had a very successful meeting at NATO. Your prime minister was there. It was an unbelievable love fest with all of those countries. And they agreed to go 5% and all the things. Very smart to do. But many of the leaders said, essentially, they said, your country was dead 1 year ago. 1 year ago, we had a dead, and we did. We had a dead country. We had a president who didn't know where the hell he was. We had horrible, horrible people running our country. I think they were sick people, actually, sick. You talk about censorship. Those are big. That's all they did was censor, and they didn't know what to do. And they had high taxes. They wanted more tax. Total censorship, transgender for everybody, men playing in women's
for everybody.
Everything bad they wanted, and they still do. That's what they still do. That's why they're down at 15% or something. I saw it today, the lowest that the other part of the Democrats have ever been. But no, I find that when you lower taxes, you get growth. I will say this area, and the Prime Minister hasn't been here very long on all fairness. I think he'll be a tax cutter, but. I find that as we cut taxes, we did more business. In my first tax bill, we cut taxes from 39% down to 22%. And we ended up at the end of the first year, when it was still a little raw, we ended up taking in much more revenue than we did at 39%. It was pretty amazing. And we're taking in a lot of revenue right now. And this was an additional tax cut. So I find, for whatever it's worth, tax cuts are very good.
Russia moved up the deadline. It's now 10 or 12 days. Is the sanction the same that you're going to slap a 100% tariff on anybody who does business with Russia?
So what I'm doing is we're going to do secondary sanctions, unless we make a deal. And we might make a deal. I don't know. You don't know. It's we've done so many peace deals. This is the one I started out with. And, I know President Putin called me. He wanted to know if I could help him with Iran. I said, no, I don't need your help with Iran. I need your help with Russia. And so that's the one deal that continues to linger. And, we're losing 5,000. They're losing. I'm not losing. You're not losing. But 5,000 Russian and Ukrainian kids a week are dying. And that's not mentioning the people that are dying also in towns where, he's lobbing missiles into certain towns like Kiev. And he's got to make a deal. It's too many people are dying. It's a really bloody war. And the 5 now, they're really telling me that number is obsolete. It's like 7.
That's terrible.
So you have 7,000 Russian and Ukrainian soldiers dying every single week for no reason whatsoever. So, you would think, based on common sense, you would think he'd want to make a deal. We'll find out.
Have you had any other grain channels conversations with the Russians reiterating this?
In what?
Reiterating this new pressure and deadline.
Yeah, we're going to have I mean, well, you're the press. I'm reiterating it to you. Yeah, I'd say 10 to 12 days. I'll announce it probably tonight or tomorrow. But there's no reason to wait. If you know what the answer is going to be, why wait? And it would be sanctions and maybe tariffs, secondary tariffs. You know what a secondary tariff is. And look, the Russian economy, I don't want to do that to Russia. I love the Russian people. They're great people. I don't want to do that to Russia. But this thing, they're losing a lot of Russians. They've lost 1 million Russians. And that's the, sons. That's the sons and daughters of Russian families. They leave the house, they go, bye mom, bye dad, and then they get blown away. And Ukrainian too. Look at Ukraine. It's a disaster what's happened there. But it continues to go on. As you know, we made a deal where the European Union is essentially involved, but it's NATO, and we're supplying weapons to NATO. NATO's now paying because the United States, because of Biden's in for $350 billion, the European nations are in for about $100 billion. Should be the opposite way, by the way, because we have a big ocean in between. Should be the opposite way. But I think that eventually something's going to happen. It should happen fast. So many people are dying. When I settled out with Congo and Rwanda, they lost almost 8 million people. And it just made so much sense. And if I didn't get involved, they wouldn't have done it. They weren't even thinking about settling it. It was just going on forever. And nobody could go into those territories because they'd get killed. They'd get killed. And now they have I hear it's a whole different ballgame. We settled it. This is one that should be settled. Russia, Ukraine. This is one that really should be settled.
Mr. President, Scotland's First Minister has today set out his plans for a second referendum on Scottish independence. Can I get your reaction to that as someone with deep ties to Scotland? So, Prime Minister, can I also get your thoughts on that? If the SNP do win a majority in next year's election, then they have the right to hold the referendum,
Well, I don't want to get involved in your politics. We got enough politics of our own. I will say that I predicted what was going to happen the last time. You remember, I was opening the first course over at Aberdeen, and I was over here, and at the same time, and they asked me that question. I made a prediction. It was the day before the vote, and I made it correct. I like to be correct, but I made a correct prediction. I don't know. I do say that when they made that deal, somebody said that it was, and I remember this very distinctly. I said, could they do this all the time? There was a little bit of a restriction, like 50 or 75 years before you could take another vote. Because, a country can't go through that too much. I don't know the First Minister, but I've heard great things about him. I've spoken to him. I hear very good things about him, and I'm meeting him today. So maybe I'll have a better opinion then.
And let me answer that straightforwardly, because I believe in a stronger Scotland, in a better United Kingdom. And I think that at a time like this, when it's quite clear that there's uncertainty and volatility around the world, the strength of the United Kingdom together is very important for all four nations, very important for Scotland. And that should be our priority, that should be our focus, not on the politics, which feels like the politics of yesteryear now, at a time like this. And I think that the First Minister should probably focus more on his delivery in Scotland than on his constitutional issues, and we might have a better health service in Scotland. But at a time like this, I think the United Kingdom is always stronger as four nations. I think that's better for all four nations. I think that's how Scotland is stronger. Look at the deal that we've been able to do with the United States. A really important
great deal for the United States
that we made just months ago. That is what the United Kingdom can do when we act as a powerful set of four nations together, and there are very many other examples.
Mr. President, you toured last week.
I did.
Oh, we
Do you
know.
think your visit has inspired a potential rate cut, or how do you see things shaping out this?
Well, it's interesting. I did tour it. I toured the building. And if you looked at this building, if you came here like 14, 15 years ago, we've had it a long time. It's been an honor to have Turnberry. But I was on much more opulent walls, ceilings, floors. We had to do this. And we did a very great job. I mean, you see how beautiful it is inside. Everything was saved. Everything was preserved. We had ceilings that were in bad shape. They were falling down. You know, it's very old. Wasn't properly maintained. Now it's brand new and beautiful, and we saved everything. If you really think here, you took a look and you were sort of commenting to coloring now this is a brand new building, but if you look outside, it's equally opulent and beautiful, and we didn't do that by spending, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars in surrounding a railing underneath an area that you're painting. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Brand new, beautiful plywood, very expensive, wrapped around a figurine or a railing to preserve it. But you don't have to do that. You can just wrap a cloth. They call it a blanket.
Okay.
And you don't even have to do that if you're careful when you're doing the ceiling. But I don't know.
I don't care about this, man. All right, let's skip this.
This morning,
bipartisan pushing Congress for full Epstein files.
A bipartisan push to force the Trump administration to release all unclassified records about deceased sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
It's the force of law, and it's got protections to redact victims' names and to prevent, release of child pornography.
President Trump is struggling to shake off a controversy over Epstein he once stoked, but now calls a hoax and a Democratic con job.
I'm focused on making deals. I'm not focused on conspiracy theories that you are.
Sources previously told ABC News the Justice Department devoted about 1,000 people to reviewing the Epstein files. Speaker Mike Johnson sending members of the House home until September to avoid a vote on the issue.
I'll tell you what's politically going to be a liability is if we don't vote on this and we go into the midterms and everybody just check out because Republicans didn't keep their promise in Donald Trump, we'll lose the majority.
Massey's Democratic co-sponsor Ro Khanna said Epstein's co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell should testify before Congress, but he said given her past statements, the Justice Department should also release the files.
I have skepticism, given she was indicted of perjury, given she has a motive for getting a pardon.
After Maxwell was convicted of trafficking, the perjury charges were not pursued. President Trump has said he's not thinking about a pardon for Maxwell, but he has not ruled it out.
I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about.
Maxwell, who is serving 20 years for sex trafficking Epstein's victims, met for 9 hours over 2 days last week in Florida with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Sources told ABC News she initiated the meeting and received limited immunity for the statements she made. Her attorney said she did not ask for a pardon and none was offered. If the meeting between Maxwell and Todd Blanche was recorded, and meetings between witnesses and law enforcement officials often are, there will no doubt be a clamor, George, for its release. And Congressman Massey told us he expects pressure on the administration to only build during the summer recess to release the files.
That's right, Mr. Massey. Okay, thanks very much.
My goat. I know the audio is deep fried. Do you want me to not? Okay, we'll skip it. We won't hear from.
All of the things that we all.
There you go. All right, there you go. You got it, chat. There you go. Like, not really much I can do. There's no captions available. Fuck it. We won't watch it. We won't watch the JD Vance.
You have said that you have not been briefed on the Epstein files, but or your name has not appeared in the Epstein.
Oh, this is where he said the planted thing, I bet.
I have to tell you if your name is.
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion. I can say this, those files were run by the worst scum on earth. They were run by Comey, they were run by Garland, they were run by Biden and all of the people that actually ran the government, including the auto pen. Those files were run for 4 years by those people. What? If they had anything, I assume they would have released it. The whole thing is a hoax. They ran the files. I was running against somebody that ran the files. If they had something, they would have released. Now, they can easily put something in the files that's a phony. Like,
right,
as an example, Christopher Steele, a person you know well, happens to be from your country. But Christopher Steele, as an example, wrote a book, a dossier. We call it the fake news dossier. And the whole thing was a fake. The whole thing was a fake.
Is that what we call it?
They can put things in the file that are fake. But those files were run by bad, sick people. If they had anything, why didn't they use it when I was killing Joe and then he gave out because he was 25 points down? And then I got somebody new. Nobody even knew anything about her. She was a horrible vice president.
I mean, good question.
She was a border czar, but she never
Perhaps-
went to the border. She never won.
Good question. Perhaps the exact same reason as to why you won't release the files as well, which is that it's mutually assured pedophilia. It's MAP. That's what I call it. It's like, yeah, because
I mean, it is like just super funny because like he's like in this like weird trap and he's not really figured out a way out of it where he's like responding to the criticism as if it's coming from the left. When
It's
we all
not,
know
yeah.
that the loudest, most angry people about this
are his guys.
Exactly. Like it's people who like have like fat heads of Dan Bongino on their wall or whatever.
And we love those brave patriots. Make no
Absolutely.
mistake. We think those brave patriots are right.
I want them to do a Harper's Ferry on like every single Republican like office looking for the trafficked children.
Yeah.
I would encourage this.
Yes. They demand answers. They are perfectly right to demand answers.
And I think, you know,
They need to uncover the global pedophilia conspiracy.
And if people were fucking around with children, then these guys should find out about it.
Yeah. So just remember that.
I do think the idea, though, of it's like there could be phony stuff in there. And it's like, well, the problem now, though, is like it's your people are demanding it. So, and you floated the phony stuff thing. So is it like, is that your new line that like all this stuff is faked? And like, will that persuade anybody? I think I said this to you the other day that like, I believe that this stuff is symptomatic of why the right-wing base cannot hold together on like a grounds of shared ideological interest forever, like material basis of what, you know, aside, like they just can't. You can't sustain these things. Like you hit a wall at a certain point because like there's literally photos with him. Like unless you are truly, you know, you're able to go with like, all right, Trump was a white hat, whatever. But at the same time, I think that that's like a longer process of like schism. Like I don't think that this is.
No, it's not happening overnight.
Exactly. Like it's going to take time, and as a result, what's happening now is this like incredibly weird situation where Trump will still be and viewed as, you know, and by his base accepted as the leader of the party. And there is not going to be an alternative from the right. But what is happening now is the part of the process by which like his project will become, you know, either if not discredited, abandoned, and then, you know, reclaimed way down the line when it can just be like debated as legacy. And Trump is probably dead.
Michael Tracy is so funny. He has to be a perma-contrarian, so he's taken another contrarian position on the Epstein stuff.
Well, isn't he like, I thought he's like taking the Epstein stuff seriously, but his like, he only can speak in that contrarian tone. So he's like, well, there's a responsible way to look at this, but these guys are loony because they made a sign.
Yeah. But no. He says like the victims are fabulous as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I've seen him say like some of the more prominent, outspoken victims of Jeffrey Epstein are actually liars, serial liars.
I mean, well, that's the typical Michael Tracy delicate charm that we all know and love. That just fine rhetorical finesse. I liked your chatter's comment that it looked like Silent Hill, Ohio.
It's called the Border Patrol agent to find out how we're doing, but she was the border czar. Her name was Kamala. Nobody knows her last name. It was Harris, but nobody knew her last name. So I ended up, how would you like to end up in a race where you're killing somebody, you're beating him, and then they say, all right, we'll take him out. He's not working. Let's put somebody else. And then she had a 6-week honeymoon.
You know what's really funny? He does not bring up.
It was
why
amazing.
He
they
went
predicted
out. Like,
she would have a 6-week honeymoon, and she
he
did.
was so down in the polls,
and then she
got
slaughtered.
Like, I think he really can't bring up.
But
Like,
think of it.
It's because he was
those
old.
files
His brain
were
was
run
bad.
by these people. They were run by my enemy.
Exactly.
If there was anything in there, they would have used them for the election. Yeah.
Do you think that drawing, I think I heard you say something the other day, that the drawing that was the subject of the Wall Street Journal report.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
You think it was fraudulent?
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for a charity stuff. But I'm not a drawing person.
Sometimes I draw, but I'm not a drawing person. Sometimes I draw, because they were fucking saying that you did the fucking Mona Lisa in that birthday thing, not just like the lady version of the thing from The Big Lebowski where the guy draws like a guy with a huge dick on a notepad, like for sure.
Yeah. I don't draw.
Also, his signature is pretty much a drawing. Like it's such a distinctive, like it's an artistic signature.
He's a doodler. Not much is true. He's a doodler. He's a big doodler.
I do drawings of women, that I can tell you. They say there's a drawing of a woman, and I don't do drawings of women. And also, Epstein was always a very controversial guy. I was at a very high position, pretty much all my life. In all fairness, I've been doing this for a long time. I had the top show on television. I had the #1 bestsellers. I had everything, right? And I was a very successful business guy. He was a very controversial. Who would do a controversial drawing? Now, with that being said,
you motherfucker,
you dude.
Back then, you were on his ass cheeks.
Also,
dude.
like grab him by the pussy, man. Like don't like. It is crazy how. Like we just know that you're you're a seedy motherfucker, dude. Like we know it.
He is a sleazeball. Like that's part of the reason why. That's part of his appeal. Like he's supposed to be like a poor man's idea of what they would do if they got to that power, a position of power. Like, I don't get it. Now he's trying to be like all proper. When did this happen?
You say there were many letters done by many people, and in many big
so
people.
there are letters and they are real. Yours
people.
Just might
and
your.
I just
what is his
when
reasoning
you talk about files, I just keep going back, and other people too. Even the enemy says this thing is not correct. Because if we had it, we would have used it on the guy. It's a bad issue. They say it's a good issue for Trump. Do you know that my poll numbers are up 4.5 points since this ridiculous Epstein stuff? My poll numbers have gone up 4.5 points because people don't buy it.
People love pedophiles.
Pressing X for doubt.
And he's gone, and we want to focus on trade deals. I want to focus on the deal we just made with the European Union, which is the biggest trade deal in history. It's the biggest deal, I think, in history, not just trade deal. So if they would have had something, they would have used it.
And people keep writing stories about the time he threw him out of Mar-a-Lago. Can you settle that? What was it about? What caused the breach with him?
That's such old history. Very easy to explain.
Oh, yeah, this
but I don't
heard
want to
about.
waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again.
He did something inappropriate. He stole staff from me. That's the breach. It wasn't sex stuff. He's such a dumbass, dude. He's such a fucking dumbass. Why open your mouth on? It's awesome. He doesn't know what to say. Like
I'm sorry. I did not hear this one. This is.
Yeah, dude.
I know he says it's a privilege to go to the island, and I didn't go. But he hired help.
very easy to explain, but I don't want to waste your time by explaining it. But for years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help. And I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that work for me. I said,
did he think that this was like an appropriate way to say like that's why we cut ties? Is that
no?
what
It's yes, because think about it from his like like stupid little reptile brain. What he's thinking is like, listen, they think that we broke they think that we had a breach because he wouldn't let me have sex with my favorite girl. But no, it wasn't actually because of that. It was because my like junior assistant secretary of what have you, he stole away to be like his new cabana girl at the Palm Beach house or whatever. Like that's like he thinks that is because it's like a it's a clean thing that it's like it's a good answer when obviously there's only one answer. If you are going to give an answer, there's only one answer that you should give, which is I stopped talking to him when I learned that he was a pedophile. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. That's simple.
It's like saying you cut ties with Adolf Hitler because you didn't like his drawings. Like what the fuck? And people are like calling into question your deep allegiance to him. Just say it's like all of the other shit.
He has a real like. Again, this is it's. Look, I'm glad I'm not Charlie Clerk, and it's not my job to like have to figure out how to like contort.
When he was saying inappropriate, I thought he was gonna say like, pedophilia. Like he's gonna bring it up in the classic Trump way, where he like can't message it correctly, like he's a human being and not like a fucking rapacious scumbag sociopath, because he does have a way with words when it comes to like talking about like tricky situations where he'll be like, yes, all of these little girls drowned, highest amount of drowning of little girls from the standpoint of water. It's like, dude, that's crazy. I thought he was gonna do that. He was gonna be like, oh, it's inappropriate that he was like trying to fuck little girls. Nope. Hired my masseuse.
don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place, persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island.
Talking about Larry Summers' connections to Epstein more.
You missed it. He said, I never had the privilege to go to the island.
No, I heard the privilege comment earlier.
Yeah. 28 times.
I saw some of the headlines.
I never went to the
this.
island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard. And many other people that are very big people. Nobody ever talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island. And I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island.
Oh, he then has to say like, no, you don't understand. I was invited to Pedophile Island.
But it's also, he just said two contradictory things. It was a privilege and a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited.
Yeah.
Like I can't.
It was a privilege. I was invited. I just chose not to go.
I think it's a good test.
It's classic.
I think it's a good test though of like it doesn't sound like Jeffrey Epstein was necessarily like the coolest or most attractive guy. However, like there's certain people who there's like, oh yeah, like if you want to come like hang out on my private island with this mysterious guy who we don't really know how he makes his money, but he seems a little weird. Like most people are like, you know what, pass. I'll pass on that one. And then other people are like, sign me up. I love private islands, and I don't care about the mystery of how somebody acquired one. And I can totally believe that somebody like Trump gets it mixed up on the level of like remembering like why like that this isn't seen as a good thing necessarily.
I will say like any other person making this kind of an argument would get understandable ire from their base of support. They'd be like, what do you mean a lot of your best friends went to the fucking pedophile island and you were invited and you're calling it a privilege? But Donald Trump is the guy that doesn't get that kind of scrutiny in a situation like this, even though he's failing spectacularly.
Well, he also doesn't get the scrutiny, I think, because like he's such a weird personal dude. Like his public persona for the last 20 years has been that he seems like he's ace. He also has this like extremely.
Wait, we got a defender. HasanAbi, the way you were covering it, like it's a serious thing and not mere sarcasm, hurts your credibility as well. Just let it go. We have a Turkish Donald Trump defender in the chat saying, "Oh, he was just being sarcastic, dude. Calm down."
I'm gonna be honest. It's like I don't think he was like seriously trying to call it an honor. That's why it's like that guy's tweet is correct about it being a Freudian slip.
Yeah,
like that. You are like it's. I don't know how to stress this enough. If you're the president of the United States, even if like you're like trying to get around, like if you're just trying to get out of this, I have a really hard time believing that. Yeah, saying like, look, I never had the privilege.
Of going to the pedophilia island.
Right, as you're also describing all the other like powerful people who went there. Like it's not I don't know what to say, man. Like it's just not the way to express that.
He wasn't being sarcastic. He fucked up and said it was a privilege. That's it. But this, like, for anybody else, you could have a little bit more charity, but for a guy who's been photographed with Jeffrey Epstein a million times, for a guy who literally unceremoniously, uncharacteristically said, Ghislaine Maxwell, I wish her well, after she was charged with pedophilia, sex trafficking.
Yeah, he like loses, like again, like it would. I could see it like if you were trying to be funny in the context of the rest of these remarks too, but he wasn't. Like he's earnestly pleading his case about why he shouldn't be considered an Epstein associate or whatever.
Yeah.
Say la pedo.
That chatter believes JD Vance.
I guess I'm going to be that person. There are some protesters outside accusing the GOP of protecting pedophiles, and we're wondering what you think are the reasons the U.S. government should shield the client list of Epstein from the public, and what you...
They're saying you were not invited to the island because your vibes are fucked, man. They're saying you were uninvited from the pedophilia island because your vibes were too bad for the rest of the pedophiles. It's a great honor. It's a great honor and a privilege. But they invited me. I said no.
You have to say about any relevance to that here today?
Well, let me say just a couple of things. First of all,
God, his like fake enthusiasm and like millennial speak makes me so angry.
First of all, president.
Oh, shucks. I guess we stepped into it, huh?
Been very clear, we're not shielding anything. The president has directed the attorney general
also
to release all
gestures.
credible information, and frankly, to go and find additional credible information related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. He's been incredibly transparent about that stuff, but some of that stuff takes time. You've got to assemble that stuff. You've got to compile that stuff. You've got to redact some victims' names so that you protect the victims. But the president has been very clear. He wants full transparency. He's asked that from the Attorney General, and I know, because I talk to her all the time, the Attorney General is hard at work on that issue right now. But I think I got to make an observation that there's an interesting thing about this case that the American media seems to totally ignore. For 4 years, under Joe Biden's Department of Justice, the media didn't give a damn about the Epstein files or about the Epstein case. For literally 20 years, the story about this scumbag, and he is a scumbag pedophile, Jeffrey Epstein, he's dead now, but for 20 years,
like
you
him
had
imitating
Obama and
like
George
Trump.
W. Bush's Department of Justice go easy on this guy. They didn't fully investigate the case. They didn't show any curiosity about the case. And now Donald J. Trump is asking his Department of Justice to show full transparency. And somehow that's a criticism of Donald J. Trump and not Barack Obama and George W. Bush. If you want to criticize the people who aren't showing full...
Dog, you can say there were many Jeffrey Epstein affiliates in Barack Obama's circle, which is true. But Barack Obama was not caught on camera with Jeffrey Epstein. It's
Donald
that simple.
Trump told New York Magazine that Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy and
Who
that
loves
everybody
fucking young girls.
It's that simple, man.
Like it's wild.
It's that simple. Why? Like it's also it's not like they even can like deflect. I mean, this is where I suppose like it goes back to like that thing from the movie last night of like that Roy Cohn bit about like one of the lessons that Trump supposedly learned from him, which is just like attack, attack, attack.
And never admit defeat.
Admit nothing, deny everything, claim victory. regardless. And it's like that kind of only works when like you don't have like. I mean, again, because it's like
a mountain of implication, a mountain of
because ultimately, by the way,
you.
how does like Roy Cohn like get away with the situation they're in when like Roy Cohn's like you thought the rules didn't apply to you? They just have to do blackmail. Like you have to do blackmail.
Sexual blackmail.
Yeah, that's true. It is sexual blackmail.
It's interesting, isn't it?
There's just no like you can't undo this. You can't put like this toothpaste back in the tube. So the idea that you would try and like recast it as like a winning issue against the Democrats, like you created this mess and like, you hired people who are way too incompetent to be able to figure out how to do like a limited hangout to defang it as an issue with your own base. Like, sorry, Pam Bondi, stupid. Sorry you made Kash Patel the head of the FBI. Sorry you made Dan Gino, whatever. You made him like deputy head of the FBI. These are not smart people. These are not people who are capable of like effectuating the cover up.
They're loyalists who the Trump administration thought were making a brilliant move in hiring so they could just like communicate to the masses, thinking that the masses care about these guys as like individual. These guys are individually charismatic.
That like what
and not what they were talking about that made them figures in this movie.
Yeah, or the idea that like they would have credibility as people, that their audiences would say like, hey, listen, this guy is saying that there's nothing in the Epstein files anymore, so back the fuck off. Like, well, it's him and he's saying it, so we'll just go along with that. Like if that was their theory, if that was their theory of how this would go down, then like they're extraordinarily.
Oh, you don't get it. That's Dan Bongino. That's my goat. Of course, I'm not going to question Dan Bongino.
I mean, I just don't.
They're questioning Trump. Trump is way cooler than Dan Bongino.
They must have just thought that this wouldn't blow up. They must have just thought that everybody understood it was a fake issue. It was kayfabe. It was not like meant to actually be challenged. It was just a way to like beat the Democrats over the head. And then they, made a mistake.
Kaya, what is this? This is new. This is new stuff coming from you. What is going on with you? Huh? What's going on with you? Kaya camera shy today? No, this is worse. She wants to be on camera. She wants to get away. And then get pets.
Transparency. You ought to go after the administrations that went easy on Jeffrey Epstein, the administrations that concealed this case for 20 years, and the administrations that failed to show full transparency.
Trump is a part of that. Trump is a part of the 20 years.
I mean, but this is the thing. The Trump first term didn't exist. You have to remember that. It actually didn't happen. And when it did happen, it was good. And they did everything right. But all of the things that happened, like the delayed arrest of Jeffrey Epstein or whatever, like that's all fake. That's fake news. And stop talking about it. Por favor. Thank you.
He's got a point. Trump definitely didn't go easy on Epstein. He killed him. How dare you say that? That's his best friend. That's literally his best friend. He did not kill his best friend. Okay? No shot.
I mean, would you believe that the guy who's like sucking up to Billy Bush of all people about how cool it is to grope women is like above being pals with Jeffrey Epstein? I don't know. It's a tough one.
No, Trump has always struck me as the type of person who's like desperate for that New York societal elite like nod. And a big part of his like cultural resentment against his big part of his like resentment against the cultural elite stemmed from the reality that they always thought he was too nouveau riche, that he was too crass, he was too unkempt, and he wasn't like a real old money type of person. And for that reason, I think like he saw Jeffrey Epstein as his like way in to that circle. Like he thought, oh, this guy who has a lot of cultural cachet, who's like constantly around like other fucking very wealthy people, and scientists and stuff like that. Like that's my way in.
I wouldn't go that far. I think that Epstein is himself also I think Epstein and Trump have more in common as like outsiders than they do as like
Kaya. What are you doing? Please. That's crazy. She just every single time we start talking, she's like, all right, this is my opportunity. Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I think what Epstein offered Trump or something was based on what we know about the nature of their relationship, was a shared appreciation in a social sense. Like Trump is a guy who ran Miss Universe, and as we they're he was very involved in that, as we know. And Epstein was
Very
a guy
hands-on.
who they're both involved in modeling. They're both involved we know that they're both homeowners in Palm Beach, let's say. I think that there's Trump was probably more useful to somebody like Jeffrey Epstein than vice versa. What's just so absurd is, and what the position that they're taking was that there was any positive aspect to their relationship at all that was related to the things that Jeffrey Epstein got up to, seemingly vocationally, and Trump as well, in terms of things like modeling and real estate and investment, or, again, socializing. I don't think Trump we know is a teetotaler, and his perversions were pretty specific or limited to people we know about the Stormy Daniels case and stuff like that. Yeah. But it doesn't strike me. I don't know. What seems most significant about the Epstein-Trump thing is not anything that we know about the specifics of their relationship or how Trump may have interacted with Epstein himself, but it's the extent to which Trump seems incapable of being honest about whatever it was, and how now, as a result, we have stuff like fucking JD Vance talking about how actually it's a Democrat problem.
Dude, this is so funny. Are you going to address the Joey Swole situation with him cosplaying as Hulk Hogan and then downplaying his racism?
You're going to need to...
Joey Swole is like a content creator who goes viral every now and then for talking about gym etiquette. And someone wanted me to address, I guess, a situation where he, I suspect, dressed up as Hulk Hogan to honor his passing or something. And that's so funny because it's
Hulk Hogan is not a...
This is so outside of my realm of interest. I don't care.
It's pretty funny.
I can't begin to explain to you how little I give a shit. How fucking little I give a shit about Joey Swole or Hulk Hogan. Oh my God. That is so funny. Do you not like Hulk Hogan? I don't give a shit about Hulk Hogan. I don't think he's a good guy. I think he's a bad dude. Or was a bad dude. But what's interesting about it is, if there's one guy that I care even less than Hulk Hogan on, is Joey Swole.
Telling you, he's got nothing to hide. His administration has got nothing to hide, and that's why he's been an advocate for full transparency in this case. He's going to keep on being an advocate for full transparency, but while we're focused on that case, Donald J. Trump is also worried about making sure these great workers get more take-home pay and better jobs, and that's the focus of the administration. Thank you.
Can you address the situation of my parents enforcing strict lights out at 9 p.m. in parentheses fascism? Oh, that is an unjustifiable hierarchy, I feel like.
I don't know. Lights out doesn't hit the same ever since they made devices that are backlit. Sorry.
Damn. He just cooked you. This guy doesn't care about your plight, anarchist. You should tell him about how nap time is an unjustifiable hierarchy, because it is. Okay? If you want to do finger painting during nap time, you should be allowed to do so. You did not democratically vote for that. Anyway. Weird that you're quiet about Sydney Sweeney doing eugenicist propaganda, though. I'm not. I have seen it. It's shocking, but I guess it's a sign of times.
President Trump says he never.
Oh, here's my goat, dude. Wolf. My King Wolf. Cover it, King. Cover it. Wolf Blitzer is my problematic fave. He was an AIPAC spokesperson. He was an AIPAC PR guy, but I don't know. Well, one, I know that he vaguely knows of me for some weird reason, and I don't know why. But two, I'm a weird Wolf Blitzer fan. He's my problematic fave.
I think I'm past having feelings about Wolf Blitzer. He's just kind of there. He's been there like my whole life.
Yeah, he's an institution. That's what it is.
I mean, but it's like I don't have a capacity. Like I used to have so many takes about how like he like barely understands a lot of the stuff he talks about or whatever. But now I no longer have those takes or whatever. Just he's just become one with the news.
I think that's why I like him, because Jake Tapper has like hate in his heart.
Oh yeah, no, Jake Tapper has like a noxious worldview, and he tries to express it and insert it into how he understands.
Yeah,
and
whereas Wolf
the news.
Blitzer is what you see is what you get. I mean, clearly he's. I'm sure he's very pro-Israel. I mean,
he has like obviously one of the dopest names.
Yeah.
In TV.
Like I'm sure he's very pro-Israel. Literally worked for AIPAC. But I think what you just described is why I like him. That is like he's affable. Because he's just like, yeah, I'm delivering the news to you and doing my very best to not give you any sort of opinion behind the news. He just always looks like he's shocked too. I don't know why. Maybe it's his hairline. That's my goat.
Jeffrey Epstein's private island. Listen.
I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. I didn't want to go.
One of my very good moments. I missed that part.
Those comments come as attorneys for the longtime Epstein accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, are expected to make their final pitch to the U.S. Supreme Court as they look to try to overturn her conviction. She's currently serving 20 years in prison. Let's discuss with CNN's senior legal analyst and former state and federal prosecutor, Elie Honig. Elie, thanks for joining us. Walk us through where things stand with Maxwell's expected Supreme Court appeal.
So, Wolf, back in 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein was prosecuted by Justice Department prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida, he was given an outrageously lenient plea deal. And in addition to all the sentencing benefits that Jeffrey Epstein was given, there was a really unusual provision in that deal, which said that none of Jeffrey Epstein's co-conspirators will be prosecuted in that district. Now, fast forward to 2020, Ghislaine Maxwell gets indicted in the Southern District of New York, a different part of the Justice Department. And Maxwell has argued both at the trial court and the Court of Appeals that that deal DOJ made back in 2008 benefits her. It says she can't be prosecuted if DOJ says she's one of the co-conspirators. However, DOJ's position up until now, including now, has been that that deal was only binding on the prosecutors in Florida, not on prosecutors in New York, and that kind of deal, releasing co-conspirators, is basically invalid because it's so much against public interest. So judges have ruled against Maxwell at the trial court level and at the Federal Court of Appeals level, and now Maxwell is down to her last hope, which is trying to get the U.S. Supreme Court to take up this issue.
I would love to see which of the 9 Supreme Court justices buys that argument from her.
So the Supreme Court statistically takes only a very small proportion of all cases brought to it, under 10%, usually under 5%, usually in the range of 2 or 3% recently. On the one hand, Wolf, there have been different interpretations of this issue in different circuits around the country, which is usually a factor that makes it more likely the Supreme Court will take the case. On the other hand, though, the Supreme Court was brought this same exact issue in a separate case a few years ago and declined to hear it then. So maybe they've had a change of heart. So I would say overall it is unlikely but not impossible that the Supreme Court takes this case.
If this appeal fails, Elie, what other legal avenues could Maxwell's team pursue?
So it's clear that Ghislaine Maxwell now is making a play for some sort of leniency. She got a 20-year sentence. She's about 5 years into that sentence, and she's in her mid-60s. The other way she could get relief, or there's really 2 main ways. One is to hope for a pardon or a commutation, and we've seen various comments made by the president refusing to rule that out, saying he hasn't thought about it. But the other one is Maxwell can try to convince DOJ prosecutors, and this may be what's part of behind the meeting that she had last week. She can try to convince the DOJ to write a letter, what we call a Rule 35 letter, to a court saying, yes, she's already been convicted and sentenced. However, she's been cooperative. Her cooperation was helpful. And therefore, Judge, we ask you to resentence her to something lower. Now, DOJ should be very careful about when they write those letters, especially in a case like this. But it is theoretically and procedurally possible.
As you know, Elie, this morning, President Trump once again spoke about whether he could pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. I want you to listen to what he said specifically. Listen to this.
Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it.
So what stands out to you about those comments from Trump?
He's going to do it.
I don't know, Wolf. This boggles my mind. It's the same response he's been giving.
Man.
Will you consider a pardon for a convicted child sex trafficker?
Listen, if you can get her to say that you were actually like the coolest and most normal and upstanding guy who ever encountered Epstein,
he does have the power, as unseemly as it might be, and then says, I haven't thought about it. I mean, that's the same answer that Donald Trump has given many times in the past.
All right, I'm convinced
with other
he's going to
people
pardon
who
her, man.
did end up pardoning or commuting.
It's happening.
So look, obviously there will be a serious political cost to
there's
doing
just
that,
no
but I
reason
think
for
it's
him
pretty
not
telling that
to.
Donald
When
Trump has said
you
anything
consider
other
like
than
all the shit that he's
absolutely
done
not.
that makes no sense.
How
and,
come
like,
When you're the
Maxwell's,
fucking goat, dude.
interview,
Yeah,
the
when
other
you're the
day,
best. They got no, like, who's gonna say anything? You next. What is this? Yeah, he's looking good. Wisdom is like taller than me too. He's 6'5". Do you know who this guy is?
No.
He's great. Friend of the show. He's a fashion guy. Big fashion guy on TikTok.
Well, he looks great, man.
Yeah. You next. All I did was a 16-hour fast, caloric deficit, daily runs. I mean, his previous physique wasn't that bad for not working out at all, so I think he was already predisposed. Not just good light. No, he definitely left.
However, I do not sleep. I'm gonna be honest. People should sleep. It's good.
Yeah, no, sleeping is very important for weight loss
everything.
as well. Otherwise, you turn into this guy.
That is really... That is bloody lovely.
By that, I mean British.
With the Justice Department's Deputy Attorney General factor into what we are seeing happening next?
Well, I think the play we're going to see from Maxwell's team is obvious and the right play from any defense lawyer's perspective, which is to make an argument to DOJ. Look, she has now come forward. She has given you valuable, truthful information. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that'll be what Maxwell's attorney says. And therefore, we want you to go to a court and ask for sentencing leniency. From DOJ's perspective, it's a little bit unclear what exactly they're doing. I am skeptical that Ghislaine Maxwell is anywhere near credible enough to sign up as a cooperator and to bring other indictments based on her information. I cannot envision myself ever having done that. It would shock me if DOJ did that. So maybe they're just trying to get her information. Maybe they have some interest in getting whatever she said out there to the public to try to appease critics. But there's an interesting sort of political and legal dance happening here between the parties.
I want to play some of what Republican Congressman Thomas Massie said about the possibility of subpoenaing Jeffrey Epstein's estate. Listen to this.
I think we should get a lot more than just the book. Let's get the financial records of the estate. Follow the money, as they say up here. We should look at the plea bargain, open that up.
I like that Thomas Massie's looking less wet as of late. Bro, why do you say no to when I ask if you want food? Okay. Keith Edwards, here's how it's about to go down. Ghislaine names a bunch of Democrats, maybe tosses in a few billionaires. Well, I mean, this is my take too. Yeah, she says Trump did nothing wrong. MAGA praises her for taking down pedophiles. Trump pardons her for telling the truth. Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
I mean, it's also, I mean, look, if you're not convinced that Trump isn't a, sexual abuser guy because of the word of a convicted sex trafficker, then I don't know what.
Who he is literally possibly going to give a sentence commutation to, who he has already refused to reveal the files because we know he was in the files. And without those files, we have no way to match what Ghislaine's testimony looks like with the truth. with like an unbiased third party investigation.
I mean, this is the thing is like once upon a time, like a number of years ago, the way that this would have been handled was that somebody would have appointed a special prosecutor. Like the Mueller probe was kind of a recent example of this, but really I'm thinking about like Patrick Fitzgerald, who's like a Bush era figure in that way. And they would have like created somebody who would be like an independent prosecutor empowered by the Justice Department and, you know, given powers and specific insulation from the president so they could get to the bottom of the matter and then release a report that is ultimately the result of a negotiation with the president and so on, which, you know, fine. It would have been like the traditional way to handle this, but Trump doesn't let stuff happen that he can't control to a completion, essentially. And the circumstances of this do seem to suggest that it also is actually not like set aside propriety, set aside what Trump does or doesn't do, you know, like in terms of keeping with or breaking from tradition. It really does seem like Trump doesn't actually, he can't let somebody be rooting around. Like even if they appointed some Law and Order Republican style guy to be an independent, you know, special counsel or whatever,
I will say this
it would
much.
fuck them. Like, I think that what could turn up would be genuinely damaging, especially if, by the way, the Wall Street Journal, not, you know, the Huffington Post, you know, credible news sources, but again, like something that is
like
Rupert Murdoch
run by a
is
right
getting
wing
him.
billionaire. Bro, you can't be talking about this lame and unimportant story still. I can't tell if people are doing that to just like LARP as Trump or Trump defenders, or if they, I don't know. I can't, I just don't understand whenever people say that. Because this is a fairly important story. Especially because I think if in the stupid ways that the Trump administration, in the short-sighted ways that the Trump administration operates, where because they have no one who's like smart in the room that says, dude, you can't say Bill Clinton's a pedophile, because if you do that, Bill Clinton's going to come out and be like, well, you were in the room fucking kids too. You know what I mean? Like, if it's mutually assured pedophilia destruction, and these guys don't realize that, and then they just like haphazardly fucking throw out a couple names that are like Democrats or maybe even like Republican billionaires that Trump doesn't like, okay? That will, in my opinion, open up the floodgates from the other side as well.
I think it's possible. It's just that it does seem though that like the mutually assured pedophile destruction like thesis, for it to be like fully true, like if it fully plays out like that, then you know there would have to be like knowledge among these parties of one another, and it would not have to be like a pretty siloed thing. And I don't know, like it's. I mean, this is what's so frustrating. Even if you've read the Julie K. Brown book and all this stuff, it does remain. Because a lot of the investigation and a lot of the examination of how the stuff worked, like there remains a lot of secrecy and unknown about how compartmentalized it was. How many of the people who knew Epstein knew each other in the context of Epstein. I mean, this is, you know, these are all, by the way, like because Epstein seems to have palled around with so many people who are so influential in society, not just because they were successful actors or filmmakers or celebrity real estate developers, but also because they were future heads of the CIA, like Bill Burns, for example. It does seem like, yeah, this is why you should have an independent public commission or a congressional committee that would examine this.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's going to happen. I don't think that can happen, like you said, because like too many people are implicated.
I think it could happen. It just is like, it requires, like, it's generational, right? Like there's a lot, like if you are below a certain age, right? There's just no chance that you're implicated in Epstein stuff aside from like if a donor you have or something. Like you can't get like there's, it's just mathematically impossible, you know? And so I think that there is like, it's just a matter of time, and it may not be soon, and it may not be, you know, again, like the JFK assassination, for example, or the House Select Committee on Assassinations, which investigated the JFK assassination, the MLK assassination, the
I don't
RFK.
think they're competent enough to do that.
Yeah, but I'm saying like that took like 15 years after the fact is my point.
Yeah.
Like, and I do believe that if this case continues to hold this kind of purchase over the public imagination and ends up feeling like, you know, directly tied to why people still feel the world is fucked up, then I could see it. I could see something like that developing. It just seems that, like, right now, obviously there are too many faves are implicated for any modicum of transparency that we would consider real transparency to emerge. And that's not, I'm not trying to express like a cynicism about that. It's just, it's hard to imagine.
Yeah. I don't know. I think if there's no like high profile target in the revelations, the base will want more. That's what I think too. Because like, if they only simply say, like, they don't even say Bill Clinton was a pedophile in it.
Yeah.
Then people are gonna be like, but we know Bill Clinton is a pedophile. Like, what do you mean?
It is like they've got to make sure that if they do the limited hangout route, that they've got to have enough. I actually do think people,
but they have to say. But if they say Bill Clinton's a pedophile, then Bill Clinton could turn around and be like, well, you're a pedophile too. We're all pedophiles.
I think Clinton is also in a category of like, there's not. Like, there's certain people who I think are just untouchable because, like, they are load-bearing individuals within, like, the constellation of the American power elite. And Bill Clinton is that kind of person, even in his advanced age and so on, because he is part of what has made, you know, again, like, an entire, like, node of the democratic-aligned power elite, like, function. And by the way, that's now connected and expand, you know, and because this is just how elite reproduction works. It's not like a conspiracy. I mean, you could frame it that way if one wanted, but like, it's like, yeah. And now like Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Global Initiative are, you know, they're, I mean, I think a better example obviously would be Huma Abedin marrying Alex Soros. Like there's like these are like
a royal marriage.
Exactly. Like this is court politics now is a good way to look at it. And there are certain people who are mainly, again, like I said, they're untouchable just because they're load bearing elites within the system. And even though lots of people will say, oh, Bill Clinton's a pedophile.
So you think Bill Clinton's a load-bearing pedophile. And therefore, even if he's outed, he's still untouchable. Is that what you're saying?
I think that he won't be outed. I think that like what has been like, I know,
but if he's not outed, then people are going to say our appetite is still great. It's obvious. If you don't say Bill Clinton's a pedophile and everybody knows he's a pedophile already, then people are going to be like, oh, this is fake. It's going to lead Trump's base into understandably stating that this is a fraudulent list.
I think, though, that like it's the list and the files itself, though, misapprehends even a little bit, though, about what ultimately could whet people's appetite about this stuff, which would be revealing what the fuck was Epstein's relationship to the CIA, to the Mossad, to MI6.
But I think at first, before Trump like started basically communicating to the public with the way he's like dealt with the story, that he might have actually literally fucked kids, like diddled children alongside Jeffrey Epstein. I always was under the assumption that he was just like protecting the elite, and maybe the reason why he had like communicated differently prior to the election as opposed to after the election when he won was because of Israel. So I think because of the way he has responded to this, now I think I used to be of the mindset that he actually severed ties with Epstein in like 2003. And then that was it. That he was like one of the people that actually lucked out. That like it was weird that he had Alex Acosta on as his labor secretary. But I used to be of the mindset that like he was clearly very heavily involved up until like 2003. And then there's not really much we know of in terms of their relationship.
I could agree with that.
Now I feel like there's got to be more because this motherfucker is hiding this shit so sloppily.
But it's, you know, this is where it's like, I believe there's more, but I believe to me, the more is less about like, who are the bold-faced names that were people who like had sex with children or whomever, whatever it was, because of Epstein or did, you know, crimes with him on his island. And it's again, more about like the scandal and the thing everybody's like playing catch up to try and protect is the involvement of like governments and powerful interests who, people who are supposed to act, institutions that are supposed to represent a greater good at all times, even if it's a greater good we disagree with, working with the unspeakable, working with and using methods that are perhaps also unspeakable.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I do feel that like we really do mostly already know what we could ever really get to know about who are like the big names that were doing stuff with Epstein. What remains to be seen is just like what are the details of those relationships?
Yeah, and
from
also,
Leon Black on down.
Yeah, and also the financial ties, like how he made his money, who was doing the wire transfers, and like following the paper trail of Jeffrey Epstein, this complex web of financial elite, and like what kind of involvement they had. Was he money laundering for them? Things of that nature, alongside his relationship to intelligence communities like around the globe. But those are the things that they will never uncover, I think. Like no administration would ever do that.
I think there will eventually be like witnesses come out, people start talking, we learn more all the time, even if it's like morsel by morsel. But it's always contingent, right? Like if we learn a lot about this stuff, it will be contingent on things changing in the world as it is right now that open up those possibilities. For example, like the American-Israel relationship, for one, how stable the faith in American elites that people have, depending on whether or not they can afford milk.
My bad. This guy cracked the case, bro. He had stocks, listed him as the CEO. That's what it was, dude. You should reveal this information to the many different committees that have investigated this. I didn't realize like that's what
he has stocks.
Dude, he has stocks. Fuck, man, he was a day trader. Shit, dude, he was a day trader and he was a CEO. That's why Les Wexner gave him power of attorney.
One of the other ones I think that I learned. Did you see that? Have you seen the Powerball thing?
What?
Search Google Epstein Powerball or Zorro Trust Powerball.
No, is that? I thought that was a Felix bit. That's real. That's a real thing that they've.
Just Google it. I'm not kidding. I thought, that has to be fake.
No, there's no way. No. Oklahoma State forums.
No, wait, no. There was one.
There's nothing.
There's a good. I love this conspiracy.
Trust keeps Powerball winner a mystery. Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Trust claims $85 million Powerball ticket in 2008. A financial planning company based in Oklahoma City received $29.3 million on Monday on behalf of the Zorro Trust, which held the winning ticket from the July 2nd drawing. Did you know Epstein r/lottery? Did you know that Epstein won $29.3 million sum?
Apparently she decided to use the same name for her trust as Epstein did for his. Damn. That is crazy, though. Did you see the top comment on Reddit?
Oh, I didn't.
No, go back to reopen the Reddit tab.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. So look at the top comment.
But the Oklahoma City newspaper, the Oklahoman, did a little more digging and discovered that the anonymous winner worked in a grocery store across the street from the convenience store where the winning ticket was sold. Apparently, she decided to use the same name for her trust as Epstein did for his.
That's incredible. That's incredible. That's so good. I'd seen this like lottery thing flying around and I figured it'd be a funny thing to look into on stream. But yeah, this was like flying around. And I was like, I'm curious about this. And I saw that the Zorro Trust piece of it was true, but I was just like, all right, there's got to be something more to that. That's so fucking funny.
I thought that was a meme that Felix was putting out there.
But that is like a great, like, I don't believe there's a conspiracy there. Like if the newspaper reporter found it, like, and it's not like Zorro is a fucking like secret word, but that is mad fucking funny. Imagine like you're like, oh, I'm gonna use an LLC name for my lottery winnings, and then the one you pick happens to be Jeffrey Epstein's.
Chapo had a take that if the Dems were competent, they would just release it and burn Bill Clinton. More people on the list are Republicans, and also Bill Clinton not having a speech at the DNC would be a positive thing. There you have it, Chapo. They're shepherds of the DNC. You see that? They're trying to defend the Democratic Party again. I knew it all along. That's why we're Maoist third worldists. Like we're real ones. Unlike fucking Chapo.
I do think there's a really like I think that there's like that elucidates a truth, right? That yes, that would be what competence Dem do or whatever. But I don't know if it's about competence as to why Dems don't do it, or if it's really about the fact that, like, again, what I meant about like Bill Clinton being this like load bearing thing, like it's not like there's that Mark Fisher quote or whatever about like how it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. I think Democrats have a version of that where it is easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine
the end of Bill Clinton.
Exactly. Like life without somebody as meaningful as that.
Loving Bill Clinton that much, even Hillary doesn't. Hillary notoriously doesn't. That'd be the funniest outcome of all this is like Hillary outing Bill Clinton like Melinda outed Bill Gates. Just after years and years of just like staying quietly staying by his side, being this like power couple with great ambitions, Hillary Rodham Clinton finally breaks her silence and outs her husband in her fake sham marriage as a prolific sex trafficker.
I mean, it is like I think if there's like any single like or not that's got to be one of the like the
it's her time, Queen.
I don't know. There remains to me like a strain of like 2016 brain breakage from all of the discourse about like standing up for women and stuff, and then like seeing Bill. I'm Bill Clinton, and I'm here to support my wife.
Yeah,
for feminism.
No, everybody knows fucking bullshit. Wait, I think there was a. I just remembered Jeffrey Epstein saying he's a fan of Time's Up from the Steve Bannon depositions.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Oh my God, yeah, that's it. It's like Jeffrey Epstein in the deposition being like, "I hate pedophiles." Wait, let me see if I can find that. Because Steve Bannon obviously has 15 hours of tape on Jeffrey Epstein.
That stuff is truly like
also very strange.
It's strange, although Bannon is himself like he's such an operator, and with him he like he really seems to like he just wants to like he has like a sense of like who's going to be important at some point in time, and then he tries to find a way to be relevant to their story, and you never really quite know what his role is. It's very strange.
Yeah. What is this? Did you see this? TikTok might be over for lefty content. TikTok has hired ex-IDF instructor Erica Mindell to develop and drive the company's positions on hate speech with a focus on combating anti-Semitism. The position she's getting, base salary up to $330K, was created under pressure from the ADL. Here's Mindell in 2021 in a video for the American Jewish Committee touting her rich Zionist identity and her history of ethnic activism. After graduating from college, I made Aliyah and enlisted in the IDF, Mindell says. I spent the next 2 years serving as a Madrachat Shirion. What is that?
I don't know. It means Madrachat Shirion. It means like a I don't know what Shirion means, but Madrachat would be like counselor. It's like a female counselor.
TikTok is no doubt complying with these censorship demands, trying to stave off ban. I don't know if this is real or not. This is what is in Chris Manahan Info Lib News.
I mean, like that's as seen on Drudge. I mean, like, would I be shocked that TikTok hires an quote unquote anti-Semitism specialist, and is somebody who has worked for like the AJC or ADL or whomever before? Like, no. Do I think that means like that augurs a whole new era of censorship? Shirion is armor.
Yeah, there are better Hebrew speakers than you. Shame. Yeah.
I mean, I think I'll take Noam's
in all of
I'll take Noam's Hebrew translation over mine.
Yeah, in all of your years of anti-Zionism, dude, Jonathan Greenblatt was right. You are anti-Semitic. You've forgotten Hebrew.
The like, I just don't believe that it suggests that there's like a new wave of TikTok censorship coming or whatever because they hired this one person. Sorry. Like if TikTok censorship was coming, I don't think that they would. I don't think that it would be coming. I think it would just happen.
I think it already is kind of, but I don't know.
I mean, I assume it already is to a point. I just don't.
I'm one of the 11. It doesn't count. I love that we know immediately what that number is referencing, which is anti-Zionist Israelis.
Exactly.
Like immediately. When someone in the chat says, "Oh, I'm one of the 11 people," I know exactly what that person is talking about. TikTok already pushes mad racist and anti-leftist shit these days. Yeah. Oh my God. That's actually something I want to talk to KASKY about.
I don't know. I don't use TikTok pretty much at all, so I don't know.
TikTok has an incredible well of like black pill content, and it's just like directly. It's basically like mass popularized all the shit that you would see in like black pill subreddits. You know black pill subreddits, right? Like looks maxing and black pill is like
that one I can
like black pill's like
neat incel like hyper like
black pill is genetic predestiny that certain things are impossible to contend with. Like even if you try to, no matter how hard you looks max, you're gene cucked. And you should kill yourself is basically what it is. It's like the suicide pill. And there are a lot of these like looks maxing, like super physically focused accounts, like accounts that are focused on like male lookism. Okay. And it's already like, it's already eugenics focused as well. One of these guys, I forget his name, but there's some random fucking guy who like recently went viral because someone was like, "Oh, Marlon," who is one of like who's another content creator who's very attractive. They were like, "Oh, this guy Marlon, like, do you think Marlon mogs you?" Mogging is you know what mogging is, right? Like when someone mogs another, they're like flexing on them.
That one I know.
Oh yeah, clavicular. And this dude clavicular is like 20 and has already a litany of different like plastic reconstructive surgeries, I think. Says, "Oh no, Marlon can't mog me because he's black." Okay. And then he got like kind of canceled for it a little bit. Like, because TikTok was like, "What the fuck is this? Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's racist as fuck." And then since then, he's only doubled down, and now he's like doing collabs with Nick Fuentes.
I mean, it makes sense. That is the natural endpoint of that kind of stuff, though.
But it's like crazy because like Nick Fuentes is amongst the youth, even on TikTok. Like there are a lot of people, especially with this whole wave of like anti-Israel sentiment popping off everywhere. Nick Fuentes has made a prominent space for himself as like the premier guy you go to for anti-Israel commentary.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, and his like, he has like affiliated accounts or whatever that you see, like people don't realize are associated with him. Like that AF
America First. Yeah.
AF Post. Like it's bad. Although I understand like how somebody like that, you know, hyper incel culture kind of stuff. And like that's where it leads more or less, is that it just leads you to like internet fascism, open internet fascism or whatever.
I was just shocked because I feel like an unaffiliated random guy, even if they're a part of this like black pill community that cares about like looks maxing or whatever, would know who the fuck Nick Fuentes is and would like want to bring Nick Fuentes on their platform to be like, yeah, we're based. They say the youth now says jester, like you're a jester if you care about politics. That's the terminology. I don't fucking know. Some dumb shit. It's just kind of sad. Not even kind of sad. It's very sad. Very pathetic. Yeah, you're either based or you're jester, and it's like kind of ironic. Like it started off as like irony, but I think they just say it unironically now.
It also seems like I mean, it is I think part of it is like it is also very legible as a phenomenon. It makes a lot of sense, right? Like oceans are rising, summers are getting wetter, jobs aren't coming up, no reason to save for retirement if you're doing it already, blah 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 blah. Like I get it. Like I see where that kind of like how that darkness proliferates.
Yeah. We haven't even mentioned the brain rot ass esoteric edits. What do you mean? Yeah, here, look.
Rates. I'm like, dude. I like Godis. He's a fucking idiot. He reviewed my
This is the looks maxer.
That
which
guy,
you
all right.
might not be able to tell because he looks not so great, but that's the guy. He's like the hot guy that these
he's the hot
BP
guy.
edit makers love. And it's called, there's like a cookie verse or something. I think one of the guys that's like in their group is like, I don't know if he's a meme or not because he's like kind of fat. I was trying to understand what his role is in the cookie verse. But
Cookie verse?
Yeah, his name is Cookie, I think. I don't fucking know. His mic has background noise. Shut up. Just listen to this background noise. Cookie is Turkish, by the way. Wait, really? Oh, man. Why is the fucking fat guy Turkish, bro? That's crazy. Anyway.
My video, and he's like, no, Nick is right. Working out is painful because we shouldn't do it. And I was like, where has this guy been?
No, dude.
We need to put people onto this guy.
He's not based.
Who discourages working out.
He's blue-pilled, dude. He's blue-pilled. So, like, if you really... So, you know, I'm not going to speak too much on this, but if you really think that, like, saving, like, European culture is, like, the pinnacle of your life, it's definitely not going to be through fucking dietary.
He kind of sounds like Nick Fuentes. Like, he's trying to sound like him. He kind of looks like Nick, if Nick Fuentes looks maxed.
That's just like, fuck you, dude. Like, if you want Europeans to mog and do all this shit, it's going to be through exogenous hormones and surgery and all the stuff that I'm talking about, not fucking raw meat. So fuck Otis for that shit.
All right, I like the idea of saying it's not fucking raw meat, and my thought is not having sex with raw
like
meat.
all of there's different variants in like the right wing manosphere where like there's the Joe Rogan / Jordan Peterson attitude. Liver King was like involved in this as well. The ancestral tenets, like you have to eat like a carnivore diet to become like brolic. Meanwhile, all of the guys are actually doing steroids.
Yeah.
And this guy's saying, no, like you have to engage in medical enhancement. Like you literally have to do steroids and do hormone replacement and all this shit if you want to look like me.
It is admittedly crazy to take the position that this is all about. Like we need positive surgical intervention. We need you to do all these things. I guess looks max, a word I never want to say again. And then
this is the brain rot that I
well, and then it comes, and then that's what happens at the end of it, where looking like, I mean, no offense to that guy. It's not like I don't think I'm a fucking Adonis, but come on. I mean, he doesn't even have a mustache. His beard doesn't.
You don't understand. He's got to put more minoxidil on his mustache. So
he looks. I mean, it's
so he can grow.
I feel like he looks slippery. He looks wet.
God, I actually encountered one of the funniest versions of this where someone was like, because I love like brain rot online, and the funniest version of this was like people coming to the conclusion that like there's a level above looks maxers who have like tried desperately hard to look a certain way, and that's just like someone who is naturally just like shredded and doesn't like care about any of this weird shit. So essentially, like a normal guy.
Yeah,
you mean just like a regular dude who just works out.
There's at a certain point though, it's just all nonsense talk. Like also the idea that this has any relationship with saving European civilization. Setting aside also that's even a thing, that European civilization even exists.
Cookie versus anti-Semitic. They have terms like Cookie Monster, i.e. Adolf Hitler. They use terms like baking to refer to Auschwitz. They use coded words to refer to the Holocaust. They're deeply anti-Semitic in the right wing. Wait, that's what the cookie verse is? They're referring... I know Nick Fuentes has like talked about, baking cookies as like an analog for why he believes the Holocaust is fake or whatever, to do Holocaust denial. But I didn't realize that was like... That's what it meant. That was what the coded language was. I thought the dude's name was Cookie. Like the one of the dudes. I feel like you could have just made this up right now and I would still believe you because like these guys are they're so all over the place with their worldview. It just like doesn't make sense. And they do this lame ass shit anyway. And the guys in the comments saying based are like this.
She took me out and clean. She was the best damn woman that I ever seen.
Is this a cop?
Side to side, telling me no lie.
What is this car? What?
Maybe he's like a dog catcher.
No, he's a three-party system.
theorist.
# Republican.
M. Hud says he's a conspiracy theorist.
Hello, everybody out there in TikTok land. How you doing? You know, there's thoughts that go across my head. This is probably
I love a big
been
guy
thought
with a
of
squeaky
1,000
voice.
times, but it's something to reiterate and start saying that America, I believe, should run on a three-party system.
Hell yeah.
All the way down to
We got Republicans, we got base Republicans, and then we got the real base Republicans. Okay, those are the three parties I'm on board with. It's got one like. Who's this man talking to? I love that. Apparently, Clap's girlfriend is trans, and all of his comments are just transphobic, calling her ugly. These people complain about not having a girlfriend, then one of them do. They still complain. I'm the one like, oh, thanks, M. Hud. Anyway, 1 like and 6 saves.
This is a very M. Hud style guy.
Raw meat guy?
Yeah.
So I didn't even know that.
He
I
has-
just knew he hates working out and stuff.
He's pretty funny because he'll take the raw steak and he'll go in front of like a vegan rally and just start like munching into it, which is disgusting.
That's so base, dude. Fuck.
I just like
I think it's so base to do that. Or you could just be like a normal guy.
Or just,
You could just be like a normal dude who likes to work out and doesn't make it his whole fucking personality. I don't know.
Also, like, I'm gonna be honest.
I like
this
working
guy's
out.
being like 19, having a zillion surgeries. You don't need to do that.
No.
You don't need to do that. Just have a good time.
Yeah. No, the peak male looks maxing, like the peak of male physique is when you look like a Bogdanov brother.
I mean, it is like what's
by the
so
age of 25.
What's so crazy though, and this is why like the Nick Fuentes thing is like the Nick Fuentes thing about how like it's actually like the gayest thing of all is to try and compete for a woman's or do things for a woman's affection or attraction. Like there is like you just see how people assimilate that logic like so easily. You see how people are like, oh yeah, like actually like because like what if you then have to because then you would obviously have to consider, well, what does a woman find attractive? And the answer to that
these
question,
guys, not whatever they're doing.
well, it's certainly not the one on the right, but like there is to me.
I don't think he cares about what women find
That's what I'm
attractive.
saying.
He's a gay man.
That's exactly correct. That's what I'm getting at.
Which is
that's what I'm saying. No, but it is for their audience though, who are mostly not gay dudes or whatever. It is like because if you do were to consider like, wow, what does a woman find attractive? It's usually not like trying to look like Sacha Baron Cohen in the latest issue of what was it, Men's Health or whatever. It's like no, it's not like trying to look psycho cut. It's about. I mean, honestly, there are traditionally masculine qualities that women are attracted to, and it involves like, you know, like being kind of like not excessively caring about grooming standards, for example.
Yeah.
Like that's actually
ladies love a little bit of a smelly boy.
Exactly, dude. Like, you know, body hair and you know, like I wouldn't say like getting fat and sitting on the couch.
I'm kidding. Chad,
But no,
calm
people
down.
do like. There's like people don't want you to like people
I
aren't
absolutely disagree. Okay, no,
people aren't interested in like having sex with like a shaved noodle.
To each their own. I think probably some people do, but the point is that what male standards of beauty are is very different than what women find to be desirable in a man. That is true, and I agree with you on that, Noah. Men want to look like Bradley Martin. Men who especially spend a lot of time in the gym want to look like Bradley Martin. Whereas for women, that's not like the peak of the male form at all. They don't want that. They want like someone who is in decent shape, but not like it doesn't look like a gorilla.
Thing, by the way, it's completely wretched to eat like these animal organs and all this shit. It's just
Yeah, the standards that these guys have are set for other men. Goatus literal promotes natural selection. He's the most black pilled. All my words are colliding. Nick cannot possibly support Godis. Of course, Clav is hanging out with Nick. Godis is twice his age, though, and they look the same age. Prime Godis photo. Calling Godis blue-pilled is wild. Godis is the GOAT. Godis won. Who the fuck? I don't even know who Godis is. I don't get it. Godis is the guy who hired someone to douse his ex in acid and burn her house down. Of course, Nick likes him. What? He hired hitmen.
Just you wait. We're gonna get into it all. Are staring. Imagine those from.
Is that the guy? That's him.
Of it. People sound gazing, eating them, and it's just them. This is how Gaddis, the
Gaddis.
His name is Gaddis. He's a carnivore psychopath. Yo, why can't you motherfuckers just work out normal? Like, just work out a little bit, you know? And just be normal about it. What the fuck is this? I don't understand. Like, what is this? Why does everything have to be about, like, owning the fucking libs? Why are you so goddamn cucked to whatever the fuck some liberal thinks about you? You're so stupid. You're such a pathetic person if you care this much about what libs think about you. This guy is crazy. I mean, yeah. What you guys have described to me. Wanted, raw meat cult YouTuber hires acid attack on girlfriend and son while posting about eating humans.
He could have just had a bad day.
Stabbed a couple of his classmates. Wait, is this guy in prison? Is he still like on the run? I don't understand. What? No? Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, no? Is the same guy you watched a Noah Samson video about how he's justifying being a pedo? Oh, it might be.
That's not good.
I feel like I remember watching this guy in here like 3 years ago. Trump pardoned him. So what is it? Is he at large or what? Like, can someone give me real information, please? Can someone give me real information? What? Good afternoon. Love Hogwash, but I was hoping you would cover Julian Brown. He created a machine that turns plastic into fuel and has apparently disappeared. Not much info on it right now, as it's relatively new, but this seems like a decent source.
I don't know if The Root is a decent source in 2025, but...
What?
What?
What is this? This guy made up.
I can't go into too much detail, but there is some very, very odd stuff going on.
This is old school, man. I'm glad that we're getting back to the old meta. Like the guy who invented a car that can travel with water as a fuel source.
This is like a 19th century meta.
Yeah.
Which my favorite alchemist, TikToker, who claimed that he had figured out a way to turn lead into gold, has taken off. And he claims that he was under surveillance by federal agents prior to.
Hell yeah.
That's very Connor O'Malley to me.
Hell yeah, dude. This is like the OG shit. This is before the internet. I've been following him. His mom said he's safe. He didn't invent anything wrong. Yeah. Wait, what? You mean
I would love to know the Roots writers' like thought process on this article. Although they reported on my already, it looks like, but
he can't go into much detail.
And that weird black helicopters had been circling his home at night.
Yeah, that seems.
Folks, read the documents.
Now he's missing.
And that's why I put every day.
Weasel News, a reputable outlet.
This is more or less the plot of like Common Side Effects.
Every hour, every minute, into building, into growing. Why am I out here? So that I'm not working on this plastic in the fuel reactor I've been working on for 5 years, since I was 17. Why am I out here in 100-degree weather? Why am I out here despite being falsely accused and reported to the EPA and the IRS? Why am I out here despite weird black helicopters that turn off their radar transponder circling me 6 times at night? Why am I out here sleeping in my van, crazy humidity,
I don't know. Like
mosquitoes,
I don't wanna
gnats
say it.
flying in, and yet I
However,
still
Brown's
do it.
mother, Nia,
Why am
told
I
the
having
Daily
to
Mail
stop
that her
having to
son is
drive
fine, just in
4
hiding
hours
for his
every time I
safety.
want to work on this machine? Because when I was doing it in my parents' backyard, I blew myself up. And I had to go to the hospital for second-degree burn surgery. I do this because this is my mission that I've assigned myself.
He's my neighbor. He's been making waves in the hood. His mom said he's just laying low because weirdos are sending him threats. Wait, what?
I mean, I hope, that he's not a flim-flam man and also that he's safe. But black helicopters circling the house sounds interesting.
Why is the whole neighborhood in your chat right now? Hey, bro, did you see the black helicopters? Because to me, this looks like every other guy that has like a little bit of an episode, No disrespect, but... And I hope that they're not like harassing him and his family and shit, but... So Rock Nation chatters? Oh my God. Rock Nation's coming after him. Jay-Z's got big stocks in the oil fossil fuel industry. He doesn't want no plastic conversion into diesel. It totally is an episode. Look at my recent messages. He claimed to invent a machine to turn plastic into gas. It's some not real shit because the science already existed, but it's so inefficient no one uses it. Oh, federal agents are in my chat. They're trying to be like, it's inefficient.
It's inefficient. Don't worry about it. The blue mushrooms, those are fake.
Everybody found it already. Oh, dude, we found
Keep those eyes closed, people. Eyes wide shut. Thank you.
Totally, dude. Yeah, definitely. Rock Nation is in the chat. Okay. You ain't slick. Pick the fluff. Oh, dude, coming in here being like, don't worry about it. Just stop looking in this direction. Yeah, you guys are freaking blue pilled, dude. We're over here based. You're jester. I'm based maxing.
Honestly, playing around with like doing science experiments feels like a good outlet for the looks maxing guy. He should do that instead. He should be doing what this guy does. He should be trying to find new ways
he's friends with that autistic content creator who lives like he's in the 20s and drives a Model T. I love that guy. That's a real dude. That's that dude is great. He has a crazy house. He has a bunch of crazy cars. That guy rules.
Nile Red? No.
Wait,
Parkinson?
Dr. Parkinson?
Parkinstein?
It's a real machine that this guy made. It's not just that groundbreaking, apparently.
That's what they want you to think.
The black pill sub will invent new date rape drugs if they start doing
you're
science.
right.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
a bad.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, they invent like GHB squared. Yeah.
Oh, Azealia Banks is back today, outing her father as a pedophile rapist. Girl, my dad was 47 and my mom was 14 when they got together. Cry somewhere else, loser. That is insane. Why did you just out your dad? Like that's an insane thing to openly admit, like volunteer. That's not a flex. I don't understand it. I don't understand what the fuck is going on with Azealia Banks. I really need to let y'all to let go of 212 because this is getting ridiculous. Yeah, 212 is
so true.
Still a banger though.
It is a great song.
Azealia Banks is always at ground zero of an issue. It's true. Including 9/11.
It's a good way because it is like everything.
Yeah, she's always been insane. She was never this insane. Azealia Banks was like, for every, 7 horrifying takes, she would have 3 that made you, for a brief moment, forget that she had 7 horrifying takes. Because she just like come out and say something that was so like, wow, I can't believe she just came out with that. This is so correct. Lately, she's been doing 9 to 10 takes that are all batshit insane. Like literally more insane than anything she's ever said. and very directionally. Like she sounds like Brianna Wu.
Yeah, she does seem like she's like you could see people who like through their posting are like they are, you like see how they're making themselves into a crazy person.
Yeah.
Like you see the arc of that. And even if they
when all the Twitter Nazis were posting about like Palantir, caring about Palantir's brownoid coded, like she was also defending Palantir.
Well, she's got the fine note, like the fine nose for a contrarian take. That is, I think, part of it's like what I mean. Look, it's like she's like she did a Cousins. You know what I mean? She did a Cousins. So just like Kanye, except like just to get out of like whatever the last like topic she was stuck arguing about in that she got bored with.
Yeah. Explains why her brain is the way it is. She came from that expired sperm. That's crazy. Your dad is a rapist pedophile. I mean, it's true. It's not even
just
fake.
True.
That's crazy because, like, she said it, you know?
Yeah.
Ay. What? She's dating Clay Thompson? That's Megan the
Megan the
Stallion.
Stallion, dude. Comment the fuck on.
You're racist as fuck for that. She's dating Clay Thompson.
No, dude, you need. Yeah. Oh,
that's crazy.
That
Take a
is
day
mad
off.
Funny. Yeah, just
Take a day
immediate
off.
delete.
Take a fucking day off, bro. Like that's the type of dude that in penance you do have to wash black people's feet. Okay, like you have to be that white guy who comes back. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing that you said.
Oh, that was awesome.
Like I can't. Like Megan Thee Stallion is like the exact opposite in terms of like being normal and cool and fun and good and not having insane takes. You know?
Yes.
They are not even on the same planet of existence. Throwback to when she was Hen Mazik posting. Hell yeah, get that bag, Azealia. Yeah, she would have been kidnapped and held hostage in Palestine.
Oh yeah, she did that. I mean, she's on every side of everything though. Like she spent a large time beefing with the Red Scare girls for whatever reason. Like it's none of it's real.
Well.
It's all like theater with her. Oh, it's just
No,
I know who it is.
Yeah, my mom's supposed to be coming.
212
was fire though.
212 was very fire, but like so was like the ring cycle.
Yeah, Banks' son, Banks' son or Banks' daughter.
Yeah, going up on
apparently speaking of Banks, like I took a big hit today. FaZe Banks is like stepping down from FaZe or something. I don't know. What is this? Yo, actual audio issue. There's a very high-pitched whine/hum when the voice gate opens up. Sounds entirely electronic, not something in the room, unless there is some crazy PC fan. Sorry to be an audio bitch chatter, but it's getting pretty piercing out loud on a phone. It's only in Noah's mic, by the way. Someone clip it.
True.
Someone clip. Actually, you know what? I got the studio headset on here. He's lying. Let's see.
We'll see if he's lying.
I'm gonna listen in.
Yeah, he's right. I'm just talking.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It does sound like a little bit of a fucking pitch. It is there when you speak, Noah, not when I speak. But it's so fucking marginal that you need to calm the fuck down. Noah, speak for a second.
Yeah, I'm talking. I'm speaking. Yeah. I'm continuously speaking.
Yeah, now that you
son, thought daughter.
Yeah, now that you fucking now that the shatter mentioned it and I read it out loud, it's now officially something that you guys will hear, myself included.
What is there?
Not marginal in a cell phone speaker, and I'm a girl. Okay, well, this girl is an audio pervert. Turns out you could be an audio pervert even when you're a girl. I thought it was an exclusive guy thing. Hold on here. Put the headset on and you'll hear it.
All right, I'm talking. Oh, wow.
It's not that bad.
I mean,
it's not that bad. It's whatever. It's awful with shit earbuds and phone speakers only.
I'm wondering what it is, though. Like, I assume, like, this is the thing, is that if somebody's enough of an audio pervert to catch the sound, they should also be able to say, oh, well, that's what, well, here's your problem, pal.
No, we can't. We can't figure it out. There's nothing we can do. This is like a Roadcaster issue, I think, just in general, because I bought a new Roadcaster specifically for this. What the fuck?
What? Sorry?
What?
What's going on? What happened?
Yo, why is the Twitter comms Hitler posting as FaZe Banks? Also, I don't think he has a hairline like that. No disrespect to anybody involved, but
why did they make this though? What happened?
I don't know what he did. I don't know. I think it was like a scam or something. Or people are saying it's a scam, and FaZe Banks is defending his honor. And I have to defend FaZe Banks because I'm FaZe the fuck up. You could put a subtle low pass filter on it, 15, 18 kilohertz in OBS, probably. Probably not. Because they're not separate mics. Lower gain, increase output, or EQ dip a few dB. All right, what about now?
How does it sound now? Has it improved any? Is it any better?
Wait, let me hear it. Hold on. I should wait, speak.
We're
Wait,
talking.
Hold on. Let me put the headset on again. Okay, talk
when
now.
When I was 17,
you can still kind of hear it, but it's not as bad.
It was a very good year.
Yeah, it's like it goes. Keep. Wait.
Oh, keep talking. Do you hear?
No, you can hear it. Yeah.
You can still hear the noise.
Oh, I don't know what it is. It's the gain. No, it's not the gain.
When I was 17.
Oh my god. Okay, then in the Rodecaster there should be an option. I've seen your Rodecaster setting panels before. I know it's an option. You can probably end stream and run to the store and get a whole new mic setup and then come back later and reopen the stream. Yeah, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do.
I gotta go in like 10 anyway for the movie.
Yeah. We replaced the cables, the mic itself. We replaced the Rodecaster. We got a new Rodecaster as well. Oh, Cameron's here. I don't know where he is. Is he outside? Oh yeah, he is. Has Banks committed to his baldness yet? No. Not only are you and Brother Banks the same age, but you're the same bald. Okay, calm down, dude. Wait, so what happened? What happened with Brother Banks? And this doesn't what? Oh shit! I accidentally went to Twitter Explorer. Jason the Ween is doing 100 weenies. Is all this audio experts and them have a way to remove the buzz on their side? Get good audio pedophiles. I agree. Okay, hold on. Yeah.
That thing that or no, it's not.
Ow. Why does my fucking neck hurt? I'm so fucking old. I hate this shit. Yeah, we indulge in audio pervertry for a second and it's over. It's like
it becomes a nightmare.
Are you eating a chomp?
Mm-hmm. Howdy. Noah. Nice to meet you.
You want something to drink? I'm alright, thanks. Kaya. Please. No, not that one. No, just get a green one. There's the green one right there. Which has all my clothes on it. And then we'll move you closer to me.
Put him there.
Yeah, put him on the bad mic.
Exactly.
Haven't you been here before, Cam, or no? Is this your first time in my house? Yeah. Okay, well, get in and speak into the microphone because we can't hear you otherwise.
Yeah, I was on in 2022, and then in fall of 2024,
You got speak closer. Yeah.
in fall of 2024, the guy behind the counter at the movie theater was like, "Hey, were you on the HasanAbi stream?" And I was like, "The HasanAbi stream over 2 years ago?" Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw Joker 2, and it was really fucking bad.
There you go. Cameron KASKY, everybody. He's here. He's visiting. He is now on the Bulwark, and yeah, you're doing a show with Tim Miller, who hates me.
Tim Miller doesn't hate you.
I think he hates me.
Tim Miller doesn't hate you. Tim Miller thinks you're cool.
Well, I thought he's like talked about how I'm a radical or something. In a bad way.
There's people Tim has called radicals that he thinks are awesome. Tim, if Tim thinks somebody's badass, you know, the rest of it is kind of just hoo-ha as far as he's concerned.
Okay. I didn't know that. I thought Tim Miller hated me. Tim Miller is also responsible for the interview question that became the most significant question that has been in Zoran, been all up and down the Intifada one.
Yeah, well, I actually organized that, so it's kind of my fault. And there was something honestly cathartic about the worst thing I've put into this world no longer being David Hogg. But I was definitely wasn't thrilled about what happened with that moment. And I texted a bunch of people that I was going to localize the Intifada to myself.
Yeah.
But Pandora's box is open, and I think Zoran handled it extremely well because it wasn't politically expedient for him to refuse to condemn the statement, but I think in the long term, him having maintained moral clarity on it was in fact the way to go because, you know, as time goes on and more people start to understand what's really been happening here, they're going to be glad he didn't throw people under the bus.
Yeah. You have a real anti-Semite next to you, by the way. Just letting you know. Noah KULWIN, former senior editor of the Jewish Currents, former J Street guy.
Oh shit, dude!
It's a long past of anti-Semitism that I have to answer for.
Yeah, watch out. Who's this guy? Cam KASKY. How would you describe who you are?
I was a survivor of the Parkland shooting in 2018, back when people were talking about guns, which I haven't heard about in quite a while.
No, they solved that.
Oh, we fixed it?
Yeah, we fixed it.
Oh,
now we
fuck
just
yeah, dude.
we fixed it by just not caring
Thank
when
God.
it happens.
I was so upset about that. Yeah. And then for a couple years, I just kind of darted around doing shit. Like I worked for a movie producer. I did Birds Aren't Real with a bunch of the guys who did Birds Aren't Real, which was a really interesting experience. And I've just kind of like Forrest Gumped a bunch of shit for Gen Z that's made me understand it really well and also fucking hate us so much. And now I am a political commentator with an audience of mostly 45 and older, moderate centrist. Oh my God, we look so young.
Yeah, look at that. May 25th, 2022.
Wow, that's a nice shirt, Hasan.
That's the last time. Yeah, you love the Grateful Dead.
I've been to 16 Dead shows.
Really?
Fuck yeah, dude.
You going to San Francisco?
No, I
you wuss.
Yeah, sorry. You can't get me. Can't get me to the Bay Area.
I'm letting her out. She's very excited to see you. Okay. Is Cameron the one that is survivor that MTG was stripping out? No, that was David Hogg, who also is a fixture of modern American politics nowadays. He got on the Zoran Mentum, to be fair.
Yeah, in the last like 4 days, he pulled up, which, you know, I mean, supporting him like that, I guess, wasn't unleashing the hell that I unleashed. So I got to hand it to him. He is not responsible for the terror that I did.
Yeah, he supported Zoran. You ended up playing a role in Zoran getting attack ads. Even though
I was just talking about Muslim shit with him. I was talking about how Muslims taught me to greet women by gently touching my heart instead of going in for the hug. And that's Islam is woke. Yeah. If you ever want to be scared of Muslims, go to dinner with them and say that you're done before you're finished with every fucking crumb of food on your plate. You will know fear of Muslims.
I gotta
Fair.
bounce, guys. I gotta go catch a movie.
Okay.
What are you seeing?
Cloud, the new Kiyoshi Kurosawa movie.
Yeah. I didn't know that there was a different Kurosawa.
There is, and he's really good.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see this. Pleasure to meet you, Cam.
All right.
Likewise, brother. Good to see you. Stop
See
it
you.
with the anti-Semitism, by the way.
See you later. Wait, hold on. We're gonna switch off this mic to the green one because this one has a buzzing noise. So. View. Okay, this should be better, I think. All right, is this better? Here, speaking to the mic.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, yeah, I think is better. Yeah, it's the XLR cable on the orange mic. Everybody, shut up! I've literally changed I've changed the mic before. I've changed the second mic. I've changed the Rodecaster. I've changed it all. It's just never gonna be. It's just never gonna be solved. Okay, calm down. It is what it is. Anyway, all right. Well, you're here as the Gen Z guy. You're here as the guy who you're here as the guy who talks about Gen Z politics, and for that reason, we got to talk about Gen Z politics. This is something that I've seen that I find very alarming. Are you in tune with like the cookie verse?
I'm sorry, no.
Or
I'm
clavicular?
not. Is that a TikTok thing?
Like BP edits?
BP is in borderline personality?
No. Black
BP
pill.
oil?
No, black pill edits.
No, I'm not. I can't say I am.
Okay, well, what's going on with your generation, man? They're like fucking they're diving headfirst in the
like,
Nazi
if you
shit.
really
What's happening there? Have you seen this?
Yeah, I think that a lot of shit went crazy on us. I do think the biggest thing was COVID pushing everybody to consume a lot of content that the algorithms deliberately drove us to that was very, very bad. I think that the algorithm, wanted to train young men to watch things that would kind of capture our attention and everything. So, I always say, like, after the major movement of Me Too in 2016, people think it started in 2016, started in like 2007. It was just a black woman, so people didn't notice until it was white women doing it. But when Me Too happened and we were in high school and our understanding of gender relations was very forged by the idea that men need to be held accountable and that the way we approach women is something we need to be careful with and everything. I think that built a very large resentment towards women where we sort of said, okay, well, I've never raped anybody. So, if I need to hold myself accountable for the way men treat women, well, fuck that. Like, anything that is done for women is done at my expense.
Yeah, racism against men.
Racism against men. And then like the same thing with race stuff, and this isn't just with white people, but it's certainly especially with white people, is like any movements forwards for certain types of marginalized groups, we've been effectively gaslit into thinking that those movements forwards for them are at our expense. So what's happened is that at a time when a lot of social progression had been relatively successful in at least penetrating the public conversation, a lot of us felt very screwed over and left behind. And we said, you know what? If the room isn't going to be making, if the world isn't going to be making room for us anymore, we need to claim it, take it back, and violently so. And that's a lot of what's going on right now.
Okay, on that note, we're going to look at a BP edit. This is, you asked for it, so.
Find Brian attractive. Are you asking me? Are you with the Yeah. Nice to meet you.
You've been privy to this? Have you never seen this before?
I've seen edits like that of you.
No, those are like those are fan edits. That's different. This
I know
is
it's not like looks maxing black pill stuff,
yeah.
but like HasanAbi heads do make that shit of you.
I know, but that's different. This is like specifically, this one's called Brutal Pill. Why are you confident you'll find a girlfriend? Because I know that the one I will fall in love with the hardest is wishing upon the same shooting star. You can fool yourself. I promise it will help. They're saying, see, this is one of the guys that they're also hailing as like a super hot guy or something, and I don't understand it. This one confuses me. So is there someone in the chat? Because I'm tapped in now. It's all eugenics. This is all eugenics. It's like genetic predeterminist, where that's Cookie, right? That's the guy that they call Cookie. There's a Cookie verse.
So Cookie is the center of this. Is he like sort of a new, like kind of like
he's one of the guys.
He looks like a Tumblr Andrew Tate. Does that make any sense?
I don't even know what his deal is. I don't get it. I think he's like I'll I buy on Ninja. But it's like they really love this one model guy, this guy who like looks like an alien. But they say like he's the max like genetic Jordan Barrett, where they say he's like the maximum like peak male hotness.
So are we not supposed to be getting big anymore?
No, I think like there's two different types of manosphere people, like the roid heads who want to look like Bradley Martin or just like Chris Bumstead, who love bodybuilding. And then there's the other side, which is like, I want to break my jaw with a hammer so I can make it like I can jaw max, like I can make my jaw more pronounced.
Yeah, no. So actually, looks maxing was the first was something Tim and I talked about in the first episode of our show on the Bulwark. We were seeing that there was like gum people were chewing to improve their jawline.
Yeah.
And shit like that. And it was very confusing. Just because I don't want to oversimplify this, and I think there's a lot to say about the perception of male bodies and the way that we blah blah blah. But I do want to say like I think that women that I know who are really hot always go crazy for the most mid dudes. So looks maxing, it's like I feel like the way to pull.
Yeah, what you're doing is the blue pill.
What I'm doing is the blue pill?
Is copium. Like you're not rope maxing, or which is you're not taking the Suey pill.
I think most of the women who have been into me, first of all, most of the women who have been into me while we've been together have mentioned that they think that you're so hot. And I'm like, okay, well, guess what?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Oh,
dude,
okay.
I've had like multiple girlfriends who have been like, Hasan is so hot. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't know what you want from me then, because I am not delivering the same product that this guy is. But a lot of the girls who have been into me because I'm not like hot enough to not be considered obtainable, right? I'm sort of still, a boy next door type and everything. And I think if I started to look too Chad, my jarring personality would start to fuck me up a little bit. But the looks maxing thing is really strange. And I think the way that it has sort of gotten conservative men excited just speaks to the fact that the isolationism that comes with being conservative actually makes you really self-conscious.
Mm-hmm. I agree. This is beyond that though. This is beyond like regular male insecurity is one thing. And I feel like this goes beyond that because like, there's an element of eugenics involved in it where they say like, no, you're done. Like you have a predetermined route in life and it is directly associated with your genes and specifically like your skull shape and the way that your face looks. And you can't change it no matter how hard you try. So you must give up. That's what black pilling is. Like black pill is to give up and be nihilistic and then maybe even commit suicide.
You lost the genetic lottery.
Yeah.
You are an inferior man, and the Chads who say that they're Chads but use AI to augment their profile pictures on Twitter and LinkedIn, they're going to get all of your women, and it's just so bullshit. I mean, I've seen you've done at least one Chad Vice stream, and, the message always kind of comes back to a lot of the incel type guys are like a couple very small personal care steps away from being mid enough to pull like crazy.
Yeah.
They're just victimizing themselves and acting like
I say every guy's a 7. That's my term for it, where it's like every guy has the capacity to be a 7. You just haven't unlocked your potential.
Get a haircut, only do the facial hair thing if you know you can pull it off, and maybe focus on your hygiene. I know way too many guys who don't always wear deodorant, you know, will go to a date without throwing on some cologne and everything. But the black pill stuff, do you have any more videos like this? Because I'm very curious.
I have a lot. This is all off that same one.
This looks like fucking, do you know MagCon?
MagCon?
It was like Cameron Dallas and those.
Oh, yeah.
Can we just be nice
How every BP edit looks to me.
to each other? Can we stop creating, insecurities that don't really need to be there?
I mean, that is what it is. Like, it's usually just like someone saying like, "Oh, these guys are losers. Like, stop making these BP edits," and then people just like going mugged, and then like doing a compilation of guys that they find to be hot.
What's this one?
I don't know. Let's
Jawline is better than having this type of jawline. Now, even though when I scanned my face with AI, it said how to improve my jawline ASAP, but a lot of people can agree that this is pretty normal. Now, there's a small minority of people who think this type of jawline is more attractive, but honestly, I think it comes down to jealousy. Now, if you want to know how to achieve this type of jawline,
It's like there's something. I don't mean this as a pejorative, but there's something so gay about all of this.
I mean it as a pejorative. Let it, and I'm on the record saying that. I'm just like,
this is like because this is not this guy. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but someone else who's not this guy made this edit to be like, look at how hot this guy is, you fucking loser.
For me, it's like, I've spent so much time trying to get to the bottom of like what's going on with masculinity and everything like that and trying to figure it out. But I missed, and I know the looks maxing stuff and trying to look like the Chad meme of the guy who kind of looks like you, the black and white picture of the guy. But I missed the part where it horseshoed back to looking like Twilight fan art.
This is gayer than sucking dick. I mean, this is like objectively just like being in love with another man, which is the essence of homosexuality. Is
No,
it
like
not?
when I was writing fucking gay fanfic on Wattpad in like 2013 about my favorite superheroes, this was the type of boy that I was thinking about. And if this is
this Superman? Like what? But twink? Is this a twink, right?
There are twink superheroes.
Yeah.
But listen, I don't get this shit on TikTok because I trained my TikTok algorithm to only show me hot women. So when I scroll on TikTok, I'm not getting fucking manosphere shit. I'm going, oh my God.
You're doing.
Look at her.
You did what is it called? Fuck. It's like hypnosis. Sissy hypno. You did the reverse sissy hypno to show sexy women on your TikTok.
What's sissy
Sissy
hypno?
hypno is a type of porn that's supposed to make men gay by watching it.
Hey, I mean, I that was my experience with gay porn. So
yeah, I think the way that works is it's funny to me because like you don't turn gay, you are gay. You just are coping by watching that to be like, oh, this is like turned me gay, you know? Or no, he says it turns him into women, maybe. Or, yeah, it turns him trans.
Oh well, yeah, I can't say I've sissy hypnoed quite yet, but I don't know. I think TikTok's UI is pretty fucking ugly. It's just the algorithm definitely knows my type. But yeah, I guess like I said, we've horseshoed from Chad maxing to like, what would you even call this type of guy? Because this isn't a Chad. This is
I don't know what this is, but they're saying it's a Chad. Oh, this is the other guy. They keep showing this guy.
That's just Destiny.
And I don't know. I don't know why they keep showing this guy in the compilations. Cause like, is he supposed to be like one of those guys? Like this is the Cookie King, right? And I don't understand like what his role is in this universe. And nobody explains it to me. People in the chat that know the backstory here. Someone needs to explain to me what his role is in this universe of like moggers.
In Horton Hears a Who, the animated movie, Jojo the Who looks exactly like that. It's like a Tim Burton character. Like he looks like Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, they're saying lolcow. Wait, is it like? Yeah, this is Jordan Barrett, who again looks like an alien. I don't understand
You know,
it.
he looks like a really shitty AI was told to make another One Direction member.
Like he's attractive. He's an attractive man. Like I understand this, but like I don't know. Like I don't know. Is it too attractive? If that makes sense. Like it just looks weird. Like he looks kind of strange to me. But no disrespect. Like I'm sure he's a great guy. I don't think he knows all this stuff, or maybe he does. I don't know. Chat, does what's his name? Jordan Barrett? Does he know that there's a entire fucking segment of the internet that's like treating him like a god? He's like a meme who made a bunch of memes and posted 100 times a day and made up ugly maxing. Okay.
I don't know. I'm just glad to be seeing edits like this that aren't of fucking IDF soldiers. Have you seen like the odd IDF soldier accounts?
I used to see it a lot more frequently, but I don't anymore.
Maybe they stopped posting. Maybe they all watched Superman.
Yeah. They're too busy. They're too busy doing genocide over there to post sexy edits now. I don't know. I haven't really seen what happened to the IDF sexy girls. There was one that was like always wearing airsoft gear.
My first experience with sexy IDF type stuff was my friends who went on Birthright being like, yeah, at some point during Birthright, they brought in a bunch of IDF soldiers to sort of join us. And I noticed they were all really, really attractive. And I was like, is Hasbara looks maxing?
Well, I mean, Birthright is like that's the purpose of it, right? Is to try to get young American Jews to go and like stay in Israel and become Israeli and get an Israeli wife and hopefully settle in Israel.
I know at least one story of someone who I went to high school with meeting an IDF soldier on Birthright, and they are now married. So that's better. That's better Hasbara than the fucking Nelk boys.
Let me tell you, I know someone like that too. We had a podcast together.
Oh,
we no longer have a podcast, but it is common, yes. But also on the other side, you have Adam Friedland, who also went on Birthright and did not have a good experience, it seems. Or even Sam Cedar, who said he didn't have a good experience on Birthright. So I guess that's the trajectory. It can go either direction.
I got to say, I'm very glad that I have had so many family members, cousins, immediate family, insist that I go on Birthright, but they weren't doing so because they wanted me to experience the glory of the Holy Land. They were just like, Cameron, it is a free trip to some of the nicest beaches you'll ever see. And I was like, okay, that's a more manageable no for me.
Yeah. There it is. A sisterhood you couldn't understand if you haven't served. And it's just like bots being like, am I cuter? It's just, this account only fucking talks to other bots, it seems. IDF babes. What is this? Maximum looks maxing going on here. This is a BP edit, but for Xi Jinping.
Who among us hasn't gooned to Xi?
Yeah, no, he's hot. He's the Xi Jinping aura pic of him like standing in the room in front of like, I don't know, the fucking finance minister or whatever. It lives in my mind. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't. Can you pull it up?
It's like someone of a dark room. I know someone in the chat knows exactly the photo I'm talking about. He's just like standing in front of two other Chinese politicians.
Well,
what is this? No, that's a. Yes, I kept it. I won't share it. Okay, come on. Oh, here, deprogram aura farming.
Is that real?
Yeah, it's a real photo. He looks sick.
I feel like that's what Trump thinks he looks like in a lot of pictures. He thinks that he's sort of stunting on people like that.
Oh, he is not stunting on people. What is this?
If any of you have watched Better Call Saul, this song is extremely emotional.
I don't understand like why people are like, there's something so strange about this because it's not just like talking about how hot like one guy is, but it's also is also basically putting down like other random guys and saying that like it's not just enough that you're hot, like that this person is hot, but they're like also way hotter than like a guy who's not hot, I guess.
And also, like, this is so abstract, and this is not, you know, effective gender commentary, but it behooves me to point out that I have seen absolute fucking 12 out of 10s lose their fucking mind over some dude who looks like that. So I think people need to get their priorities in order.
Yeah. I don't understand it. It's weird, but I guess it's someone says like pro Anna Twitter, but for young boys. I guess
pro Anna Twitter,
like anorexia.
Oh,
like this is like eating disorder TikTok, but for men.
Jesus Christ!
Right? That's why this is probably so hot in Birmingham.
This is why I regularly say that almost all of the world's evil can be directly tied to Britain.
I mean, it's true, but they're doing it to themselves at this point. But like,
isn't it?
Half of these dudes are just like normal looking dudes, and then they're being compared to like dudes that are, I guess, like trying very hard to look hot.
Again, I don't want to hyperfixate on this, but like while we're on the subject, I feel like quite recently, this guy would have been getting clowned on for being the type of huge pussy that I am. And now like this is the alpha.
Yeah, no, this is like that's why I think it's like teenage boys that might be gay that are doing this, because it's like a very specific type that they consider to be like peak physical attractiveness. Because like, or maybe, yeah, someone said Korea influence. That makes sense too. Like there's a lot of like K-pop influence where there is definitely like a twink wave now, where we are in the twink timeline now, which sucks for me because like there was a good period of time when being burly was like seen as a good thing, but now we've like totally swung back in this direction, I think.
So somehow, as masculinity is getting aggressively more toxic, somehow being like a big tough guy, I guess, just fell by the wayside.
Yeah.
It's like, what even is it's like the only understanding people have of masculinity anymore is just cruelty. Like that's all it is at this point. And it's like, that's why
putting someone down.
That's why movies like
is what I don't understand, because like I don't think guys like this are the ones who are making the edits. Is usually like dudes who would probably resemble like a closer look to a dude like this, and the reason why they're doing this edit is because they just like don't want to fucking hit the gym and like fix their hair and shit and look like this.
Is that fixed hair, dude? I guess I don't know what's hot anymore.
No, I'm saying that like this dude could just like easily fucking work out, you know, figure out what to do with his hair, all this shit, and then he could be like a happier, healthier person overall. You know what I mean? But instead, they just like turn their effort into, they turn all of their effort into animosity and anger and resentment for what they don't have. Very strange stuff.
It's a lot more focusing on what, and it's not just what we don't have, it's what we feel robbed of, whether that's by the genetic lottery, whether that's by women and minorities. We're always the victims. Being a crybaby is the new version of being tough. It's so fucking weird.
Yeah. Nova is a lol cow. I don't know who that is. Chatters, I have no idea who any of these people are. Okay, the hot ones I don't know. The ones that are used as like ugly, I don't know. I don't know anything. Don't worry, some of the kids are all right. What is this?
His name was Nguyen Shin Kung. He was born 75 years ago.
Yeah, this is my wave of Ho Chi Minh aura edits.
You know who was hot when he was younger, and this is not an endorsement of any acts of
Stalin.
terror, was the Jackal. You know the Jackal?
No, I thought you were going to say Joseph Stalin. He was hot.
Was Stalin hot?
Yeah.
Good
Wait,
for-
Stalin was a short king when he was young. The Jackal? I don't know who that is.
You must have heard of the Jackal. He's like, there was a movie about him, Carlos the Jackal. He's got quite the Wikipedia page. That's not a very hot picture of Carlos the Jackal.
Yeah, he doesn't look too hot here.
No, but there's some pictures of him where I'm like, okay. I think he tried to bomb a bunch of people in France. I think while his wife was in prison or something. I don't know. But one hell of a rep, that Jackal.
The movie's called Carlos. It fucking rocks. Okay. Explainer video.
Oh, I thought that was about the Jackal.
There's so much lore here. I don't even know where to start. So this guy, Cookie King, he's really popular on TikTok, especially in the looks maxing community, because he just has unlimited potential. But imagine you see some.
What is that even? Like, everyone has unlimited potential, man.
but
I think they mean that like he's like this because they just think that he has like the good bone structure or something. Like that's what they're saying. Again, it goes back to like
of this.
It goes back to genetic predetermination. It is genetic predeterminist. So they think like, oh, he has like the good skull to fucking be
He's
super
got
hot.
Those good Sydney Sweeney genes.
Yeah, exactly.
Potential. But imagine you see someone with unlimited potential that you know could be the best looking person to ever walk this earth. But there's just a few things holding them back that they can change, but they refuse to do anything about it. That is basically Cookie King. He's been called things like a Lebanese mother of 73 or comfort zone final boss. Because he just simply refuses to lock in and bring back Prime Cookie. And by the way, Prime Cookie King, he was a force to be reckoned with, and he wasn't even at his max potential. If you see any edits of Cookie King, he's right there in his prime in all of those edits. I'm telling you, if Cookie...
I don't get it. Like, this is a grown-ass man talking about children looking hot. Like, every part of this is strange to me.
Wait, so I forgive me. I'm not too woke on the issue. So Cookie King is supposed to be the hot guy. Like everyone wants to be hot, like the Cookie King.
Yeah, I think there's no. He's
Cookie.
saying like he has prime genetics. He's like he has like
It's
the
looks
best.
maxed. It's looks maxed. 2012 Shane Dawson.
This is not wrong.
Prime
but
Cookie. And by the
they're saying like he could look super hot. He's the chosen one, but he just like gives it up. And
wait, Prime Cookie King, he was
a
a force to be reckoned with, and he wasn't even at his max potential. If you see any edits of Cookie King, he's right there in his prime in all of those edits. I'm telling you, if Cookie King ever decides to lock in, which at this point is looking kind of unlikely, that man could mog any mogger that has ever walked the face of...
God.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like they unironically used this terminology that I think initially was created like it was irony, right?
Yeah, mog is a funny thing to
I fucking
say.
mogged you, dude.
Locked in is a funny thing to say when I take my Adderall.
Yeah. But now it's like, now these guys are saying it unironically. Like there is sincerity to every mog. You're a mogger. You got mogged. It's not satire. I mean, this guy might be like kind of satirical with what he's saying, but like people are not receiving it.
No, there's an enthusiasm and a hunger in those eyes.
Yeah. I swear Cookie King looked good for 2 days. He looks like my classmate. Noah's normal cadence came back. Ran into Cookie King at 7-Eleven getting 6 chip bags.
And he's so real for that. I get it. I'm with you, Cookie King.
It started from them. It comes from AMOG, which means alpha male of the group. Yeah.
Real.
But yeah, this is the type of shit that's like rotting the brains of children online is what I mean. Here's a sadder BP edit. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Born to have Chinese, Korean features, forced to have Filipino genes. So like there is an element of like racial eugenics here involved in this as well, where like we saw this originally in like the black pill subreddits and things like that, like red pill, black pill subreddits, where people would talk about like how, they're Indian, so they're just like cooked permanently.
I see that stuff. It's very sad, especially since I think there's a type of bullying that we do to Indian people in this country that doesn't get talked about as much, but it's really, really cruel. And, I have to be honest and say that multiple Desi women have made me willing to risk it all, so I'm probably a little biased. But the way that we bully Indians in this country is fucking nuts, and I think it's a form of racism that doesn't get talked about as much as others.
Yeah. I think it's positively Canadian or British of us to do so, to do this kind of thing, and which is even worse than like regular kinds of racism. It's like a exported kind of racism that they have in the UK. What are we, a bunch of British people? What the fuck is going on here? We have our own version. That's what I think. What was this? I turned up. Oh, that was a joke about him speaking on Indian racism? Oh, okay. I thought you were like actually saying his audio was low. There's that element of it too, which is why I even began talking about this thing where this guy, I mean, I guess there's like a couple of them. Like one of them is called clavicular. And now he's like, he originally, here it is.
Marlon mocks all of you? Yeah, but he's black. No, he's not. Oh, he's not? Have you seen his parents? They're white. Oh, yeah, I think he's just really sad.
Wait, is that Connor Sinon next to him? I didn't even realize he was a part of this group here, but yeah, this is like what originally kickstarted this whole thing, where he was like talking about one of these guys, like a phase adjacent guy. His name is Marlon. He's a very attractive dude. And he was reading the chat and someone said like Marlon mogs all of you. And he said,
all of you? Yeah, but he's black. No, he's not. Oh, he's not? Have you seen his parents? They're white. Oh, yeah, I think he's just really sad. Well, he does mog. He mogs us to oblivion. Oh, shit. I'm like shaking.
Yeah. So that was like when people were like, what the fuck? Like, this is racist as hell. To just be like, oh no, a black person can't mog us or whatever.
Yeah, I do see, I don't know where I see a lot of these self-hate racial videos, but they have come up to me somewhere. Again, TikTok just is so one specific thing for me. But I see a lot of these, I am this race, and that's why I'll never be as attractive things. And again, it's the social media algorithms. Like these algorithms are programmed to get people consuming this type of content. And back to the first thing we started talking about, like COVID programmed everybody's brains to just be so addicted to this stuff. And the problem is the people who run these apps, like the whole narrative that tech people are some sort of woke and it's some sort of liberal thing is obviously such bullshit now. They all threw money at Trump, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to tell anybody that. But also they are promoting a form of fascism that just makes people fucking hate themselves.
Yeah. But I think that making people hate themselves is making them more susceptible to making them more open-minded towards like some of the like I said, the eugenicist components of fascism to begin with. Chat, I know there's a fucking active shooter in Manhattan. When have I ever covered a breaking news story about an active shooting? Please. Oh my God. Stop fucking spamming it. Yes. Multiple shot in Manhattan skyscraper. Active shooting situation ongoing. Yes. God damn. It's crazy. Sorry.
No, I mean, while we're on the subject of mass shooters, this is the type of content that fucking makes these people.
That's true. There's also definitely something that's happening.
You read their fucking manifestos and they're saying this type of shit about themselves. And I can be certain, and I can say very confidently that the next mass shooters we see, a lot of them are going to have been radicalized by this type of thing that makes them fucking hate themselves. And they feel as though they don't have anything to contribute to the world. So if they contribute a giant act of evil, they have at least made a mark that will make them remembered. The mass shooter from my high school, an individual whose name I don't say, he, in his manifesto videos that he put up before he came in and murdered all those people, 17 people, even more people shot, he said, "You're all going to remember who I am. You're all going to know my name. I'm going to be famous." And I think a lot of young men feel dejected when they see this types of content. They feel like they won't be able to make something of themselves, but they know that it's really fucking easy to buy a gun, and you can definitely put yourself out there by knocking a bunch of fucking people down with assault rifle bullets.
Yeah. Well said. So Call of Duty creates killers? No one said that. No, we're talking about like how much the algorithm makes men feel dejected, scared, insecure, and through that insecurity, they lead down like all these different pipelines and find a sense of purpose, a sense of community in some of the worst places that they possibly can. Some of them come to the HasanAbi Broadcast, okay? And then there are many others who find themselves in like Discords and subreddits and things like that, where they're telling them constantly like, you're nothing, you're worthless, you're shit, you're never going to make something of yourself.
Somebody in chat just talked about femicide, and that's another thing. I mean, that's why the show Adolescence, did you watch that?
I haven't,
It was
no.
fucking nuts.
I heard.
It's that the answer to our obsession with feeling rejected by women is going to be violence, and that violence against women is some sort of revenge for us not being given the attention or the. I mean, there were multiple instances of femicide in some country in South America. I forget which one, but there were a bunch of murders of specifically female content creators in the past couple months, and it's often from stalkers, and I just think that culture is seeing a sharp increase, not any sort of decline.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, there's also the not immediately as like directionally violent version of this, which is like gender war stuff that you see all over TikTok, even in America, and then you have it become a permanent fixture of politics, like in South Korea as well, where it's just like gender wars and like reverse discrimination against men is a legitimate thing that politicians talk about in regular political discourse. Like, it's not a joke. In South Korea, over the course of the past decade, this went from being something that was like laughed about or whatever to like an actual movement of men demanding more from their politicians about doing more to stop the discrimination against men, and then politicians responding with like legitimate legislative agenda items that talk about like no longer discriminating men. They consider this to be like a hate crime, for example. Like, this is an emote to say little.
I thought
small penis.
Is this not an Italian thing?
No, like this was used as an emote to imply that someone had a small penis.
This is fucking gabagool.
That is gabagool. This like that is to imply that you're small, and then it turned into like a real thing.
Yeah,
it turned into like it's now considered like a hate crime in South Korea. At least like they were able to get, I think it was Riot. They were able to get Valorant or League, one of those things, to just like to ban doing this. Riot Games got this banned.
Yeah, and I'm nervous that there's going to be an overcorrection in American politics with Democratic politicians thinking that the way to reach the men that we so desperately need to reach is going to be overcorrecting and accidentally playing into messaging that is similar to what you're seeing in a country like that. You know, you see that the Democratic Party needs to reach men in a way that they just failed to do, and part of that is going out of, in my opinion, going out of their way to depict what positive masculinity looks like, you know, what it means to be a positive contributor to your community and deriving your strength from what you can offer other people. But, you know, when the Democratic Party needs to make up for some sort of issue with messaging, they just fail and very often play into the bad stuff. And I think there's a lot of places where we need to talk about men. I think we need to talk about men's suicide rates and how it is perpetuated very often by expectations that we place on ourselves that are part of misogyny. I think we need to talk about men being murdered in conversations about Palestine. You see all these conversations about the women and children and how all of these women and children are dying. And, you know, you don't see as many people saying men, women, and children. And that perpetuates this idea that all the men deserve to die and that every man who dies in Palestine is somebody who is in one way or another deserving of it. So there is a way to talk about men in a way that is inclusive and equitable. It's just so many people fuck it up.
Yeah. No, for sure. Well said. I don't know how to fix it though, because I feel like a lot of dudes would rather go down this this pipeline that like hurts their feelings, that like where they permanently find where they just like respond positively to this type of shit.
Jester, because it's seriously out of your politics is jester because it's seriously out of your control what happens, right? Your vote is equivalent to someone who's got the IQ of a dolphin, essentially. Your vote is equal to a literal homeless person who's addicted to fentanyl. Because you spend all this time reading books and watching the news and staying informed, and then you have some fucking literal fentanyl zombie hobble his way into the poll booth because the DNC promised to give him a couple packs of cigarettes for voting for, you know, whoever they put forward in that election cycle. So that's why politics is jester. I could give you the most informed speech of all time on why you should support this particular political
But I won't. He could, but he's not going to do it.
Party. At the end of the day, it's like, who gives a fuck? Because what I say doesn't matter. What you say doesn't matter. You really can't influence things unless you're really
all the politicians are owned by juice. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Oh, is that it? I haven't even. I get so much anti-Semitism. I didn't.
No,
even know.
there's new metas. Like, I mean, that's like not even a new meta. That's an old meta. But like, the new one is they say 271. Or I learned recently there's 110, which is like Jews were kicked out of 110 countries.
Got it.
And then 271K is the claim that the Holocaust only killed 271,000 Jews. Which, by the way, not only is it untrue, but also that number is still a fuck ton of people. Like, that's not even like that. That doesn't even like make it defensible anyway.
It's the same thing when they talk about how people say they don't trust the death count in Gaza. And they're like, no, it's actually just this many people. And then people are supposed to be like, oh, okay, it's just 40,000. My fucking bad.
Yeah. Like, oh, then that's okay. 17,000 children. That's fine. You know?
Well, once we get to 18, then we'll talk.
Yeah.
But I didn't know about the juice emoji. Most of the anti-Semites in my DMs and in my comments are pretty unoriginal. They're doing kind of like early social media anti-Semitism. They're not trying to do any workarounds or anything like that. And the anti-Semites I get are terribly unoriginal. The Zionists who hate me also get pretty unoriginal. I got a DM yesterday.
Yeah, because they're boomers.
I got a DM yesterday where someone was like, at least the IDF soldiers get pussy. And I was like, okay, well.
That's, I don't think that's true.
I can't speak to that. I don't know. I feel like you're insinuating that I don't. And that is one of the many things you're wrong about. But I get a lot of weird stuff, and I don't have a lot of creative haters. I feel like some of your haters at least do some subversive things.
Well, it's because they're fucking insane, and they've just moved beyond like trying to make something work that is like maybe borderline, like close enough to the truth, into just like making shit up. Like nowadays, when you see a hater of mine in the wild, they just sound fucking insane. Like they'll call me like Hamas. They used to say Hamas Piker after October 7 or HasanAbi, But now they say Hamas, Diddy, Epstein, Piker.
Diddy, Epstein? Where did that come from?
I don't know. They're just saying that like I'm Jeffrey Epstein and also Diddy.
Epstein and Hamas are a very interesting group to loop together. I feel like they'd have some ideological differences. A lot of people like to use the you're an LGBT plus Jew, Hamas wouldn't like you thing. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all,
they do the reverse of that with me, where they're like, oh, you're supposed to be woke, but you love all of these different groups. You love all these groups that hate gay people. And it's like, has nothing to do with people's opinions on gay people.
Well, what I say to them is like, okay, well, first of all, I don't have any plans to meet Hamas. Second of all, I think it's extraordinarily petty to think that if somebody wants to kill you, that means that they should get killed, right? Like, I'm not going to get on my haters' level. I think that if somebody wants to kill me, they should stop wanting to kill me.
Hamas is not going to kill you because they are like, oh, you're gay and Jewish. Like, that's not their modus operandi. Their modus operandi is still, regardless of the horrific acts of October 7, their goal is in line with the rest of the Palestinian emancipatory movement, which is an end to the occupation. Their tactics, not agreeable at times, and it was certainly a point of contention. We can talk about that. But like, they're not doing it because they're like, oh, we hate Jewish people, we are anti-Semitic. That's the number one thing that people say in America, in American politics. And I feel like that's like, I don't know, that's the one thing that frustrates me, at least in this conversation, where they're like, oh, they're the ones who are breaking the ceasefire negotiations, even though they're the ones who have like set up a ceasefire negotiation, 39 plus times at this point.
Well, for me, it's like, I was raised to believe that, like you said, terror is an anti-Semitism thing. And it's kind of hard not to believe that when you see how very much Jew hatred you see in these areas of people. But throughout my childhood, my upbringing, not just as a Jewish person who went to Hebrew school and was part of this community filled with people who were telling me what they believed to be true, but also just as an American who grew up in the American school system surrounded by American people, I had this idea that terror was something that came out of the void. It was something that came out of nowhere. I was not taught that terror is a response to something. That was not a perspective I was able to gain for a very long time. So there's this guy named, Joe Pagarulio. He's like some right-wing Twitter guy. Like, I think so. Kind of a lug. He has a lyric in this very cringe song he made about 9/11, which frankly I would play a couple seconds of.
Oh, this guy's like tweeted at me before.
Yeah,
but I don't know what it is.
He has a 9/11 song that is very, very, not that 9/11 is always funny, but this is definitely pretty funny. I
think he said his daughter watches me or something, and then he called me a cloud goblin.
Wait, so he Gavin Newsomed you? He Gavin Newsom to Charlie Kirk to you? Well, he has this line from his cringe 9/11 song. Somebody please put it in the chat. Where he says, "When evil attacked freedom from the sky." And that's a great way to summarize how I was raised to believe terror worked, was that, here we go.
He made this song like unironically, not as a joke?
No, this is, hold on.
The sun shined on the apple as folks got on their way. Was a gorgeous Tuesday morning. Tons of dew that fateful day. The Monday rain subsided, leaving big white puffy clouds. The quiet serenity would soon give way as things got very loud.
Let's skip the chorus at least.
Freedom was attacked. Our whole
Freedom
way
itself
of life
was attacked.
Their sick minds
This
were
is Hank
packed
Pecker's campaign announcement.
with hatred
I love
and
this
with
song.
strife. Tuesday morning, change without warning. We're still mourning those we lost that day. 20 years went by, still we wonder why.
evil attacked freedom from the sky.
Moms and dads and kids were set for another day.
I love that. That's fantastic.
You're not
but yeah, it's propaganda to be like, oh, these guys just like hate us for our freedoms, which is ironic because like that was what provoked my response to Congressperson Dan Crenshaw at the time when I said my famous thing about America deserving something. I won't say what, but that was precisely what he was saying as well. He was like, oh yeah, what the fuck is this? Oh my God. I flew a plane. Not that I didn't do 9/11.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I didn't do 9/11, but I did fly a plane.
Awfully young to be flying that plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like when I was taught about Israel as a kid, it was really, I think the Israelism documentary said something about this. It was really supposed to be like Disneyland. And
yeah, I had Simone Zimmerman sitting right there where you're sitting.
You're raised to have this kind of parasocial relationship with it, like it's a celebrity. And you're supposed to think that like this state, like this country loves you back. And that visiting the country is like a giant set of arms, just like hugging you warmly and bringing you in and giving you a little kiss on the cheek and everything. But you don't get an understanding of like what Palestine is. You just hear that we have these really mean neighbors who hate us. I didn't know what the West Bank was. I actually said to my grandma, I was like, well, you know those, the illegal settlements in Golan Heights? And she goes, yeah, you have a cousin there. And I was like, oh, great. Thank you, Nanny. But you aren't raised to understand sort of anything about the Middle East. There's just us, and then there's them. You know, there's us in the Holy Land that loves us back, and then there's everybody else. You don't get a sense that there's different ethnic groups or that there's people who practice Islam very differently. It's just this kind of unilateral evil that attacks freedom from the sky. And it's a very hard thing to unlearn. And that's why I'm very careful with the way that I talk about this fucking all day on social media, but I try to manage the way I do it very closely because I know a lot of people who are very friendly towards Israel who follow me and they see me as somebody who is rational and has.
Oh, you're cooked after coming on my stream, dude.
I've already been here.
I know, but that was before October 7. Post October 7, the very same institutions that have in the past given me credit for like consistently combating anti-Semitism online have now decided I am the #1 anti-Semite in the country.
Well, there's a clip right.
Jonathan Greenblatt said I'm worse than or it's the same degree as Kanye West.
I saw. But there's a clip of me pretty close to the top of my Instagram saying Alhamdulillah to Zoran. So I think I lost anybody who I'll lose from you. But I was just gonna say like I'm careful about what I say, although I say quite a lot of it because there's certain things that people will hear. People who I think a lot of progressive people who are either sympathetic towards or completely supportive to the Palestinian liberation movement, I think a lot of them have given up hope on a lot of Zionists. And I think a lot of them do not believe in a lot of people's ability to change their perspective in a way that I just don't want to give up on. And I know a lot of people who are very Israel friendly, sympathetic, who follow me, and they find what's happening to be terrible and abhorrent, but they're fucking scared to say anything about it. Because how do you get dinner with your family? I mean, there's a lot of people who love the state of Israel more than they love their family members, and they're willing to break off with their family because of this fucking country.
You got a lot of people in this chat that are in that boat, and a lot of people that have come up to me at encampments that have talked about that as well. As far as like being a young Jew and then seeing the reality of what Zionism looked like and Zionism in practice, what that has looked like. And realizing that and then having that conversation with their friends and family members and then being completely outcast from all of the institutions that are supposed to create a sense of community because every single one of these institutions has civic nationalism, like Zionism as this like Zionism as a substitute for the actual Jewish religion and the promotion of Israel as like the primary focus.
Well, one of the other things you're taught is that Zionists means Jews. And then you look at the Pew Research, and most Zionists in the country are evangelical Christians.
Yeah.
And you're like, wait a second. Now, there's a ton of people who say terrible things about Zionists, and what they really mean is the Jews. But a huge part of that is the fact that there's a lot of people who are investing a lot of time, resources, and anything they can into making sure that Jew and Zionist are inextricable from each other. The white supremacists want people to think that. The Zionists who are pro-Israel want you to think that. It's something that the white supremacists and a lot of Jewish people are able to kind of get along on.
I call it woke dual loyalty. Like what they say, like there's no difference between what Jake Tapper says and what like Nicholas Fuentes says, but Jake Tapper's like, it's a good thing. And Nicholas Fuentes is like, it's a bad thing. Where he will also be like, oh, of course, like when people say you mean Zionists, you're talking about all Jews, when you're like very clearly talking about like something that Israel is doing, whilst in the process of saying Zionism is not Judaism, and that anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism are two entirely separate things, even if they can have the capacity to merge by cynical actors. And they go, no, you're wrong. All Jews care about Israel. That's the only thing they care about. But the person saying that is like a person who's in support of Israel saying that. And it's no different than what they're hearing from Nicholas Fuentes.
And then you get someone like Fuentes or someone like Clandis Owens, and they hijack the suffering of Palestinian people as a Trojan horse to spread Jew hate. And it's so unbelievably disgusting. I think it might be one of the most disgusting things that happens in a situation like this in terms of the way people talk about it, not in terms of who's murdering who, but like they tell stories about Palestinian suffering, and then they use that to spread Jew hatred. And you're like, okay, you are doing what so many people who are protesting and advocating are being accused of doing. And it's people like fucking Fuentes and Clandis. Are they friends? Do they get along?
They did a thing recently, but she is a black woman, and I think Nick hates both black people and women. So it's like, it's almost like an allegiance. It's a strategic partnership that they have. Oh, they have the same ideology. Make no mistake.
I mean, if she couldn't be friends with people who hate black people and women, I feel like she wouldn't have hung out with a lot of the people she's hung out with.
No, but I'm saying like it's more so like on Nick's end, where he's like, he doesn't want to be aligned with her because he hates black people and also women. So even if she is a white supremacist, doesn't matter. This is Joe Pags. Hasan the Hun. Cloud Goblin. I'm on 150 radio shows with 5 million listeners. Congrats on building your Twitch page. Why ban a guy asking logical, real questions? What on earth, man? I honestly invited you on my radio show. Twitch is a hobby for me. Wow. Hasan Piker is a cowardly lefty clown who only has a name because his uncle is Cenk Uygur. My daughter watches him and suggested I check him out. He's got a huge following, so he's doing something right. I did a pilot with Cenk Uygur at CNN some time ago. He yelled at me the whole time. It didn't go well. Winky face.
That winky face. Another example of, and we're not being derogatory here, gay. Is he still using his Twitter? Does he still
I don't know.
post?
I love like old school conservative guys though, because they just like they're in a unique place right now. Because I feel like old school conservatism is like endless and unlimited support to Israel, right? Like it's some of them do it because of evangelical Zionism, but others do it because it's like American foreign policy, neocon foreign policy. Like we have to do it. Some of them do it because they hate Muslims. But then you have this like new meta of populist isolationist, fake isolationist right wingers now that are at least in the audiences of these people, and many of them are also they hate Israel. They also cope and claim that like Israel is the reason for why our big, beautiful, bold, brave right wing politicians are actually defending Israel is because they're getting blackmailed, and not because they also like what Israel is doing and want Israel to continue doing what it's doing.
And also they derive a great amount of their support from the evangelical Christians who make up most Zionists.
Yeah. It's just cope. That's the other thing that pisses me off about people who are always like, no, you don't understand. Like my favorite right-wing politician is actually based and hates Jews, I promise, and hates Israel secretly. He just can't say it because he's been blackmailed. Yeah. And it's like, no, dude, he loves that shit. He does not give a fuck about Palestinians, and he loves what Israel's doing. Anyway, that's what they're coping about with Trump too.
Do you see Trump saying that he thinks that Netanyahu's lying about starving people because he saw something on Fox News?
I did see that. I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think it's like the same as like the Brandonization.
No, I agree. It was more he saw it on Fox News that weirded me out. But maybe he was just let down by Bibi not crushing it with the Nelk boys.
Yeah, that I could see him responding to that negatively, but that was a major misstep. That was a major misstep by Israel in general, that they thought that like it was the secret of Trump's success was literally like going on podcasts and not who Trump is and not the failure that the Democratic Party represented at that point, and a multitude of different factors. So they thought that if they go on the Nelk Boys and like hit lung darts together or something, that like a bunch of MAGA youth would magically turn and be like, no, we love Israel now because Benjamin Netanyahu's so cool.
Well, yeah, that was what I said as soon as I saw it. I was like, oh, he thinks that Trump's success came from the MAGA pod bros. I think Joe Rogan said he turned down having Bibi on, which is interesting to me because Joe Rogan has a pretty high tolerance for types of people he'd be willing to have on the show.
Yeah, I think he has a better understanding of like how negative a uncontested interview with Benjamin Netanyahu would look like. Like he understands how toxic Israel's brand is and how toxic Bibi is in general than the Nelk Boys did. That's what I think happened there.
Well, there you
have you seen this guy? Do you know Hen Mazig?
I've heard the name.
I hate this guy so much because like he looks like Bizarro me almost, like if I were evil. But yeah, he's a whisperer to the stars on the Middle East conflict. Many in Hollywood have struggled to navigate how to talk about their support for Israel on social media. Some of them have turned to Hen Mazig for advice. And he got this like New York Times profile piece on it. Founder of an organization created in 2019 to reach younger people who didn't trust traditional news media and instead found most of their information through influencers.
Wait, do we know the name of the organization? Because there's a chance it's one of the organizations that reached out to me after October 7th.
What is it called?
I would need to see the name of his org because
Oh, some orgs reach out to you?
Oh, was I reached out to? Yeah.
Wait, what is how do you see the alt text on this? Oh, here. Puffy, starry-eyed profile mid-genocide of genocidal propagandist Hen Mazig, a whisperer of the stars in the Middle East conflict. Many in Hollywood have struggled to navigate how to talk about their support for Israel on social media. Some of them have turned to Hen Mazig for advice. Pic of him looking like a weak 3D printer on the Fritz Hasan Piker knockoff caption. Hen Mazig is a founder of an organization. Wait, what's the name of the organization? Does anyone know?
Oh my God. Wait, I'm sorry. Is the Hasan Piker knockoff thing in the article?
Eli said that.
Got it.
Eli is saying 3D printer knockoff. Hillel, Stand With Us, and Tel Aviv Institute.
No, I never heard
That's
from
the
them.
one. The Tel Aviv Institute is the one that he works on specifically. But yeah, Hillel,
What's that tweet he has?
Oh, this tweet. These kids are both suffering from illness, but you would never know that from how the media is telling their stories. This kind of journalism doesn't help Gazans, but it does get Jews killed. Truth is nothing to fear unless you're part of a movement based on lies. And this has been like the new meta. This has been the new meta for people who want to defend Israel, is like posting the photos of these like emaciated children and being like, you fool. What you forgot to mention is that Israel is not only starving healthy children, it's starving disabled children as well, which is so crazy because like that to me signals that every single person that's trying to do Hasbara in the West is so echo chambered that they don't understand how this looks like to like a normal person that's not getting pro-Israel propaganda beamed into their brain on a daily basis.
I follow a lot of Hasbara influencers. I watch a lot of their stuff, and there's a lot of despair right now in those circles because very, very dramatically over the past, let's say, even week or two, all of their allies are just gone, and they're posting more angrily, more MAGA, and
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense to me. Like the way I've always analyzed Israeli politics is right wing. Like Israeli politics is right wing. It is designed, and I say this as someone who's like interviewed Ofer Kasif in the immediate aftermath, like right after October 7. And he is not exactly a very popular figure in the Knesset. You know what I mean? Like there are very few active anti-Zionist, communist Israelis, and Israeli politics is understandably slanted to the far right because the entire national mythology is built around avoiding talking about this massive thing that is constantly happening that requires a steady flow of dehumanizing propaganda of the outgroup.
I think you can also just look at like the hardcore nationalism of it. Like hardcore nationalism is a very MAGA thing. And you also can see a lot of these influencers I follow have turned on just woke as a concept. Just all of woke. All of woke is bad because a lot of people who are more left wing are going to be pro-Palestine and everything. So they have, they say that they're as liberal as anybody in the room. I'm the most liberal person you'll ever meet. But no, it's all of woke is bad because of this thing that I don't agree. And again, I have to bring this up. I think a lot of these people are in a position where they actually know that what's happening is terrible and inhuman and wrong. I think a lot of these people recognize that somewhere inside their soul. They know that this is bad. They know that this is not okay. But it's so scary to accept that what you've been told your entire life has been a form of nationalist propaganda, especially when it's tied to your identity as somebody who's not just part of a religion, but an ethno-religion that's in your fucking DNA.
Yeah.
So accepting as an adult that what you've been told since you were a small child, somebody said I spoke at the BBYO event. That's true. I thought it was fun. I don't know. I didn't know what I was doing. But accepting that this thing that you've always believed could be a distortion of the truth. I would say a very, very dramatic distortion of the truth. It's so scary that they want to double down, triple down, quadruple down, and then suddenly you're someone like somebody who is a member of my family not far away from me on the family tree who has, our family is surrounded by blue no matter who people, and he voted for Trump because Israel.
Yeah. No, it's there's an impasse that you arrive at where you're like, either I have to recontextualize my relationship with this like foreign state that I've been told is like incredibly important to my identity and my development and who I am as a person, and maybe realize that like I've been fed a healthy dose of propaganda my whole life, or you're like, no, everyone else is wrong and I'm just going to lean heavily into it because I'm too fearful of the repercussions and too fearful of the social isolation that comes along with it as well from immediate family members. And I think that's what, that's a lot of people go down the right-wing rabbit hole rather than reanalyze that relationship. And because going through the process of like, undermining decades of indoctrination is very difficult. So I think it's like that's part of the reason why a lot of people just go, nah, fuck that. Everyone else is wrong, and I must be right wing.
When I started learning about what was happening, I had this sort of dumb Joe Rogan approach where I just was like, wow, really? And then suddenly you start to read and read and read. You learn who Theodore Herzl was. You learn about all those different propositions for different places for us to go. You know, Herzl saying that we should go somewhere in Africa and everything, and you learn more. And it's a very scary thing. And that's why I am very tame and calm and sympathetic with a lot of people who are still bought into this propaganda, is as somebody who grew up being fed this from a very young age, it's terrifying to accept. And I think that the more and more people say, why did it take you this long? The less inclined certain people are going to be to talk about it. I think that meeting somebody speaking out about this now with, why are you doing this far into it? I understand that feeling, and I understand why you would think that, and understand I'm getting a no fuck off. That's too bad. I think meeting them with why did it take you this long discourages other people from speaking out. And when somebody speaks out, they should be, you should encourage more people to speak out.
Yeah. Well, just wait. I'll talk back. We'll revisit this conversation a couple years down the line when you'll have a Noah KULWIN approach.
I don't know who's Noah KULWIN.
Who's the guy who you just met, who was actually with Simone, who did the Israelism documentary. They were, I think, at Berkeley together. But yeah, he used to be like a J Street liberal Zionist, and then like became a anti-Zionist later down. But it takes time, and I know that, and I understand that, which is why I try to tell people to be, calm in this situation. Even though I also understand why people will be like, no, I'm not waiting for someone to come to this conclusion when like children are being slaughtered. You know what I mean?
Totally. Well, no,
So I get that side of it as well. I'm just saying that as someone who, I don't know, grew up in Turkey, as someone who is now living in America, I have a lot more charity because we do have the bandwidth to be more charitable, and that could be a more effective approach in general.
I'm just afraid because I think when certain people, I don't want to baby people, and that's an important thing to mention. Also, I was babying so many fucking people who were freaking out about Zoran winning, and it got to the point where I was like, honestly, grow up. Like, welcome to the adult world.
Yeah, Islam is here, baby. We're doing Sharia. Let's go. That's what I say. And people take it seriously. They got so mad at me for saying
that Sharia was here.
Yeah, the ADL did a whole Twitter thing of like everyone that was talking about how it's like Sharia law now.
Oh my God.
Like people making fun of the people who are like being incredibly racist. Because that's the other thing. Like, I think people forget that there is like a big pillar of this whole like, you're scaring me, unironically stems from people's like genuine racism towards Muslims, where they're like Zohran Mamdani winning the New York primary means that it's like, it's Sharia time in New York. And
it goes so deep that people.
Yeah, they did this whole thread where they were like, they were posting about like Mohammed El-Kurt saying, consider the Intifada globalized. Israel did 9/11. America's waking up. That's why Zohran Mamdani won. Like, there's some that are like, definitely spicy or anti-Semitic in there, because you have to put that in there. Otherwise, it just looks completely ridiculous.
But then
it's something like this. It's something like this, like the guy who's the executive director of CARE. Okay. Undoubtedly, this is a victory for Palestine. It reflects the toxicity of Americans from Zionist propaganda and the corrupt Democrat Party leaders. His candidacy has motivated American Muslims, increased their civic engagement and pride in various communities. His influence went beyond the New York City borders and garnered widespread resonance across the country. Despite threats, ridicule, and blatant Islamophobic attacks from his opponents and some extremists, he and the community endured with all his might. We pray for tightening security measures to ensure his safety and his family. The ADL posting this as like a sinister anti-Semitic message is so insane.
I really don't even I don't even get it, honestly. It's
no,
so
I get it. It's racism.
Well,
It's like saying, have you seen that r/Israel post of the guy being like, I have PTSD. I'm a Jew living in Europe. I have PTSD because of October 7. And I go to the hospital and I tell them this. And then the nurse that they gave me was a woman with a headscarf. Are they delusional? Like, that was the post. And it's like, dude, you're just fucking racist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're, or this is really funny too. That's not here. No, this is not the post. I don't even know how to phrase this without sounding stupid, but it feels like the Palestinian world is really, really good at bullshit and getting the world to believe they're bullshit. Yet Mossad can manage to intercept pagers and plant explosives and put a drone based inside Iran. Like, it's an intelligence agency, obviously, but they are also fundamental in some pretty impressive surprise attacks. Meanwhile, every idiot in the world is flying a Palestinian flag next to the rainbow flag. I live in Europe. I'm fucking terrified to tell anyone about my connection to Judaism or Israel or anything else. I went to the hospital because I've been dealing with PTSD from October 7. And after I said this to the intake nurse, they gave me a headscarf wearing doctor, which at this point I feel is either ignorant or on purpose.
I think those are the same types of people who would say like, oh, Islam wouldn't, no woman who practices that would be allowed to be a nurse. Like, that's the people who say that type of shit. And it's just so crazy to me, especially because like I've been on the receiving end of so much fucking anti-Semitism. Think about it like this. Forget the fact that I am Jewish. I am a Jewish person who went on national news and told America that I was coming for your guns. And my father and my late grandfather were adoption lawyers. So anti-Semitic conspiracy theorists had a fucking party with me. Like, Jew, coming for your guns, father and grandfather, boom, human trafficking. I was their fucking dream boy. Oh my God. And I have gotten so much anti-Semitism. I've also been around so many Muslims, and people don't seem to believe me when I say that about 99.9% of the anti-Semitism that I've gotten has come from blonde, white Americans. But it's just organizations like the ADL, they don't care about anti-Semitism on the right. Like after they, were making excuses for Elon, and then he went on to continue making Hitler jokes, they finally said something. But like, generally speaking, these organizations, I think that they, first of all, are inherently right-wing, but also don't want to piss off Daddy Trump. And it benefits them to characterize anti-Semitism as a feature of the left because some Democrats, a handful of fucking Democrats, are the least bit critical of the state of Israel. And then you see people who see Chuck Schumer saying that Netanyahu should hold democratic elections after the war in quote unquote the only democracy in the Middle East. And you see like Zionist influencers calling Chuck Schumer a Jew hater. Chuck fucking Schumer is a Jew hater. You have to be either delusional or just deliberately trying to fuck with people to think that Charles Schumer hates Jews.
I think if you think that Chuck Schumer is, well, it's not even like hate Jews, which is like the most ridiculous position, but like if you think Chuck Schumer is not sufficiently pro-Israel, you're living on a separate planet. You know what I mean? Like, he has literally done a book tour about how his job, he's openly stated that his job is to make the left love Israel, which has been a spectacular failure, just like everything else Chuck Schumer does. But like, it's crazy that people are like, nope, that guy, Chuck Schumer, is not sufficiently pro-Israel. And on the other hand, Donald Trump is the number one advocate for Jewish people because he loves Israel. He gives Israel everything it wants. So and it's all done on the basis of like how much you're willing to defend Israel.
One thing that I don't hear a lot of people talking about, and I can't say I'm entirely sure why. I think it's just something that if you say it the wrong way, it could very easily be misconstrued. But I don't hear a lot of people talking about how the next 100 years of anti-Semitic attacks are going to be directly citing the past 2 years of the state of Israel's military. Because when I think a lot about mass shooters, manifestos,
the Trump administration,
and, people who commit violence like that, because I have spent so much time doing gun control stuff. And I cannot imagine how anybody could see the past multiple years of the IDF and think that this isn't going to be the fucking jet fuel for the next centuries of anti-Semitism.
Oh, yeah. No, I think I have been warning about this nonstop. I've been warning about this non-fucking stop, especially when like every time Israel does stuff like this, there is that association of Israel and Judaism that ends up causing enmity towards Jewish people in the United States of America, for sure. And at a time like that, you need an organization that's supposed to be tasked with like actually combating anti-Semitism to be very careful and very deliberate and very precise with its language that says like Israel is not, like that organization is supposed to work to sever ties with Israel. not be an organization that is saying, no, you don't understand. Israel has to do these things because of Jews, which is why I think like organizations like the ADL play a formative role in increasing, by the way, make sure you don't show your phone on camera.
Oh, shit.
Increasing anti-Semitism in the country because of the same thing that we talked about, which is like dual loyalty tropes on the right, on the white nationalist front, all the way to woke dual loyalty on like the liberal Zionist side, where it's like, no, you don't understand. This is for Jews.
We're doing it for Jews. Okay, well, as part of Jews, I would like to ask that you stop, because it doesn't. It's not a good idea, and it's not for Jews. It really isn't. And I think that a lot of very pro-Israel Jewish people hate Jewish people who are sympathetic towards Palestine more than they will ever hate your average anti-Semite.
Yeah. Eve Barlow, my favorite, Eve Fartlow. Are you familiar with her?
I know from Eve Fartlow's how I know her from.
Eve Fartlow says, people with the soul are shocked beyond words that mainstream media is manipulating and exploiting photographs of children with congenital diseases to push a lie that Israel, i.e. the Jewish nation, see, again, the Jewish nation.
I'm sorry, not to be that guy. Why did she capitalize the?
Yeah.
And not nation?
Nation. I don't know. Because she's stupid. She's a bad writer. Is intentionally starving Gaza. People without a soul are repeating the lies like the Nazis and every anti-Semitic regime known to man before them.
Yeah, those are the people who are doing the stuff that the Nazis did right now.
Yeah.
It's those guys.
It's the people that see starving babies and go, this is really fucked up. We have to stop this immediately.
There were so many Nazis who were like, we need to make sure the children get fed. Yeah, and again, it's like people like Eve are so upset because the world is fucking done with it. Like the enablers, most of the media that enabled this.
People are very mad at me for not doing the accent that I normally do.
Is there an Eve accent?
Oh, there is. Eve Fartlow. People with a soul are shocked beyond words that mainstream media is manipulating and exploiting photographs of children with congenital diseases to push a lie. That Israel. That's what she sounds like.
That's fucking Ygritte from Game of Thrones.
No, that's literally what she sounds like, though. She's Scottish.
Okay, got it.
I kind of believe it. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. Yeah, again, and just like the Eves of the world are going to be increasingly more upset just because, I mean, Barack Obama tweeted something about it. He, of course, said that the key to ending this all is releasing the hostages, which is what you could expect from a politician like Barack Obama at this point. But he's tweeting about it.
I thought he would have been I thought he was the number one Jew hater. Why is he still doing the Kamala Harris line? I thought that's what he was supposed to be like. No, it's over. It's called Palestine now, and that all of the Jewish people are going to be forcibly deported from the land.
Someone said Cameron's too young, Unc. I don't know what that's a reference to, but I was about to say that, dude. I was fucking 7 for the first Obama election.
Barack Obama did the JCPOA, so the Iran denuclearization agreement. So Israel hated that, and then they never stopped saying he was the number one Jew hater. Also because he was homies with Edward Said and Rashid Khalidi in the beginning, which he then very quickly dropped, just like Jeremiah Wright. Anyway, but that's Obama's legacy. But yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu came to America, very famously gave a speech in front of Congress, like a bipartisan speech in front of Congress. Chuck Schumer came out and criticized Obama.
Oh.
It was a whole ordeal.
Yeah, that was back when I was like, oh my God, mom and dad are asleep. I can watch Family Guy now.
What is BBYO?
Oh, thank God. Sorry, I thought they were going to play my BBYO speech.
What is BBYO?
It's a young kids Jewish organization. I spoke at it in 2019, and not that this matters, but I fucking killed it. And I guess this is Eve's speech.
From 2022.
You may know me as a defender of the Jewish people on Twitter, perhaps on Instagram.
Is this the trailer for Brave?
I love her so much. Her and like there's a lot of like famous Hasbarists, I think, that unironically are so fucking annoying that they literally breed anti-Zionists, like Rabbi Shmuley.
I don't even know who that is.
You don't know Rabbi Shmuley
That
Boteach?
sounds like a hypothetical
you
thing that like an anti-Semite would say.
No.
Like, oh, you heard that from your Rabbi Shmuley.
Okay, well, if you see him and if you hear him, you're gonna be like, this is an anti-Semitic cartoon that was created.
Is he doing is he one of the rabbis who insists on doing tefillin to everybody?
No.
Okay, because
Also,
I'm so sick of fucking tefillin. I have so many goddamn tefillins in my house.
no,
Is God I'm sorry, what the fuck?
Is God an anti-Semite? I have no idea what God is up to with the global resurgence of anti-Semitism. Okay,
But we're the chosen people.
Rabbi Shmuley owns a sex shop. His daughter, he sells kosher sex toys.
And he's real for that.
And I don't have like an issue with that at all. I just think it's really funny because like he's a psycho. He is a complete
400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football. Glory, hallelujah.
That's like if we had Jewish versions of mega churches, that's the mega church, like fucking righteous gemstones guy of our faith.
Insane. He is just like he is just such a fucking psycho.
I'm so sorry if the guy on the left is like a nice guy and I'm being.
You don't know who Norm Finkelstein is?
I don't know Norm Finkelstein.
God, you need to do a lot more reading.
He looks like TRT Jeff Epstein.
Okay, that's crazy. Norm Finkelstein is the GOAT. He is the OG. He is the most stubborn man in America. And, you know, some of his opinions are maybe a little out there every now and then, but he has been like, he would be hailed as like the #1 chronicler of the plight of the Palestinians. He has numerous books. Probably the most vindicated man in America. He's been #1 op for Alan Dershowitz. And
speaking of Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, the #1 ally of Alan Dershowitz, Jeffrey Epstein, exactly. Norm is great. I mean, he's fantastic. He is an incredibly stubborn guy who has a very strong moral compass and has been an avowed supporter of Palestinian emancipation for decades. He's been punished endlessly for it, but he's also very stubborn in the sense that, like, if he gets his mindset on something, it's very hard to shake him out of it. And the example I used to always use is like, I have so much respect for him, but he just like had it in his mind that like BDS was bad. Like, this was a long time ago. I don't think he doesn't believe that anymore, but like there was a point in time where he thought like BDS was unrealistic in its goals because he thought that it would either lead to anti-Semitism or it would what was it? What did he say? I think he said that the goal of BDS was like too far-fetched, boycott, divestments, and sanctions. And despite the fact that he was like the premier anti-Zionist Jewish academic, and knowing that this would like basically destroy his reputation in the pro-Palestinian movement, he just kept fucking pushing it no matter what. And I think it shows that he's like a very honest person and not a grifter at all, even if it ends up pushing his remaining allies away, basically. Why are you telling him Norm's Elsewhere? No, I think it means something that a guy like this, who has been blackballed from every academic institution because he correctly called Alan Dershowitz the task, where he basically destroyed Alan Dershowitz for plagiarizing a work that he had put out there from another person that actually had presented false information about the history of Israel. And Alan Dershowitz literally got him blacklisted from every academic institution.
Did you see Dershowitz's video recently about the age of consent?
Oh, of course. I mean, he's written extensively on that.
Yeah, what a hill to die on. I mean, you know, the Epstein stuff, that contextualizes it a little bit, but that's sort of a Streisand effect, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I think he doesn't care. I think he's just like, he's an advocate for making sure that they lower the age of consent so he doesn't go to prison, I think. Oh, this is from, I think this is him talking about, one of his books is called, I think it's called Holocaust Inc., like Holocaust Incorporated. He also is like bold. And if you're uninitiated with his like commentary, you might immediately go, whoa, okay, that's a little crazy. But he talks about like the utilization of the Holocaust. His parents were, I think, in the Warsaw Ghetto. The Holocaust industry, not Holocaust Inc. I keep getting their name wrong. And he talks about like the ways in which like Holocaust plays a formative role in the inception of the Israeli state and how dangerous that is.
That the Nazi Holocaust has now become the main ideological weapon for launching wars of aggression. Every time you want to launch a war of aggression, drag in the Nazi Holocaust. It's the suffering then used as another pretext.
He also doesn't have a smartphone to this day.
So yeah, that's stubborn. He sounds like every one of my cousins.
He has a landline. He only has a landline.
Yeah,
I love him. I love Norm so much.
Or excuse to humiliate, degrade, and torture the Palestinians. That's the problem. The suffering comes as a package. It then comes, here is the suffering, now we blow up your house. Here is the suffering, now we take your land. Here is the suffering, now we drop artillery shell or shoot artillery shells at your villages. It's a package deal with Israel and its American supporters. It's not just suffering, it's suffering which is then wrapped in a club. And the club is then used to break the skulls of the Palestinians. That's the problem. It's not being used to educate people. It's not being used to enlighten people. It's not being used to make people more moral.
It can be.
But it's not.
I mean,
it's not. That's the whole point. Of course it can be, but it isn't. It's the best thing that will ever happen to Israel if they get rid of these American Jews who are warmongers from Martha's Vineyard. And they're warmongers from...
This is the funniest cope. I love Sam Cedar. He does a different version of this where Sam will say, it's the Russians that came after the USSR that made Israel so violent. It's like, I don't think... I mean, he's not wrong. I think Norm is correct that it isn't like Jews in general, but it is like America's foreign policy. But there's going to be something there that is just
and they're
like not.
warmongers from Beverly Hills. And they're warmongers from Miami. It's been a disaster for Israel. You know, it's the best thing if they can ever get rid of this American Jewry. It's a curse.
I don't agree with that last part of what he's saying, but yeah, I'm surprised you've never heard of Norm Finkelstein.
The Jewish guilt inner monologue in my head sounds exactly like him, has his exact inflection.
Yeah, he's the man.
Like, my brother right here had to have been on at least 7 episodes of Curb. But yeah, that seems like a stubborn man who.
Oh, he
had
is.
His principle. Is he so? Does he still do stuff? Is he
Oh
still-
yeah, he's old. He's very old at this point, and he's still kicking. He's crazy. He hasn't like if you've been like involved in pro-Palestinian advocacy in the past like decade or so, you know who Norm Finkelstein is. Every Palestinian knows who Norm Finkelstein is, like 100% around the entire planet, because he's been such a massive advocate, and has, like I said, one of the best chroniclers of the plight of Palestinians in general. Like, he has an insanely stubborn work ethic where he will like document each individual atrocity that has taken place for the past multiple decades at this point. And he has also been like the most vindicated man since after October 7, where he wrote something that was a little crazy for sure, but he doesn't have internet. So, you know, it is what it is. But in the aftermath of October, like while October 7 was happening, he wrote something like comparing it to the Nat Turner rebellion, which is a fair assessment, I think. But he was maybe a little bit, anyway, it doesn't matter.
It's just when you say stuff like that, I think a lot of people whose minds can be changed just immediately shut off.
Oh no, people who are pro Israel in any capacity, they fucking hate him. And they've hated him. But I think you're in your evolution, you're in a much more accepting place in your evolution that Norm Finkelstein, you will like Norm Finkelstein.
Hi. Yeah. During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish.
This person is not Jewish, by the way. This is from 2011, but I think she's of German descent.
People in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German. And they're also extremely offensive to people who've actually suffered under Nazi rule.
I don't respect them.
She's German.
Wait, are there Germans who hear people get called Nazis and are like offended by it?
I don't think, have you never encountered Germans in the wild?
No.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? No. German motherfuckers are the #1 dick riders of Israel, like across the board.
I knew that. I knew about.
And they get
Germany.
so mad whenever I say like this is Nazi shit. I can always, because I have an international audience, I can always count on a German like social democrat or whatever the fuck to come in my chat and chirp at me about how like you are not being very careful with the words, with the precise language, like. Was the precise language that you should be using. I'm very disappointed in you. I'm normally a big fan.
There's also just like a straight up Nazi party happening there, isn't there?
Yeah, they hate those guys. They hate the AfD. The German liberal is a very interesting phenomena. The German liberal is like unlimited support to Israel. Israel has never done anything wrong. Deeply ashamed of the Holocaust. Hates the AfD. But also simultaneously will do like, you know, the exact same, like will have an affinity towards like Nazi style politics when it comes to not Jews, but Muslims. And,
right.
and it is extreme.
Is the AfD one of the far right groups that Netanyahu plays nice with, or are those other guys?
They play. Yeah, they they did an anti-Semitism conference in Israel recently that had to shut it down because they invited too many Nazis to the anti-Semitism conference in Israel. They had like, I think they had the AfD guys and they had the fucking the National Front French guys in that they sent into Israel, and everyone was like, "What are we doing?" Like there were people in Israel that were like, "Come on, dude, this is too much."
And there you have it with sort of the anti-Semitism only exists on the left giant operation around the world to suggest that it's just like a far left progressive Democrat thing. You say to them like, oh, if you want to invoke the Holocaust, if you want to talk about the Holocaust as some sort of justification for this, where did the Holocaust start? On the far right in Europe. What's Netanyahu's stance on the far right in Europe? And it's he's broing out with them harder than he is with the Nelk boys.
Netanyahu's also, I don't know if you know this. This is Netanyahu's a Holocaust revisionist.
In what sense?
Let me show you. Benjamin Netanyahu hates Palestinians so much and hates Arabs so much that he once famously had a very big gaffe that was criticized by Israeli society as well, where he said that Adolf Hitler, verbatim, Adolf Hitler did not want to kill the Jews. He learned that he should kill the Jews by talking to the Palestinian mufti. Adolf Hitler simply wanted to transfer the Jews somewhere else.
I do remember this.
But then the Palestinian mufti convinced Adolf Hitler that he should kill the Jews instead.
I do remember seeing that. And it's one of those things that you kind of think is an Onion article. And I don't want to like do the, overdone, oh my God, it's just like an Onion article thing. But there was an Onion article that was like, Netanyahu under fire for his endorsement of the Aryan white supremacy party.
Yeah.
And I was like, this just is that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's honest in a fucked up way, but like, I think Benjamin Netanyahu understands that he is a fascist. And so of course he's going to be like, yeah, no, it's great. Like I love fascism no matter what kind of fascism exists in other places, even anti-Semitic fascism, because it works in favor of a Zionist goal regardless, because if Jews feel unsafe in America, is another thing that I say all the time, is like the greatest threat to Israel's existence is not Palestinians. The greatest threat to Israel's existence is Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Sherman Oaks, Florida, the state of Florida, New York, because if people were to be like, why the fuck am I living here in Israel when I can just like live in, America or any other place, then all of a sudden you don't have enough people to populate Israel.
Someone said Boca. That's where I'm from.
Yeah, Boca Raton is,
where
I
went
was
to
about
Parkland.
to, I didn't want to directly say Boca Raton, but yes.
Boca is where I went to Temple B'nai Israel. And every time we had a Purim spiel, which is a play that you put on to tell the story of Purim, I got cast as the bad guy, Haman. And I fucking killed it every time. But anyway, yeah, I think that one time a family member of mine said to me about Israel, they said, do you want to go? And I was like, not really. And they were like, why? And I said, well, October 7th happened 6 weeks ago, and I don't care about Israel, to be honest. And I don't think anybody should be getting murdered, but I don't really care about going, and it's not really interesting to me. And the family member said, aren't you glad there's a place where it's safe to be Jewish? And I was like, October 7th just happened, and I'm supposed to be like, this is where I'm gonna go to be safe.
No, you don't understand.
I live in a city where a bunch of fucking teenagers break a window at a school library, and the NYPD gets sent to fuck them up.
No, you don't. That's the scariest place to be as a Jew. Upper East Side, New York. You don't understand. You've just been fed propaganda, and you don't realize that Manhattan is no longer safe for Jews.
Right, I forgot about that. Manhattan is getting jihaded, yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, but like the people who say that don't believe it. Like the people who say that and still live in Manhattan, like obviously don't believe it. Or people were talking about how like, oh, we're gonna flee New York if Zoran becomes mayor. Like you're not gonna flee New York because it's not an
somebody
unsafe
asked me
place.
if I would have been in one of the encampments, and I said, no, I wouldn't have. I have terrible anxiety for which I need an amount of pills that would probably kill an elephant. And I think that I would probably be having panic attacks the entire time. And they said, oh, right, because of the anti-Semites over there. And I was like, no, because of the fucking NYPD. Like, I wouldn't want to get fucked up by the NYPD.
Yeah. Yeah, that is the greatest threat to Jewish students on campus. But of course, that's directed by Bill Ackman and Eric Adams. So that's somehow to save the Jewish students on college campus.
Since we were talking about people like Fuentes and Candace Owens who hijack Palestinian suffering to spread Jew hate, just a quick story I heard from some friends. I believe it was UChicago, but I don't remember. There was a couple that met at an encampment. And the young man was sort of a leader in the encampment. He was one of the people who was stepping up to a leadership position. And he met the girlfriend at the encampment doing pro-Palestinian advocacy. And then later that semester, he got academically suspended for poor academic performance.
Mm-hmm.
And later, the girl learned that he wrote a letter to the school saying his poor academic performance was due to a mental health issue he faced because of the anti-Semitism on campus. And he
was a counter protester?
No, he was protesting with the people protesting for the Palestinian cause.
Okay.
And then
did it work? It worked.
I believe it worked. I think that's how it went. I'd need to check. But I know for a fact that he wrote it. Does Cam know about the cheese lady?
Oh my God. The cheese lady.
Sounds like a fable for kids.
The New York Post is probably one of the more like overt pro-Israel publications out there that isn't like, I don't know, directly, like it's not like Jewish Insider. It's supposed to be like talking about a bunch of other issues as well related to New York, but it's like super pro-Israel, right?
Sure.
So they wanted to talk about the dangers of anti-Semitism and what kind of horrible impact that exploding anti-Semitism has had on college campuses. So they wanted to write this positive profile that shed light on the dangers of anti-Semitism exploding. I give to you the greatest article of all time. The Gouda, bad and ugly. New York City law student addicted to cheese went to nearly $6,000 per week rehab.
So wait, where's the Palestinian protest part of this?
A Manhattan law school student was so hooked on cheese she had to go to rehab to end her insatiable appetite for dairy, she told the Post. Adela Kohab said her camembert cravings began during her junior year at NYU. In spring 2018, she binged almost daily on the cheapest bricks of white cheddar and Parmesan she could find. There's a photo shoot associated with this that makes it so much funnier.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I stopped by either Morton Williams or Whole Foods, and I would just buy cheese, and I would literally just eat a block of cheese with my hands, say Kojab 27, often while sitting on the floor in her Midtown apartment alone in the dark. It was the only thing that would make me feel somewhat whole. A feta fiend said she devoured an estimated 5.5 blocks of cheese per week, along with savory Parmesan crisps she stocked in her pantry. Her pitiful attempts at a salad, she said, amounted to eating Parmesan with Caesar with lettuce on the side. I kept telling myself it's actually cheaper to buy some blocks of cheese than to get a $12 salad at Fresh & Co. I was telling myself I was making an economic decision as people with addictions rationalize. Anyway, the rest of it is like Dr. Neil Bernard talks about cheese addiction and how it's nothing to joke about. Anyway, the dairy diet quickly wrecked Kojab's health. Her weight skyrocketed. She also stopped menstruating for 5 months during the throes of her cheese feast and became at risk for type 2 diabetes. My mom said, "You're not well. You're not okay. You need to go away for a while," she said on the family intervention that saved her. Attending a 2-week wellness retreat at Hilton Health in South Carolina, which cost a minimum of $5,820 a week, helped the Asiago addict gain control over her eating disorder. Why am I telling you this? Kojab settled an anti-Semitism lawsuit she brought against NYU in 2019 and is also set to graduate from Cardozo School in Law. Said that the anti-Semitism that she experienced is what caused her to relapse on her cheese addiction.
In 28, relapse now?
Look, Kojab said her addiction stemmed from stress. She was the president of a Zionist university group called Realize Israel, at odds with other student activists and professors calling on the university to sever ties with Israel.
So, okay, but this is recent.
No. This was from a while back. And I think they published this recently, but I think that it was like coming back or something. Like her cheese addiction was coming back because of the exploding anti-Semitism, but she won her lawsuit. But the the pro-Palestinian campus protesters made her develop a cheese addiction from the stress.
Yeah, I gotta confess, I don't think I could have thought of that if I was making a hypothetical about people using this to further their interests.
Well, you told me about the guy who said anti-Semitism on college campus made.
No, but that's not a fucking cheese addiction.
Yeah, but you know. It's great.
This is like Monty Python goofy.
I think it's pretty funny because like her addiction caused her to stop menstruating is crazy. Like she was eating so much cheese that it was like breaking her fucking entire life. Oh, also my favorite enemy, Israel's greatest soldier, strongest soldier, Rishi Torres, apparently is no longer the Fedayeen for Israel. It turns out Ron Tarosian, a public relations executive and philanthropist who bundled hundreds of thousands for Torres after October 7. Ron Tarosian is the one who's connected to Beitar, right, chat?
Wait, you said feta. Are we still talking about cheese?
No, I said Fedayeen, like as in like a martyr for Israel.
Got it.
Like who will put his life on the line for Israel.
Got it.
Anyway.
Sorry. I didn't know if Richie also had a cheese addiction from all the anti-Semitism that gets sent to Richie Torres.
No. Richie Torres is no longer on Team Israel, it seems. And Beitar is turning on Richie Torres. Sadly, Richie Torres no longer stands with the state of Israel, he said. It's clear that he's very concerned about his future in the Democratic Party. Torres recently returned personal contributions from Tarosian and entrepreneur Michael Sinensky following a report about their ties to Trump and the Likud party in Israel. Sadly, it's clear that whether it is changing times or political expediency, his love for the Jewish people is limited to a love of left-wing Jewish government, Tarosian said.
Wait, so What did Richie? So Richie cut ties with specific far right donors, and that's what
Richie Torres is the #1 attack dog for Israel in Congress. I don't know if you know this, but he like literally is such a desperate shill.
I've followed Richie for years. I met Richie at a party once.
Yeah, he wrote he used the congressional letterhead to write a letter to Twitch and Amazon to try to get me banned in the lead up to the election. And he was like, he's anti-Semitic. He loves Hamas. He he said like all Jews are inbred or something. Because I was talking about like some fucking Kahanist terrorists fucking up the aid that was going in. He basically was trying to get me banned literally in the lead up to the fucking general election. Like 5 days before the general election, he tweeted about me more than he tweeted about the election itself.
Well, I mean, if you look at his social media, he like 2 for every 3 tweets is about Israel.
Yeah.
And it's about, you know, I mean, I can't keep up with which people who do Hasbro want you to get banned. Like I try to keep up with it. It's tough. But Richie has been on this for years. And I think that he might be starting to realize that this is not going to go well for him in his next primary.
Oh no, he's going to get primaried for sure.
Isn't Michael Blake maybe going to do that?
Michael Blake wants to do it. I said it already. I said anyone who will successfully primary Richie Torres, I'm on board. I will fucking come out and door knock for you.
Was Michael Blake the one at the mayoral debate who, when asked who the most effective Democrat was in office, he said himself?
I don't know if he might have said
someone at the mayoral debate was asked who the most effective Democrat in office the past couple of years has been, and I think Zoran and Brad Lander said the mayor of Boston.
Yeah, she was great.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure, unless I'm mistaken, Michael Blake said himself.
I got one of my close friends to watch you. She tuned out after she got duped by Richie Torres. I'm sorry, but one of your closest friends is a bit of a stupid person. Like, no disrespect, but like, if you're getting duped by fucking Richie Torres, that's kind of funny. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, I mean, he's such a charmer. He's that swagger, that Rizzy Torres. It's hard to beat.
Yeah. But apparently, yeah, Richie Torres hasn't tweeted the word Israel or Hamas since June 18th, 14 days ago. That's the longest stretch by 7 days that Torres has not tweeted one of those words since October 7th, 2023. Yeah. Since Zoran's victory, he has been really reconsidering his stances because he wants to stay in office. But yeah, in that process, I guess like he gave back some of the donations that come from Beitar. You know Beitar, right?
No.
You don't know Beitar?
No. Oh yeah, I follow them.
These guys, they're fucking insane.
I follow them.
They're terrorists.
A lot of these orgs kind of blend together for me, but I follow a good amount of them.
Yeah. Beitar is like the crazy one where the woman was like harassing some Zoran Mamdani door knockers and being like, I'm Jewish. I can do anything I want. They're like a anti-Semitic meme.
I mean,
they are the people that give the list of people to deport.
Oh, like the
Department of Homeland Security.
Like is that the group of alumni from those colleges that get together and do it? And like the parents and the family.
That's just like you're talking about like the WhatsApp groups and shit. No, this is like there's Canary Mission, which is a doxing organization that's also literally gets grants from the Israeli Knesset, and Beitar is like an even crazier version of this. Beitar is like the serial harassers led by a guy who was I think a guy who was charged with like stalking and revenge porn. Right? That's Ron Tarosian, right, chat? They're so wild that fucking ADL distanced themselves from Beitar. They were like, or no, that wasn't Ron Tarosian. That was Ross Glick. Ross Glick is the stalker. Yeah.
Wait, I don't know who Ross Glick is.
Ross Glick runs Beitar. Here. This is Ross Glick of Beitar. Loses a duel to Brace.
But I have freckles.
You are crazy ugly.
Are you anti-freckle?
This is my buddy. Do you know TrueAnon?
Yes.
This is Brace from TrueAnon.
Got it.
He found this video. It was a difficult day. Ross Glick, executive director of Beitar USA, had to be separated from a young blonde woman he refused to stop filming in a park and grew aggressive and strange. His son was with him, humiliated. Beitar is a freak show. And then this is a meeting of the minds.
Come over to me and got in my face.
What is up with the freckles?
But I have freckles.
You
so
are
what?
crazy
you,
ugly looking.
Are you anti-freckle?
I don't know that, but
Are
you
you a
got
racist?
overdid
Are you a
it.
freckle racist?
I don't know what.
What are you?
Possibly
what
are you?
What are you?
I look normal.
Are
you
you
look
who?
crazy.
People have been lying to you, son.
Son?
People
well,
have been
you
lying
are
to
probably old enough to know
I am
that.
older than you,
You're
yes.
one of the ugliest people
I
I've
have
ever seen in my life.
seen
So are you. Thank you.
a
No, I'm not.
1,000 guys who look exactly like Ross Glick on Grindr. Those guys have messaged me so fucking much.
Truth isn't just spoken, it's defended. I stand at the crossroads of strategy and advocacy, challenging misinformation, building brands with purpose, and fighting for what matters. Where is the legal stuff, chat? It's on this website, right?
Not a great picture, by the way, for that last one.
No. You don't understand. This website has a legal disclaimer.
Hashtag football coach, hashtag startups, hashtag art, hashtag adventure.
Where's the legal statement, chat? Wait, did he take it off? Did he delete the legal statement? No.
What is the legal statement?
Oh, you have to see it. I need to explain it to you.
Does he elaborate on hashtag adventure?
Public statements and legal notice. Oh, public notice and legal warning. Upon information and belief, false and defamatory statements against Ross Glick have been posted online in various sources such as the New York Post and Palestinian News Network. It must be stated unequivocally that Ross Glick is not a sex criminal. He has never been convicted of a crime, and any statements to the opposite are legally actionable and will not be tolerated. To be clear, Ross Glick has never been convicted of any crime, let alone a sex crime. Any claims to the contrary are outright falsehoods and constitute defamation, which include libel and slander. Furthermore, Mr. Glick's co-parent, referenced in the erroneous New York Post article, is the mother of his third child. Unfortunately, they both admit they were in a toxic relationship. Although it was a long-term relationship that unfortunately became contentious at times, Mr. Glick's co-parent acknowledges that she is not the victim of any crime. In fact, they have since reconciled and are peacefully co-parenting their child together. Not only was the New York Post article a sensationalized hit piece and deceptive narrative, but it is blatantly false without proper fact-checking by the journalist. This article's author is not a reputable journalist and did not conduct any independent investigation into the facts. The journalist never reached out to the Manhattan District Attorney's Office for verification, nor did she attempt to contact Glick's attorney for a statement. This lack of due diligence is not journalism. It's reckless, agenda-driven defamation targeting a successful Jewish businessman. Any revenge porn charges were immediately dismissed at Glick's arraignment. In fact, all criminal charges were dismissed. The only remaining charge that Mr. Glick faced was the non-criminal violation of harassment in the second degree.
It's like when you talk about Michael Rappaport and people are like, no, he didn't do anything that bad. He just kind of stalked and harassed somebody. What the fuck is that? What lawyer?
Dude,
what
it's
lawyer
so
in the
good.
entire fucking world?
And then he goes on to describe harassment in the second degree in New York as a violation that involves intentionally harassing, annoying, or alarming another person. It is a violation, not a crime, and the maximum penalty is 15 days in jail and a $250 fine. This is the legal equivalent to a parking ticket. Moreover, this resolution was agreed upon by all parties, including Mr. Glick's co-parent. This statement serves an official and final legal warning to all individual social media users. They put this up so that you can't say he's like a sex criminal or something. So he'll sue you. He's very litigious.
Okay, anybody watching this, any fans of other internet people?
This was the New York Post article.
Any fans of Hasan's haters and ops and everything? We did not say anything.
Yeah.
We just read a legal statement.
Yes.
In defense of, I already forgot his name, the Grindr guy.
Ross Glick. Yeah, it's so funny. Anyway, but these guys, Ross Glick and like Ron Tarosian, are buddies. Ron Tarosian is a separate guy, and they are now upset about Richie Torres because Richie Torres has given back the funds that he got from Ron Tarosian, who is, of course, also a fucking psychopathic right-wing neo-Nazi for Israel. So that's where it is. People are escaping some of the at least like most right-wing versions of Israel defense here.
It's and the people who are still defending are standing back and standing by. Like it is getting really aggro. One of my pro-Israel Hasbara influencers who I follow is a gender non-conforming individual. I'm not sure to what degree, because this individual's pronouns in this individual's bio are pronouns let/them/go.
Wait, are they actually gender non-conforming, or are they like someone said Maya Poet? No, no, Maya Poet is a detransitioner.
I genuinely don't want to mention.
Wait, do you know who Maya Poet is?
No, I don't.
Oh, Maya Poet became a detransitioner grifter after October 7.
Because
there is yes, there is a version. Look, some of the greatest minds. Okay, some of the greatest minds are working on very unique ways of defending Israel in the Western world. Okay, Maya Poet is perhaps one of the most insane versions of this. They were like some people say they were never like fully invested in transitioning at all, and that it was a grift from the start. I don't know if that's the case or not. I think that they were just like genuinely crazy from the start, but. Here's another New York Post article.
Everyone in chat feels bad for me that I'm learning about all this shit.
October 7th made me realize being trans is a luxury belief, so I'm detransitioning. Maya, an American, was living as a transgender man in Israel on October 7th, 2023. But when sirens sent her running to a bomb shelter on the day of Hamas's brutal attack, she realized the gender ideology she held so dear was a frivolous belief in an active war zone. I became significantly less concerned about all this gender crap, Maya 25 told the Post. I realized that there were more important things in life than my gender dysphoria because I had to just save myself. And there's a tweet about it too. I forget where the tweet is, but it's fucking crazy. Where it's like, oh, I didn't put my breast binder on. And that's when I realized, like, fuck this trans shit. No more of this gay stuff.
So it's like reverse pink washing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's like exactly. It's like anti-woke washing.
And
yeah.
Has there been a speech at like Student Action Summit yet?
I'm sure that I think that when I was trans, I didn't wear sandals because I knew the size of my feet would give me away. Today I bought my first pair of sandals as an adult. Leaving trans behind is liberating.
So it's also like it's not just anti-trans because of the message. It is also that the message itself is anti-trans.
Yeah. Here's one of her posts. Tomorrow marks my 1-year anniversary of not wearing a breast binder. On October 7th, I awoke to a siren. I didn't have enough time to squeeze myself into the barbaric breast squashing device I had used to pass as a man. I had only enough time to run to a bomb shelter.
That's not worded correctly. If you're gonna do shit like this, like use fucking 6th grade level sentence structure. I had only enough. Sorry. This is there should be like a whack pack of the really, really unique influencers for this type of thing. Because I follow some very, very fascinating individuals. There's some who are just like kind of, from my estimation, just sort of cold, hard grifters like Noah Tishby, where I think that is just straight up grifting, no psychological nuance to it and everything. But then there's other people where I think that there is a serious mental health issue folded into it. And there you have some of the people who are closer, I think, to like religious zealotry and nationalism than they are to just grifting. I do think some of these people who do grifty shit, some of them are actually convinced that it's good. And then there's someone like Noah Tishby who I think is just straight up cold-hearted grifting. Oh, is this another Maya post?
That's like the OG On October 7th, I woke to a siren. I didn't have enough time to
Maya's
put my
mom
breast.
is the founder of an anti-trans organization.
Yeah,
somebody
yeah.
says.
Yeah, no, she is. Yeah. This is, I mean, I think there's like really fascinating. Like, Noah Tishby is like boring. You know what I mean? Like, even Michael Rappaport, I find kind of boring because like he just is. I mean, I guess Michael Rappaport is like kind of funny because he just like owns himself all the time. But like these guys are the real crazies, and I love that shit. Like this is a type of person who is just like such a fucking psycho. And but the reason why I think she was like a real one and was like insane from the jump is because like she's like hung out with like Norm Finkelstein.
Oh my God. I can't participate in any content about those poor Harry Potter kids. God help those poor kids in the next couple of years. Everybody, J.K. Rowling is not those poor kids who just got cast in Harry Potter. Take it out on J.K. Rowling. Don't take it out on those children. They're about to go through hell.
Oh my God. That's crazy. He does look like Maya Poet a little bit. Oh man. Yeah, I got some deep cuts for you. What is this? APAC has been doing some of their own because Randy Fine is too feral to represent them. Wait, what? APAC is indeed hiding Randy Fine, their fastest ever endorsement from their website where they list politicians they've supported. Wait, why? Why? Because he's insane? Like, what is it? What is it? Randy Fine was removed from the APAC supported candidates list after his extreme comments weighed down other. Okay, that person's that's AF Post. This is the Nick Fuentes website making a fat joke, which I mean, it's Randy Fine. That's, I guess, the lowest. That's a load bearing part of that his identity, but. He's insane. You know Randy Fine, right?
Of course, yeah. I saw the
He's a fucking sicko.
Yeah, he also knows that it's just gonna get him really good Twitter engagement to say this stuff. That's where I think there's a grift with him too. There's of course the actual bigotry and everything, but I also think he sees it as a path to popularity. Because I think a lot of people who are perpetuating Islamophobia in the government on purpose do it as a clout move. Like they do it.
Yeah, they're doing racism for clout. But he does believe it too, though. Why are you calling Randy Fine fat? He looks beautiful. Stop. I know exactly what photo it is. Okay. It is. I mean, he is so rotund. It's kind of wild. Like he is so perfectly American. What? You guys don't want big boys representing you? It's crazy. I do.
People in my audience, which is again largely over 45 liberals, which is why I at our publication I talk, I share my real truth about Israel and everything that they're doing over there, and I'm allowed to say it, and they let me say whatever I want, and I think that that's great because this is an audience of people that I don't think always get to hear these types of perspectives on the issue.
Isn't everyone else around you Christian?
I don't know. There's a guy named Sam Stein who's Jewish. I don't know if there are any other Jewish people at the organization.
Cam has to do Jewish tequila for the bulwark. Yeah, exactly.
Tequila, is that a type of food?
No, it's something that fucking racist Islamophobes say Muslims do, which is like Muslims hiding their like actual religious goals so they can invade Western countries and destabilize them.
Gotcha. Well, I gotta say,
it's actually no different than what Nazis said about the Jews.
A lot of media organizations do not give their voices they don't allow them to have any moral clarity on Palestine. And I work with people who were all at one point or another in the Republican Party, and they just let me cook, which I think is one of the reasons independent media is so popular right now, is that you have people actually talking about things that legacy media just will not say. But I was going to say, one of the things my audience cooked me for a while ago was talking about how JB Pritzker is fat. But I was doing that in like a positive way.
Oh, I love how fat JB Pritzker is.
I was saying like, this is this is so great that we've got this big, jolly, fat guy who's cooking.
Yeah, no, he's a big boy. He's a Husker. I like that. I think it's good. I'm a fan of his size. I think people need to drop that. They need to like curvy men. They need to know that like he represents the average American in much more meaningful ways. Ask him about working for arch neocon Bill Kristol. Oh, wait. That's actually crazy because Bill Kristol's woke now, right?
Bill Kristol went on a 7-minute rant on, I don't know if it was actually 7 minutes, a long rant on the podcast that they do about transphobia and trans rights that was a more effective conversation about how to fight this than what you see from the people who have identified as liberal for 40 years. And Bill Kristol has gone on the record, not a big fan of Zorons, but he's gone on the record saying, I am more anti-Zoran than I am anti-Zoran. And I don't know. For me, it's just like
every now and then I'll read a tweet and I'll be like, wow, who is this guy? He seems like a old Republican guy. And then I'm like, oh my God, it's fucking Bill Kristol. What the fuck is he saying? Where he'll be like,
he's wokeified now.
He'll demonstrate like moral clarity, shitting on the liberals for being ridiculous about something. And I'm like, this is what is happening.
Yeah, some people do actually get wokeified with time. And I think that there's just so few people who sincerely do that it's kind of hard to look at it and understand what you're even fucking seeing. But Kristol is like a softy fucking like Tim Walz guy now.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
we were on a podcast together.
He should have gone through the rehabilitation process by going to prison first, but you know, that's my
well, who among us hasn't teamed up with George Bush once or twice?
Yeah. But you know, that's a mistake that I lay squarely on the foot of the Obama administration for refusing to prosecute people who may or may not have participated in war crimes. Anyway, but we don't have to get into that. We don't have to get you into more trouble by that you already have placed yourself in by
the Bulwark hasn't made any videos about Gaza. I talk about Gaza fucking every single day on the Bulwark, so I can't speak for anybody else, but that's not true.
It is no longer safe for us to identify as Jewish in New York City. We have to identify ourselves as friends of Brace.
Wait,
yeah.
I have something funny that I want to share while I am still here. I am hiding my phone.
Okay.
I'm not going to name this person because I don't want to start any drama that I'm going to have to deal with at home. I just want to make sure that I get the position right. The chief executive officer of both the Republican Jewish Coalition, an organization dedicated to enhancing ties between the Jewish community and the Republican Party, and the Jewish Policy Center, a think tank that examines public policy from a Jewish perspective. I just learned that not only is he my cousin, we are like not far at all from each other on my family tree.
Wow.
And that's,
you should tell him you went on the podcast or the stream of a terrorist.
I guess I'll have to. But I just, my grandma casually brought it up the other day and I was like, what the fuck? And then I looked into it and I was like, oh my God, like there's not a lot of Jewish people in this world. There are very, very, very few of us. So it can't be that surprising when I find out I have relatives, but yeah, that guy and I are pretty closely related.
Yeah, it'll make for a heated Thanksgiving conversation if you guys ever get together in a big family gathering. Runner up for anti-Semite of the year, I was number 2. I lost the
Anti-Semite of the year on what list?
Stop Anti-Semitism.
Who was number 1?
Candace Owens.
Fuentes didn't get it?
No, Candace Owens got it. But to be fair, I mean, she is. It's like it's Stop Anti-Semitism has 2 speeds. Either they just like will find someone who is an anti-Zionist and then claim that they're anti-Semitic, or sometimes they'll find like if there's a big list and there's like people of color on the list, they'll go over the person of color. Sometimes it's Kanye and it's valid. Sometimes it's Candace Owens and it's valid. And then other times it's it's Ilhan Omar or like someone who works at Ben and Jerry's, and it's ridiculous.
Well,
I got second place. I beat Greta Thunberg.
Oh wait, somebody said Mrs. Rachel. Has she made it on yet?
She's been posting about Miss Rachel quite a bit. She's been posting nonstop about Miss Rachel. Miss Rachel is the #1 op of Jewish people, according to Stop Anti-Semitism. I do think stuff like that makes normal people go, ugh.
That's what I was gonna say.
In
It's
a way that these guys don't understand. Like, even if, like, obviously I don't agree, and I don't want to, give advice to people that want to do propaganda for the ethno state that is doing a genocide. But, keep up the good work, I guess. But you're coming across as repulsive to normal people.
That's the thing is, like, Miss Rachel is the Mr. Rogers of this era.
An angel.
And if I were one of the people at these organizations, I would rather not even direct attention to her at all, because not only is she so extraordinarily consistent and fervent on this, she also does so in such a non-toxic and accessible and human way.
Yeah.
That and she's had a tremendous impact. There's a lot of people who have, through her advocacy, found the courage to speak out, and I wouldn't want to draw attention to that if I was Stop Anti-Semitism. I would want to just kind of let it exist on, behind the scenes, so we could point to people who are easier to characterize as fringe. How the fuck do you characterize Ms. Goddamn Rachel as fringe?
Yeah. They keep shitting on her in that video where she sings and dances with a little girl who lost her leg in Gaza too. Like, so it's like so insane. Like it does not, like, this is what I mean. I feel like a lot of people who are pro-Israel are post October 7, like super echo chambered, where they just do not entertain anyone that is even remotely calling into question this like allegiance, and they immediately cast them aside. And because of that, their propaganda initiatives suffer dramatically, because they just like, they don't realize, like, to the outsider who didn't like get indoctrinated at an early age, or even to many young Jews that have been indoctrinated, but then also saw Israel not with like 30 decades of propaganda that is like only pro-Israel, but instead their first foray into this was like October 7, terrifying, but then immediately after that, what Israel did. So I think that played a big role in a lot of, at least from my experience, like talking to a lot of young American Jews in my community, they very quickly were like, oh, I didn't even develop enough ties with Israel for me to like defend it so vociferously, and therefore I'm out. Like, this is a foreign country. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't like what's going on. And a lot of the people who are older, who are invested in defending Israel, are so far removed from even that perspective that they just don't understand how they come across when they say stuff like, oh no, that starving child that everyone has seen, that child has a genetic disability.
Well, I think that you either want to look for excuses like that, of which, I mean, they're running out, or you want to look away and just kind of have faith that this is all going to work out. I think that's a lot of people who have not changed their position on this, as well as just like, you know what? If I just close my eyes and if I look away, I don't have to ask any questions. I don't have to face any realities that are challenging to me. And this will all work out and this will be fine. And then it'll be down to like 21 bombs a year, and the world will stop putting this pressure on the state of Israel and everything like that. Like, and it's just, I don't know where people think this is going to go.
Yeah, I don't think people understand. Like, Ilan Pappé, do you know who that is?
Once again, I do not.
Bro, I'm gonna give you at least 10 minutes as reading material on the way out here. Ilan Pappé is a very famous Israeli academic. He's one of the New Historians. The New Historians is a group of historians, with the exception of Benny Morris, who also played a formative role in uncovering the truth about the inception of the Israeli state. They went back into the archives and they found out that the 1948 war narrative was perhaps a little bit misguided, and that it was actually a planned a planned extermination campaign of ethnic displacement known as the Nakba.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the reason why we know that is, aside from firsthand Palestinian testimony, it was the likes of Ilan Pape, Avi Shlaim, and Benny Morris as well. But Benny Morris was, out of the three major Israeli historians, two of them became anti-Zionist, and the other one is Benny Morris, who basically looked at that, said historical accuracy is important. It was a planned extermination campaign, but it was good. Whereas Ilan Pape and Avi Shlaim looked at that and said it was a planned extermination campaign and it was bad. They became anti-Zionist. Benny Morris became a defender of Israel.
But to be clear, Benny Morris, which I thought that was just like an Irish Catholic last name, Benny Morris does recognize that the Nakba was the Nakba. He
Yes.
just was like,
but it's good.
But
his position is it was a planned extermination and expulsion campaign, but it's good because Israel has to exist. And the other two were like, this is fucked up, and that is crazy, and they became anti-Zionist.
okay, well, before I go, let me just say one thing to chat. I love you all. I've been in chat before. I'm one of you people. But let me just say, for everyone cooking me for not knowing a bunch of the references that have been pulled today, let's have it for the record. I didn't fucking need to understand what's going on. All right. It didn't require a lot of academic text for me to see this and recognize what was happening. So I'm pretty behind.
No, it's good. It's okay.
More for me to learn, but I didn't have to read that far into it to see what was going on here. It was actually pretty fucking crystal clear. Didn't require a lot of thinking. So you can hold that truth in mind. I'm gonna go watch the end of the Brewers game. It was good seeing you, brother.
All right, thank you, Cameron Kasky. I'm gonna give you that book. Hold on before you leave. I have one. I have an extra one. Yeah. But yeah, I'll actually end it on that note, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming on another half day, and I'll see you tomorrow as always. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye bye.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is try again.